Question: why do 95% of people who start online businesses never make a penny from it? Well, there's two types of people who try and start an online business. Those who are very lazy, and those who aren't lazy, they're motivated, but they just don't know exactly how they can get there. So for the people who aren't lazy, and hopefully that's you watching this video, I'm going to give you the biggest course you've ever seen on copywriting and entrepreneurship and making money online. I'm going to take you from 0 to 10k a month in this course. I want to give you absolutely everything you need, so we're just going to jump straight into it. So here we are on our full 0 to 10k per month copywriting course. The point of this course is to help you become a copywriter and entrepreneur who can consistently bring in $10,000 per month writing online for businesses. And the nice thing is, I'm going to show you exactly how you can do it starting from today. So here are the course contents. I'm not going to read all of this out, but if you want to pause the video here, go ahead and do so, and you can see all of the contents of this course. I'm probably going to lay it out in the description too. So who am I? My name is Matthew, and I've been running online businesses for over 3 years. I've gone from being a broke slacker, a uni student with no control over my life. I was completely new to online business and had nobody in my life who could teach me it. And this whole thing felt like a confusing mess. Everybody telling you different ways to make money online, but nothing seems to work. Now I've made over £370,000, that's around 500k in dollars, with one of my businesses through copywriting. So I want to break that all down today and show you how I've done it. And I can tell you I've never been happier. I've just returned from New York. I've had the best 3 months of my life, and it all comes down to my ability to run an online business with copywriting. So what did I do to change as a person? Firstly, I changed my environment and who I surrounded myself with. I learned how to operate as a professional rather than being an amateur. And I'm just going to show you a couple of the traits of an amateur versus a professional here. And this might not be directly related to copywriting, but I'm telling you, if you don't watch this beginning of this video, you're going to be one of the people who doesn't succeed. Because if you can't hold your attention span through the beginning of a YouTube video, you're never going to be able to hold it through becoming an entrepreneur and actually making money. So, amateur. I used to think about business emotionally. So I would take decisions like all emotionally in my head. If someone didn't want to work with me, or I got in an interview, or I got in a client call and they decided not to work with me, I take it really personally. I think, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. They don't like me. I'm a terrible person, blah, blah, blah. And then I would just fail over and over again. I also had poor focus and attention span, so I just wasn't able to sit down for like 8 to 10 hours per day and work and not look at my phone the whole time and not like dilly-dally and do stupid tasks all day. And my attention span was just really poor, so I just couldn't sit and write my copy without just jumping on Facebook or something. My daily habits were poor, so I wasn't going to the gym, I wasn't eating properly, I wasn't, surrounding myself with good stuff, I wasn't watching like entrepreneur videos or, CEO interviews or anything like that. I didn't understand how skills or business owners worked, so I didn't understand what the value exchange looked like or how people actually want to work with you and why people will pay you in the first place. And I didn't understand what the path was to actually making money, going from absolutely nothing to making money consistently. I didn't even foresee making £100,000. I never even thought about making millions or anything like that. My first goal was honestly to make £3,000 so that I could pay for my next year of university. And whenever I hit that, it was like £10,000 was my next goal. And then I started to go like, okay, I want to make like 5k a month. I want to make 10k a month, 20, 30, 40, 50. And so it's all a gradual process. And so if you're in the beginning right now and you don't have these massive goals that everyone has, or maybe you're thinking, oh, I want to make 100 million or 10 million or something, you need to start from the beginning. You just need to get your first 1k and then your first 5k, 10k, just build it from there. It doesn't start at like 100k and then a million. You have to build up the skills first of all. So as a professional, I look at business now without emotion. I look at it as an operator. I look at why are things done? Like, how do I get people to do things for me? How do I make money? How do I drive people to want to buy things that I sell? And how do I actually provide value to people and make them want to work with me? So I also train my focus and remove all the distractions. When I sit down to work, like I'm doing work, I'm not doing anything else. I don't have Snapchat going, I don't have my Instagram, I have nothing else going on. I'm just sitting down to work for the day. And then after that, I can chill out and do whatever I want. I also practice daily habits that are healthy. So I go to the gym. I got up this morning, went to the gym, went to the sauna, enjoyed myself, literally just like had a healthy morning, jumped into my work, and I feel great. Like I feel energetic and ready to go. I also understood how value was exchanged and how to solve other people's problems. So why do people want to actually pay you? You know what I mean? It's all you're getting paid to do as an entrepreneur and as a copywriter is to solve problems. The problem people have, and they need a copywriter for, is that they need to make more money. So if you can learn how to do that for people, literally by writing words, then you will do very well as an entrepreneur and as a copywriter. So I also have a clear understanding of each step in online business, and I'm going to give you the whole layout of that today. I've already shown you what's in the contents. There is an absolute mountain of stuff here for you, so I want you to watch it all through as I lay it out. Don't skip ahead. There's already people who have skipped ahead and may have come back to this part of the video. I'm telling you, do not skip a single part of this. Mindset is the first one we're going to talk about, and I'm going to explain why that's what we're talking about first. So I chose a skill, which was copywriting, and I chose to master that skill. Then I chose a business model, which was freelancing, and I learned how to make money with it. So this course will teach you the skill and the business model, freelance copywriting. Very simple. Now, this is very important. Before you learn any business model or skill, you must have the right mindset in place. This isn't some waffly Tony Robbins stuff I'm going to teach you here. This is how you actually operate as a business owner and how you actually make money. This is where 95% of people drop off. I guarantee you most of the people who clicked on this video have either clicked off by now, skipped through it and thought, hey, there's not enough tactics. I want you to do everything for me. I want you to just show me what to do and let me copy and paste it into a business. That's not how it works. You have to actually learn how to become an entrepreneur, which takes grit, which takes a bit of actual skills and development of your character. So most people think they're too smart to watch the mindset training. They think it's just a waste of time and that they need the tactics. These are the people who remain broke and remain where they are. I've made videos on YouTube before which are like 2 hours long and copywriting courses, and I've got comments from people and being like, don't watch the first 20 minutes, it's just bullshit, skip straight to the copywriting stuff. And it's like, well, if you want to do that, go ahead, but I guarantee none of the people who have commented that have ever made money in their lives, because if you don't understand why you need a good mindset, then I can guarantee you're not going to stay in this game. To stay in business for a long time and make massive amounts of money requires you to stay in it for years and years, which means you can't just be an amateur. You actually have to invest in your own mind and how you operate as a person. It has to reflect what you want. I've met many successful people in my business career, right? These people aren't dummies. Picture a successful person, whether it's an athlete or an entrepreneur or an entertainer. Are they someone who is disorganized or unfocused? They think they just get up whenever they want and they, come into work and they just kind of do a bit. They do whatever they want. They think they know it all. They're just like, nah, I'm not going to learn anything. Like, I know what I'm doing. Or they're impatient. They just think, why is it not working today? Why am I not making money? Or are there someone who's organized and prepared? They prepare the night before for the day next. Like, they're going to plan out their day. They know exactly what they're doing, what problems they're going to be solving that day, and they're, what work they're going to be doing. They're focused. They can sit down and do whatever they have to do for like 6 hours without being focused and distracted and have to like jump and watch Family Guy or something. Are they always improving their mind? And are they patient and ready to learn? It's very, very clear. I'll let you answer this one for yourself. So let's jump into the most important part of this course, which is mindset. We're going to go through the whole course as it's laid out, and you need to follow it with me. Please take notes as you go through, because I don't have any part of this course that I've put in here that I don't think is important. Like, I'm not sitting here to waste my own time. I've sat down to work for the day. I want to make money. I want to build my businesses. And so I'm not sitting down and wasting my own time and wasting your time, because your time is really valuable and I appreciate you clicking on this video. So without further ado, we're going to jump into mindset. My name is Matthew and it's very good to see you here. Make sure to hit subscribe, like the video if you want to save it for later, and leave a comment if you've got any questions throughout this. See you soon. Mindset. Okay, this is the most important part of the entire course, and if you skip this, you will fail. I absolutely guarantee it. If you skip building a mindset that's fit for business and fit for copywriting, you will absolutely fail. Let me start this off with a very quick story. If you've ever seen Breaking Bad, let me know in the comments if you've seen Breaking Bad, because there's a scene in Breaking Bad where Walter is the chemist and he's the one who is an absolute genius and knows how to run the lab. He knows how to cook this amazing formula. And then whenever he's in trouble, one of the right-hand men for Gus, a guy called Victor, this little short Mexican guy, comes in and he's like, all right, I know how to cook. I know how to cook your formula. I don't need you. And he goes into the lab and he starts cooking everything. And then Walter starts to ask him a couple of questions. And the questions are like, you're just following a recipe. And he's like, yeah, I'm just following a recipe. It's easy. And he says, well, what if this happens? Or what if this type of, gas starts leaking? Or what's going to happen if the precursor is a bad batch? He asks him all these questions that you only know by actually being an expert at something and actually having understood the entire process, the big picture. And Victor has no answer to these things. And at the end of the scene, spoiler alert if you haven't seen Breaking Bad, Victor gets his throat cut. So the meaning of that story and how it relates to mindset is that, yeah, you can try and go out and follow a recipe and just try and, follow everything I say in this course and just say, oh, well, I've got all the tactics. If I just do this and this, then I'll have, everything covered. I'm going to make money. I guarantee that won't happen. And I've seen it happen millions of times with people online. So many people I know that started online businesses 3, 4, or 5 years ago, they've quit them now because they didn't build a solid mindset to stay in the game and actually get good at the game. The mindset is the most important part because you have to actually be built for this game. So let's jump into it. First things first, you need to face some hard truths about yourself. You have to take responsibility right now for where you are in life. The decisions you've made and the thinking processes you have led you to the position you're in right now. So where are you right now? Just take an actual honest account of where you are. How much money is in your bank account right now? And I don't ask that to be a dick or to be like really personal. You answer that personally yourself. I don't want you commenting that stuff. But look at how much money is sitting in your bank account right now. What's your physical shape like? Are you overweight? Are you really skinny? You're not going to the gym? Are you eating well? Like, kind of look at your position in life and where you are. Where are you working right now? Are you working right now? Are you unemployed? Or are you working a job that you don't enjoy? Just some job, like a shitty job that I've done these jobs before, working, whether it's in a shop or a bar or just out in a building site. I've worked all of these jobs before and I can tell you they're shit. I don't enjoy them. Some people may enjoy them. That's good for them. I don't enjoy them. And if that's the position you find yourself in and it's something that you don't want to continue the rest of your life, you need to change your life. You need to face these hard truths about yourself. So you need to fundamentally change how you make decisions and how you view the world. And your decision-making process is generally based off tradition, or it's generally based off the decisions that other people around you make. So you might make a decision, you might go to decide something. Let's say, for example, you go to start your business. Perfect example. And you talk to your mum, you talk to your dad, you talk to your friends, your girlfriend, whoever you talk to, and they all have their little opinions about, oh, it might not work. Oh, I don't know if you're going to be good at that. Oh, I don't know if that's going to work anymore. And it's like, who are these people to form your opinion? You need to form your own opinion. You need to actually take in information, sit down and critically think about things. Understand, you need to be able to make your own decisions, because if you can't do that, you will not last in business. If you're constantly asking to be spoon-fed by other people, you will not be able to last in business. Of course, you need to educate yourself. The first couple of years is going to be you literally just learning everything, learning every single day. But you need to be able to make your own decisions, take the information you have and think, okay, what's the best sort of course of action I can take with the information that I have? You might try, whenever you're starting to get clients, you might try method A, which is cold email. Then you might try Instagram outreach. Then you might try some other thing like creating content, and you try all three of these things, and then you see that cold email is working really well, but maybe you see that everyone on YouTube is talking about Instagram. Use Instagram. That might not be your personal experience. You might not have a good experience with Instagram, and you may not have got clients from there, but you have got clients from cold email. But if you're constantly just being spoon-fed, you're not going to make a decision based off the data that you have. You're going to make a decision based off the opinions of other people, which you have no idea why they're making those opinions. They are based off their own personal anecdotes, or they might have a hidden agenda where they have an Instagram course they want to sell you, and you go and start choosing that. So what I want to do in this course is just give you everything laid out as cleanly as possible. I'm going to give you all of the advice that I can give you from years of experience. I'm not going to send you down one specific path in terms of cold outreach or in terms of actual copy practice. I want to give you the fundamentals of what you have to learn. And especially with mindset, these things are just fundamentals, things that you must change if you want to stay in this game. If you want to make your first 1K a month, 5K, 10K a month, that's exactly what you have to do. So let's look at some basic truths about you. From my experience of changing from being a broke, cynical university student to a successful, happy guy traveling the world and making great money. Number one, You do not move fast enough. You decide you want to do something and it takes you 6 months to actually action on that. You've probably decided before you watch this video today that you wanted to get into copywriting or making money. Maybe you just stumbled across it, fair enough. If that's the first time you're seeing this, you're very welcome to the world of copywriting and online business, but most of you who are watching this video aren't going to feel that way. You're probably going to have looked into multiple different ways to build businesses. So what I'm going to tell you is you're not moving fast enough. And how I can tell you that is, well, you're not making money. You're watching a beginner course on how to make money with copywriting. You wouldn't be watching this if you weren't at the beginning. So it's very important that you start to move fast. What I teach you in this program, you're going to have to action on it after the video or even while you're watching it. Take notes, watch the video, actually go out and do what I'm telling you to do. Or else, don't do that. Stay where you are in life. You clearly aren't happy there, or else you wouldn't be watching a video like this. You have to take action. You have to move fast. That's the only way you're going to make money. So many people just deliberate on 50 different things. Again, they'll ask people for their opinion on things, or they'll do something, and what I might do in a day takes you a week or a month. You know what I mean? If you can do something in a day that would have otherwise taken you a week, you've now moved 7 times faster than most other people, because most other people don't move fast at all. And that's how you get ahead of them. You actually do things when you have to do them every single day. You get up, this is your whole life, this is all you do, you work hard, you make money. Secondly, you make decisions based off emotion. So this is another thing that I've noticed when I speak to people who are outside of the business world. Anyone who I have that's a family member or a friend, they're always asking about, they're always thinking about the emotional side of the work that you do. They're like, oh, isn't that very difficult? Or isn't that like, oh, what do you think about, this way of selling? Or what do you think about doing this or that? And then they're constantly just taking things emotionally. Like if they were to start a business and I've actually had conversations this week with people who are like, yeah, I had this client and then they kind of didn't really give me the review that I wanted. So I wasn't really happy about that. Bullshit. That's absolute bullshit. You can't be basing your decisions off emotion. You can't be taking emotional investment out of all of the things that go on in your business, because if you're doing that, you're just going to slowly like lag behind, and you're not going to be able to actually move quickly and operate. You have to see business as numbers. These are just numbers on a fucking screen. All right. These are numbers on a screen, and you can't be taking every little client and every customer you have and thinking, oh God, I wish this was better. I wish that was better. Of course you want to improve, but you have to look at things from a very robotic standpoint if you want to succeed in business. And this stuff is going to be new to you. Like I'm not like trying to tell you this to, sound robotic or sound like I have no personality or anything like that. Absolutely not the case. I'm just telling you what the truth is. I've been in business for a couple of years now. I've seen that whenever I'm emotional, I don't make very much money. And when I'm not emotional, that's when I do the best. When I just pick something, execute, repeat over and over again, improve. It's just a robotic process. That's what business is. So number 3, you do not work on the right things. You can either work hard or work smart. So like lots of people do, let's try and sort of put this together. So whenever I started my business, I had to basically learn all of the different skills that come into starting a business. So you learn how to get clients. You have to learn like sales and marketing. You have to learn how to write in a way that makes people want to actually work with you. Then you have to learn the skill of whatever it is you're doing. In this case, copywriting. I had to learn how to get good at copywriting. Then I had to learn how to get people on the phone. I had to learn how to set up like a little basic website or set up calls in Zoom and like actually take Zoom calls and structure them well. You have to like learn all of these little things, and this causes you to basically learn multiple different people's jobs. And after you learn these different jobs, you eventually start to make money, but you're working a lot of hours. You're working like constantly. And so what I learned is that like over time, whenever you start making this money, you reinvest it back in as quickly as possible on the things that aren't making you money. So things like cooking. I don't cook anymore. I have a chef that comes to my house and cooks my food. That might sound really extravagant. It's not super expensive. I just pay someone to come and cook a couple of meals a day. That means I get all of my healthy food. Everything's tracked. I get it all done, and it saves me at least 2 to 2.5 hours per day of preparation of food, dishes, all that sort of stuff. I shouldn't be doing that because I'm trying to operate and make more money. If I spend that 2.5 hours per day on working on my business, it's going to be worth way more than the money I pay to a chef to come to my house and cook. So stuff like that is really, really important. You need to learn how to work smart. like do the right things. Like also, like I used to do like manual cold outreach whenever I first started. I didn't have any money, so I had to do manual cold outreach, which means basically writing an email, typing it in the person's email address and sending it to them personally. Then I did that over and over again, hundreds of times per week. It's a long process, takes all of your time, and it's a very, very slow way to make money. Then whenever I realized, okay, I can actually just pay for softwares where I can put all the email addresses in that I've got, pay for a list of leads, like a list of email addresses for businesses that I want to work with. And then I pay for a software that will automatically send out emails to all of those people whenever I, customize it and whatever I want to do. That has suddenly saved me an entire week of work. Like 30 minutes of work, like an entire week, maybe 60, 70, 80 hours of work has now turned into 30 minutes. Less, maybe. You know what I mean? So this is how you have to work smart versus work hard. Most people just work hard. I know people who just, like most people I've worked with, they're just working in a job and they're happy with getting £8 an hour, £10 an hour, and then they're really happy when it goes up by an extra £2. And then you realize if you actually look at things on a broader scale, how much money is that actually going to make you extra per month? £300, £400. Whereas if you learned a skill that paid you, much higher amount, of course you're not going to make the money at the start. You're going to make no money for probably a good period of time, and you're going to work very hard. But then after a while, in the long term, you just make way more money. Like if I had stayed in my job, I had like so many different jobs. Let's say my first job, it was like an electrician. Now electricians get paid well, but what I was making was like £3 per hour. And let's say I make, more than that per day. Let's say I was making 100, 150 pounds a day. Most people consider that a good amount of money. But if I had have continued that path, I'd have been making like 150 pounds a day, maybe 200 pounds a day. And I'd be doing that like whatever it was, 5 days a week, £1,000 a week. And that's about £4,000 or £5,000 a month, as an electrician. And I would have been making that probably a good bit younger than I am now. I'm 24. I would have been making that like 4 or 5 years ago. And I would have thought, oh, that's insane. I'm making 4 or 5 grand a week or a month. I'm making so much money. But then I realized, whenever I get into business, I quickly got to a point where I was making like 5k a month with business. And then very, very quickly, I was able to scale that to like 50, 60, 70k a month. That's like, if you imagine 12 months at 5 grand a month, which is a good wage, and you're working 24/7 to make that money. If you're making that sort of money, I could make the same money in a month than I would in 12 because I worked smart and I operated like a business owner. I, paid other people to do things that took me a lot of time, or I paid for softwares, or I invested my focus and my time in the right tasks rather than the menial repetitive tasks that other people do. So you need to learn how to work smart and actually work on the things that are important. So I'm going to lay things out. You have time and money here, the two main resources you're going to have whenever you're starting a business. You have a lot of time, probably not a lot of money, which is why you're interested in doing this. Absolutely fair enough. So what I would recommend you do is, if you're working a job or if you have some form of income, start putting that income aside, because if you want to get into business, you might think, I'll work on it for free. I'll, save my money and just put my time into it. And you'll spend loads and loads of time, and then you'll probably get bored of it after a while, because your mindset, you're not built to fail over and over again. You're just built to like, if this doesn't work, I'll just go back to my job. So most people just put all their time into it, never invest a penny into what they actually want to do. And then they become, they don't understand why the business didn't work. And it's like, your money is actually worth way less than your time. Your time, you never ever get that back. If you invest the money, it doesn't work out. Okay, next month you make more money, you put it aside, you work on it again. And over time, you're going to save yourself a lot of time. You're going to be able to move a lot faster. And mentally, it won't be as difficult because you've put a little bit of money into it and saved yourself a lot of time. So work smart, not hard. Work hard and smart, but prioritize working smart. So you need to understand that your environment and the people you surround yourself with shape who you become. This is very, very important. So most people spend their time around other people who aren't making much money. And there's absolutely no problem with not making much money. It's not the be all and end all of life. I don't really give a shit about, spend my time around millionaires all day. I spend my time around plenty of people that are from different sort of income ranges. It's not something I personally care about. But if you want to succeed in business, you have to take a period of your life where you sacrifice and you spend time around people who are making more money than you. And for me, I didn't have people in my life who I could do that with. So what ended up happening was I would spend time on YouTube. I would watch YouTube videos all day, every day from people who were millionaires, billionaires, making lots of money, complete operators in their field. And eventually, like, you're obviously not spending time with the person, but they're going to share a lot of value. Like, you're going to be able to read books, which is like a lifetime of wisdom and a lifetime of knowledge and expertise from someone who's made a lot of money or been very successful in some field. And so as you can see, like, I've all these books on the side here. These are all from experts of their field, and they're all from people who've spent their whole lives doing something, and then they put their best lessons in there. So I can just skip all of that lifetime of work and learn the things that I actually need to learn, like the most important things. So you need to understand the environment you're in. So just think about this, like, if you're in an environment where you're surrounded by people, the customers that come into your bar always give you shit, and, like little things, like most people don't take this into account. If you're surrounded by a low income sort of environment, like if you're in somewhere, like I've lived in Liverpool, I've lived in, different places where I was a student, and everything around you is kind of like cheap. Like the drinks you have are cheap, the food you eat is cheap, the clothes you wear, everybody else doesn't have money and you don't have money, and everything you surround yourself with is cheap. So what sort of a person are you going to end up? You're going to end up somebody who's a little bit cheap, and you're not going to end up somebody who's actually making money. So you need to surround yourself with things like things that are online, and also spend time in places where good things are happening. Like go to the gym, go for walks around like places where sports activities are going on. Surround yourself with good, positive habits that you would like to incorporate into your own life. Because if you don't do that, you'll maybe go out drinking every single night, and you surround yourself with other people who are taking drugs and drinking and living a really unhealthy life. And then you'll wonder why you're not able to sort of change your mindset and become successful. It's because you aren't making sacrifices. And I've been through this myself. I can tell you this from experience. So you have to take responsibility right now for where you are in life. As I said, like I've already put this one in. So some basic rules you must understand. Your inputs control your outputs. So there's an entire video on this, and I highly recommend you watch it right now, or just cue it on after this video and just add it to a new tab. It's called Success Has Ingredients by Sam Ovens. And basically he talks about how he studied like different professionals in their field, and he studied chefs. He watched this show about chefs, and he basically was like, why is one chef really, really bad at what they do? Like they make the worst tasting food of all time. They have a terrible restaurant, or they're out of work. And then another chef can somehow be the best in the world, be incredible, and get paid millions by rich people to cook their food. And basically what he found was that the best chefs are those obviously who work hard and who are focused and who are intelligent. But it's the main ingredient is that they actually source the best ingredients. The best ingredients will make the best food. So these chefs would go out and spend lots and lots of time doing things that other chefs wouldn't. They up the barrier to entry into becoming a good chef by going out and finding, the best fish or the best vegetables or whatever it is they're putting into their meals. And they might even have their own farm. Like they literally have set up their own farms. They might be able to, actually look at, okay, what's the soil quality like in this farm? What's the water quality like? How do we make the best possible crops, or how do we have the best animals, or whatever it is? They look at all of the inputs of whatever they're trying to get out. And so it's the exact same here. Your inputs control your outputs. So if you're consuming, content every day, like we're all spending a lot of time in YouTube and Instagram and stuff, and if you're spending all your time watching like stupid shit like reality TV, most people watch reality TV, football, all that sort of stuff. Like I watch football and stuff just mainly for passing the time. But if your day-to-day stuff is just consuming like Logan Paul content, your outputs are going to be what you're getting right now. Whatever you're watching on YouTube right now, if it's not something that's helping you improve yourself, then you're not going to improve your situation. There's no problem with chilling out and watching stuff, but if you want to improve, which you do, it has to become your main priority. It has to become your focus. You cannot just watch whatever you want and then expect your results to change. Your inputs control your outputs. If you're going to the gym, or if you want to get in shape, who's going to get in shape quicker? The person who's eating McDonald's every day, or the person who's eating a salad every day? The person who's eating a salad every day. The people who are eating good quality food and exercising. Those are the inputs in that person. That person over time becomes in good shape. Whereas the person who eats McDonald's, doesn't do anything, they end up fat. So the output is you become fat or you become healthy. And the input is the food. the quality of your sleep, the exercise you do, etc., etc. That's very, very important. Your inputs control your outputs. You must learn focus, which is the art of saying no. So you've probably watched on YouTube, as I said, most of you have watched videos on how to become successful or how to make money. And you see like a million different skills and you're like, oh yeah, I might try this. I might try blogging. And then they do blogging for like a week and then they jump onto something else because blogging was a bit hard. Or they try copywriting and then they're like, yeah, that's cool, but I don't know if I want to do that long term. And then they jump on to the next one, which is like YouTube or AI or whatever they want to do. And they do like a million different things. They get shiny object syndrome where they're constantly going to the next thing that looks good and they never say no to anything. You know, in their life, they want to, you know, make a lot of money. I've seen people who have worked for me or worked with me and they wanted to, you know, grow their income this year. They wanted to do something that's difficult, like something that's really difficult. What's, you know, growing a business or really scaling your income is difficult and it requires all of your focus. And the people who are trying to do that are like still going out with their friends drinking every weekend, or they're like just spending all their time with their girlfriend, or they're spending all their time doing stupid shit that doesn't actually help them with that goal. And those are the people who don't actually succeed because they have no focus in their life. They haven't chosen, okay, this is the thing I want to get good at, I'm going to focus. And so you have to be able to say no to everything else. Hey, do you want to go out and drink this weekend? No. Hey, do you want to spend time doing this? No. Hey, do you want to watch this? No. No, 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 no. Don't want to do any of that stuff. If I am in a work mode, right now, you're watching me, I'm in work mode, right? My main priorities in life are get in shape, make more money. So what am I doing every day? I get up, I go to the gym, I work all day, I go to bed. I get up, I go to the gym, I work all day, I go to bed. It's not the most fun life. I'm not telling you it's the most fun life, but I'm making sacrifices because, you know, I'm not going to do this like all year round every single year, but I might do this for 6 months at a time. And then in that 6 months, because I've focused so heavily on it, I've gotten really good at, you know, I've gotten in much better shape or I've made more money because that's been my main focus. You get good at the things that you focus on, even though if those things aren't very valuable in the world. Like you might spend all of your time playing FIFA. So you know all of the ratings of all the players, you know the speed, you know the best, you know, you get really good at FIFA. But like who gives a fuck about FIFA? Nobody gives a shit. You're not going to like do anything in your life because you're good at FIFA. Unless you're like a pro athlete, which you're definitely not, because those people aren't watching this video. They're spending all their time playing FIFA. So that's pretty much it. The art of focus. You must learn to say no. Number 3. Starting a business while working a 9-to-5 job is almost impossible. You're either all in or all out. Now, I know a lot of you will be working a job at the moment, and there's absolutely no problem with starting it and, you know, doing it on the side for a while, but after a while you have to decide, right, I'm all in or I'm all out. Whenever I first started my business, I was in university, and I was also working as a delivery writer. And basically I was able to allocate like 2-3 hours per day to the business. And then, you know, after a while I was like stressing about university. I was still going out. I was still doing this and that. And I just wasn't able to make it work and I couldn't figure it out why. And then I realized like this takes so much of your focus. Like whenever I actually succeeded at business, it became my entire life. Like whenever COVID happened, I literally just locked myself in a room for like 2 years basically, and just work my balls off. And you don't have to do it that much, you know, if you want to be successful. I wanted to make a lot more money than probably most people will aspire to make. I wanted to make hundreds of thousands of dollars in my first couple of years because I was just really driven. I was just like, I never want to be poor again. I want to make money. But basically I had to lock myself away. There was no socializing. There was no nights out. You know, the most amount of fun I would have is like on a Saturday evening, I'd go and play PlayStation at my friend's house. But that was pretty much it. I had to make this my entire life for a while. And you have to do the same. If you want to actually take a risk and do something, you have to take the risk. You have to quit the job. You have to quit the university degree. I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm telling you, this is what you have to do if you want to get the results that you want. Like if you want to build a business, make money and be able to passively live around the world, travel, make loads of money, do whatever you want, it comes at a cost. There's a trade-off. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that you have to do it. I'm like, if you want to do it, this is the price. Like there's a good Alex Ramosi quote I watched earlier and it was like, you know, you walk into the store and you think, oh yeah, I like pretty much everything in here. All of these, like I walk into a clothing store and I like pretty much all the t-shirts or all the hoodies. You're not going to buy all of them because you understand what the price is of buying them all, and it's not going to be in your budget because you're going to be like, oh, I don't have, $5,000 to spend on hoodies today. It's not that important to me. So you understand that like you want everything, but you just don't want to pay the price. You don't want the trade-off. And it's the exact same here. Like if you want to get all of the benefits of running a business, the prestige of running a business, the amount of people, like I don't even tell people I run a business until I ask. Like people will be like, what do you do? I'm like, oh, consulting business. I don't really say anything about it. And then they're like, oh, that's interesting. That's impressive. You do this at this age, blah, blah, blah. Sounds great. But there's prestige behind running a business. You make really good money. You're able to travel. You're able to do things in your own terms. You're able to, build yourself up as a person. You become sort of, your traits improve, and all of these things are great, but they come at a massive cost. I've burned out multiple times over the last couple of years. I've had really stressful times where I'm just like, what is the point of doing this? And, I just really wasn't enjoying life. But it's like, I wouldn't have gotten all the good stuff if I didn't go through the bad stuff. And if at some point I want to chill and just run businesses and not have to continually grow it and not be stressing, I can do that. I've now accumulated the skills where I can run the business and basically chill out if I want to. But I understand that like if I want to go up the next level, I have to make sacrifices. I have to take the pain and stress that comes with it. And you must understand that too. You have to face that. So, number 4, don't hop from niche to niche or business to business. Pick a good one and go all in. So this is kind of what we talked about with focus. Like you have to choose something, look at the data. Why am I making this decision? Why am I starting this business? Okay. Look at all the different business models you could start online, right? The reason I personally think copywriting and, getting into sales is the best way is because you're just learning one skill. You're learning sales. You learn how to sell yourself and sell products and sell services. Whereas if you started like an agency where, you're selling social media marketing services, for example, a lot of people do that. Okay. You have to find someone, you have to now learn recruitment because you have to learn how to hire somebody who will do a good job. You then have to learn sales, which is like, hopping on calls with clients all the time. Then you have to learn like management of the client and the freelancer that you've hired to do the job. Then you have to manage, all of the different little intricacies of running an agency. It's like it might look good. Okay, you're able to basically get a client and get someone else to do the work. That sounds great, but actually try it in practice. It's not so great. You have to actually do the skill first, get good at it. You think about electricians or, anyone in the construction industry or in the bar industry. I met a lot of people when I lived in New York who worked in construction or, a bar. And I met a lot of owners of businesses who did those things. And all of the people who had construction companies and who had bars had actually done the thing they were, their business was based off to start with. They got good at bar work. They understood how the game worked. And then they went up, saved their money and set up a bar and then hired other people. So you can't just skip from like 0 to 1 where you just like, okay, I'm just going to jump in and hire other people and not have to worry about it. Because what if the client asks you, hey, why are these ads not working? Oh, I don't know. I don't know how to run ads. So I'm just going to sort of wing it. It's like, no, it doesn't really work like that. You have to understand what you're actually selling, because if you don't understand how to do it yourself, how can you understand, how can you explain it to the client? You don't have to understand every single little thing, but you have to have a really, really good understanding of it because you're trying to sell this to people. So that's why I think copywriting is the best skill. That's why I'm telling you to go for copywriting. So whenever I tell you that, you're going to see different niches that will work. I'll tell you a couple right now that work. Supplement companies need copywriters. Info businesses, like consultants, marketing agencies need copywriters. These are all types of businesses that need copywriters. Businesses that don't really need copywriters are like furniture stores, like random stuff that won't, like personal trainers might need copywriters in some capacity, but you have to go figure that out. What is that sort of capacity they need a copywriter in? And so you're going to have to do your own research on what niches work. I'll provide some later in the video of what niches work, but you have to actually dig into it yourself, spend some time on it. At the start, you're going to look at a couple of different ones and be like, this might work, this might work. But then once you pick one, you go all in. You don't jump from one to one. And you certainly do not jump into a different business. If you're going to do copywriting, choose it now. You know what I mean? Like you have like a 5-6 hour course here to make that decision. You understand everything about it. Don't watch this and then do it for a week and then decide it's too hard or you don't enjoy it and jump onto something else. You will fail. You know what I mean? Every business you start at the beginning will be difficult. Like, if it wasn't difficult, everyone would be doing it. You know what I mean? Like, all your friends would have businesses, they'd be making loads of money because it's easy, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of hard work. And so understand that, accept it. It's not a bad fact. Like, you want to work hard because you'll feel the benefits of it, but understand that it's hard and you have to do that. And once you do that, it'll work out. So here's a little diagram from a book that I really enjoy. It's called Atomic Habits. And as you can see, a small change in direction adds up. So in the beginning, the difference looks small, and by the end, the difference is huge. So if you're basically, I'm pretty sure I have some notes here on the side. So basically, whenever you start something, you know, if you're like 1%, if you're doing a little 1% increase per day, there's a diagram as well that goes with this. If you have a 1% increase per day for an entire year, or 0.1%, you know, by the end of the year, you've improved at whatever it is by like 37%. Whereas if you have a 1% decrease, you end up basically at zero. And so if you go in the right direction, it's going to be a very, very small improvement today. You might write a piece of copy, you might not notice anything good. Tomorrow you might write one, you might notice a little tiny thing, but it's like, you know, if I compare it to like somebody who's been doing copywriting for 10 years, mine's going to look terrible. But like, if you're improving that every single day, you're going to get there. That's how they got there. You know, like if you were to play football, for example, you're not going to be a professional footballer on day one, are you? You're going to have to actually take years of effort and reinvesting in yourself and your body and your skills, everything about it. So it's like, it's the exact same with copywriting. You're not going to be good at this at the start. You're not going to be good at running a business, but just accept that and be like, okay, I'm going to enjoy the challenge. I'm going to work on this every single day. I'm going to work on the most important tasks. You know, copywriting, freelance copywriting, for example, is going to be learning how to get good at copy is going to be the first one, then learning how to get clients. Making money using the skill that you can actually get paid for. So this is a little quick before and after about me. So here's me a couple of years ago whenever I was at university. Bit of a mess. I was absolutely skint 24/7. I was afraid of being myself, and I was afraid of other people's opinions. I just didn't want to be myself. I wanted to be myself, but I didn't have the balls to do it. And like, I'm a completely different person as I sit and read this now and look at these pictures. Like, I'm a completely different person to this guy because I just changed everything about myself and like changed it all for the positive. My life is like 10 times better right now. I couldn't complain at all. I was frequently depressed or feeling really lost. I remember anytime I was drinking, I'd go to, we'd be at like the pre-drinks or something. I go to the bathroom and I'm just standing there thinking about like, I've got a moment to myself while I'm drunk and I'm like, oh man, I really want to start a business. I really want to do something with my life. But, I never really knew what it was I could do or what I had to do. And so I was drinking 3-pound bottles of cider at university. If you've ever had Crofters or White Storm or what was the other one, Frosty Jacks, that's what I was drinking. Not very good stuff. And I had no clear idea how to get out of this life. Like, I really had no idea. I didn't have a video like this served to me on a plate. I started just watching loads and loads of different videos, and eventually I got a grip on what I wanted to do. After, I'm now a 7-figure CEO. I'm super healthy and super happy. No shackles at all. I have complete freedom in the world. This is the most free I've ever been in my entire life. Probably the most free I'll ever be because, I'll get married someday. But I understand how money and business works. I understand why people pay money for things, why they pay a lot of money, why they pay a small amount of money, and, how businesses operate, like why certain decisions are made or why certain people do certain jobs, and, just understand it. Now I'm not drinking 3-pound cider, I'm drinking fancy beer instead, which is a nice change. So, what has to change? So, I believe I've already talked about this, but I'll go over it again if I haven't. Firstly, you need to go through a fundamental paradigm shift. The way you currently see the world is leading you to the very stale and boring life that you have right now. I'm going to talk about a few of the main ways that you should start to change things in this presentation. So, hard work. This slide will wipe out 95% of the people watching this video. People who join courses to make money or start their online business, and in 3 months, they've already given it up because it's a scam. These people are lazy and they can't accept the fact that it's difficult and that maybe they aren't working hard enough or maybe they aren't intelligent enough to pull it off, and then they go and blame it on others. If online business is a scam, why are there millions of online businesses that are making money every day? Why do companies like Amazon make billions of dollars a day? You know what I mean? That's an e-commerce business that started out from the bottom and now they're making billions. But apparently it's a scam. You know what I mean? Like, there are people who write for a living. I know people who make 100K a month literally just writing, emails for supplement companies. I've literally done it myself. I've shown you the screenshot of how much I've been able to make as a copywriter. But like, people will still say it's a scam because they're too afraid to face their own harsh truths about themselves, that maybe they're not working hard enough, maybe they're being lazy, maybe they're not willing to change the things that they want to because they're comfortable in their life and they're used to their friends know them as this person, their family knows them as this person. So for them to change takes a lot of courage and it's very difficult and it requires them to look inward and actually change themselves as a person. That's a difficult process. And so a lot of people are afraid to do that and they try something for a week. They don't really go all in on it. They don't put actual real time into it. Like, nobody's going to make $1 million in a week, and they try this for a week and then they think, oh, it's a scam because they didn't do it. And those people, there's two types of people that are watching this video. There's people who won't work hard, be lazy. Like, most of them aren't even watching this section of the video. So if you're watching this section of the video already, just type in hard work down below. Like Floyd Mayweather, what's that thing? Hard work, just hard work, ! If you've watched this far, and I will like your comment, I'll see the real G's. You know what I mean? So if you really want to work online and set yourself up with the life of your dreams, nobody is going to hand it to you. I can't hand it to you. Nobody else is going to hand it to you. If you were handed it, and you've a poor mindset and you don't know how to run a business, it doesn't make a difference. You would destroy the business. You'd fuck it up so quickly. You know what I mean? If you handed a baby access to an entire multinational company, what is going to happen? The baby's going to fuck it up. He has no idea how to run a business because he's a child and he hasn't done this before. It's the same if you handed a multinational company to a 20-year-old who thinks they're really smart and who's like, oh yeah, I know how to do this. You hand it to them, they have no idea how to hire people, they have no idea how to manage the business, they have no idea how to manage the finances, deal with things, deal with problems. Problems come up every single day in business, but if you don't know how to deal with it because you have no experience, then you're screwed. So you have to go through the difficult times, which is learning how to solve problems, deal with failure, deal with difficulty. Once you do that, you'll have no problem just breezing through it whenever you're experienced. So you have to work very hard for a consistent period of time. This is a given. I don't care who you are. You're not going to just skip this part. When it starts to feel impossible, this is where most people quit or get lazy. They think, oh, I don't understand this, or I can't fix this problem. Like, I don't know how to get better at getting clients. I've sent out 500 emails and I haven't gotten a client yet. It's impossible. It doesn't work. I feel like I've tried everything I can and it's not working. Those are the people who fail, because if they quit, like they've just quit. Whereas if they analyze, okay, look at the 500 emails that I've sent, why are they not working? Maybe the subject lines aren't good. Maybe my offer isn't good. Maybe I'm selling something that these types of people don't want to buy. And then those people who self-analyze and look at the things they're doing and improve on them, those are the people who succeed. The people who do it over and over again and constantly reiterate. That's why this will always be a dream for most people. Most people will never get to a point where they can run their own online business. You must be prepared to work for, like a very hard for a consistent period of time without making any money. That's the trade-off, for running an amazing online business. You have to do what most people aren't willing to do. So ask yourself right now, is this something you can handle? If it's not, do yourself a favor and get out of this game before you waste your own time. But if you're prepared to work, you can make more money than anybody you know in your life. Focus. So I've talked a little bit about this, but you're currently using social media, which means you're consuming content that has no service to you. Politics, religion, sports, current events, culture wars, these are all designed to distract you enough so you don't build wealth. Now, I got a lot of comments on my last video when I talked about religion and how it's a waste of time. And what I meant was, I don't mean it's a waste of time like, practicing your faith, but arguing with people about their faith or, getting into pointless little debates online about silly things. That's a waste of your time. You know what I mean? So you must stop consuming the news and zone out of social media for a while. Pick one thing and go for it 100%. If you want to make money, copywriting is the way to start. If you want to get in shape, you must focus on the gym. It's very simple. If you choose copywriting, as I've said, you must not watch a single video on SMMA, Amazon FBA, Forex trading, or any other form of making money. You're getting caught in shiny object syndrome, which is the worst trait of all beginners. I've seen people who do this. They just start one thing, start the next, start one thing, start the next. The grass will always look greener on the other side, but the grass is only greener where you water it. Truth. Your current form of who you are is not acceptable if you want to become successful. You're going to have to change who you are. You're going to have to do things that feel uncomfortable. The decisions that you've made in your life have taken you to the position you're in right now, watching this video. Are you rich and free yet? No. So you have to put the work in. So understand, you must build yourself up to become a complete operator who can get shit done every day. Stop blaming other people for who you are. Take full personal responsibility for your current position and understand that when you make it, it'll be all yours to take credit for. There are toxic people in your life. Cut them out. Get rid of them. Read the book Can't Hurt Me by David Goggins. You will literally never complain about your life again and understand that you can achieve anything. When you see his background, when you see what he's been through in life, and then you see the things he's achieved, you realize that, oh, the elastic band stretches a little further. I can actually do a lot more than I thought I could. So your attention span is very important. Your ability to work, deep work is important. So most people don't even watch more than 20% of a YouTube video. I said I was going to show you an example of this live, but basically, if I were to go onto my YouTube analytics right now, the last video that I posted, which was a 2-hour course, like if you look after like 10 minutes, 10% of the people have watched the video who have clicked on it. So let's say there's 100,000 views on that video right now. Like 10,000 people actually watched through it. The other 90,000 quit after like 5 minutes because they were just too lazy to stick to a video because their attention span was so poor. And if you can't even watch a YouTube video, like if you can't watch a YouTube video for 5 hours, how do you expect to run a business that makes you a lot of money? How do you expect to beat all the other people who are watching this video and trying to do the same thing as you? It's difficult. But if you can't watch a 5-hour video and not do anything else during that time, you clearly need to work on your attention span. Learn to focus on doing things for extended periods of time. Start trying deep work sessions. I do this anytime my focus gets killed by a weekend of drinking or a burnout. I set a timer for 15 minutes and I focus on one simple task during that time. Maybe it's, hey, I want to write an email. Okay, set a timer for 15 minutes, put some decent music on and just write. And then after 15 minutes, you might stop writing, but you might probably just stay on and just keep doing it. That's how you get into a deep work state. I play binaural beats and remove my phone and close all other tabs on my computer to improve my focus. And I repeat this multiple times a day until I get back on top of my focus. Read Cal Newport's Deep Work. It's also a very good book on this topic. Now, habits. Remove the obvious ones. So you need to remove the bad habits and replace them with good ones. Read the book Atomic Habits. It's a really good book. I recommend it. So, no drinking or smoking for the next 6 months. Same goes for video games or any other cheap dopamine habits. Just get them all out of your system. You can't be drinking and smoking if you want to run a business, especially at the start when you want to do the most difficult parts of it. You're not going to get there if you're hungover half of the time, or if you're thinking about the weekend, or if you're thinking about other people, you're thinking about that girl you want to get with, or, you're like, oh, I want to smoke and eat a load of food and watch Joe Rogan. It's like, okay, do that, but you're not going to be successful. Understand it, because people like me or like plenty of other people are going to sit here and work hard and do things that you don't want to do because we want to actually make money and we want to put ourselves through difficult times to make money. If you're not willing to do that, no problem. It's not going to happen for you. So you can have them back when you're rich. People will always look at this and be like, oh, Joe Rogan smokes weed all the time. It's like, yeah, but Joe Rogan does 50 other things that are a lot healthier, and he's been working his entire life, and now he's smoking weed when he's like 50. He wasn't, the people look at the habits that people have when they're actually at the destination that they want to be, but they don't look at what got them there, which is insane focus. So you need to start building good habits. Go for a daily walk for like an hour. Listen to the audiobooks that I've recommended already. And download videos and listen to them. Download mindset videos that are good. I don't mean like law of attraction, like bullshit where you're like, oh, if I just think about it, it'll happen. Like videos that'll actually, if it doesn't require you to do hard work, it's a pointless mindset video. If it doesn't require you to actually think or take a daily habit, then it's a pointless video. It's a video where someone's like, you can just think this into existence. Like, not gonna happen, buddy. Work hard. There's no solution. Get a $10 notebook and start writing out your daily routine the night before. What am I going to do tomorrow? I'm going to get up at 9 a.m. I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to get into my work. I'm going to do outreach all day. I'm going to test my copy. I'm going to post it in this community I'm in, blah, blah, blah. Those are the things you need to write down. You need to be specific about what you're going to do each day. Drink water while you work. Very simple one. And actually, I'm going to get my water right now because I'm thirsty. So, comment. I did this the last time and people had good fun with it and I liked all the comments. Comment, drink your water if you've watched this far in the video. Sheesh. Voice is tired. Do something where you give yourself quick wins. So write something down in a 15-minute deep work session and take a 5-minute break to walk around. Don't watch YouTube as a reward. Just, do your work, take 5 minutes off. That's a quick win. In 20 minutes, you've now completed a piece of work, you've had a little bit of rest, and you can start again. Now you're starting to build up these habits small. They're not going to build up, I'm not telling you to go out and do 10 hours of work in your first day. You know what I mean? You're going to build these up small. You're probably doing some other stuff at the moment before you go all in your business. And so you need to build up the habits where you're able to just focus on work. So as I said, get the book Atomic Habits. Now, this is probably my last point. The importance of a mentor. Every single successful person in the world has gotten there using mentors. Think of Cristiano Ronaldo, easily the most famous and probably one of the most successful men in the world. He started from nothing, worked harder than everyone else, and became the GOAT. But he didn't get there by himself. He had coaches for every single aspect of his life. You can do your research. It's basic and obvious. Footballers have coaches. And for him, he had a nutrition coach, he had a strength coach, he had a dribbling coach, he had a shooting coach, psychology for his mind, money management, literally every aspect of his life. He has someone who's an expert in their field helping him because he knows that he's not an expert in all these areas, but he doesn't have to be. He just has to have an expert's opinion to tell him what the right path is, because as I said, you can go down 2 different paths and a small change in direction will lead you to a very different outcome. If that plane moved 3.5 degrees differently in LA, it ends up not in Washington but in New York. This is very similar. If you do something that's wrong, you'll end up in the wrong place. But if you have somebody who tells you what the right thing is to do, like in this video, you'll end up in the right place. And that's very, very important, because where you spend a lot of your time and energy is very important. Working smart instead of working hard. You can work hard all day on the wrong thing. You get paid £10 per hour working at Tesco. You know what I mean? Yeah, you might work 10 hours. I might work 1 hour today and make more money than you because I'm just working on the right thing. And I know I sound like a dickhead saying that, but it's just true. You know what I mean? There's other people who are working smarter than me and making a lot more money, but it's because I haven't figured out what I need to do to work hard yet. But that's part of the game. So you only have a short amount of time to make this work before the pressures of life, finances, family, etc. force you to settle for a job. You know what I mean? You're going to have to pay your rent, or you're going to have to get a job, so you can make money. And so if you have time right now, this is the best time you're ever going to have in your life. If you're in university, or if you're in a position where you have a spare 30 or 40 hours per week, you're absolutely in the best position you are. If you're not in that position, you need to figure out how you can get in that position first of all, because your time is your biggest resource here. So you need to basically make money, save it up, trade it up, save as much money as you can, sacrifice some things, don't be buying stupid shit, don't buy anything that's not necessary for getting you to your goal, and then focus and then do the work. So if you're going to choose this path of entrepreneurship, you need to invest in a mentor. That's absolutely just a given. So there's more of this in my paid program. Obviously, I have a paid program. I'm not going to hide it. I don't do this stuff for free. I provide lots of free content, and then for people who enjoy it, find it valuable and want to get better at it, I have a paid program which you can take, which is easily, my students have described it as the best course they've ever taken. It's a full program where you get 3 months of community access, you get full copywriting training, you get client acquisition training that's so in depth, and I show you live examples of things. I'm always adding stuff to it. In 2024, I want to add lots and lots of content, so there's going to be new stuff added all the time. So I would love to share more stuff like this here, but you're here to make money with copywriting, so we'll get into it. Mindset is 90% of the work when it comes to making money, and your brain is the supercomputer that makes you money. So you have to invest in it. The difference between you and me right now is that I learned a bunch of shit, changed the chemistry of my brain, and prepared to fail and face harsh decisions like cutting people out and sacrificing some social things. But I'm still 24 now, and I have the world at my fingers. I know all this stuff and have a lot more money. I'm still young, I invested a few years in myself, and now I'm in an amazing position for the rest of my life. And so I want you to be in the same position. And I'm not saying that the only way you get there is by investing with me, but you have a much higher chance of success when you surround yourself with other people, all of the other people who are like, we have tons of people in the program who are all working as copywriters. Some of them are making great money. And, obviously I'm in there as well if you ever need to message me. And we have our team we have a coach that's literally going to coach you through everything, and everything is there for you to succeed. It's a much better place than just doing it by yourself. I can tell you that. If I had a program like this when I first started, I guarantee I would have done a lot better because I would have had actual feedback on my stuff. I would have had a clear guide and clear direction on what I want. And I would have been able to ask questions to people who have made lots of money doing it. And I could just have that mentor that, I didn't really have. So that's going to do it for the mindset section. This is the most important section of the entire course. Now we're going to get into the juicy stuff, the copywriting. So hopefully you found this valuable. I'm recording this massive course over a couple of days. So if I change outfits, that's why. Make sure to comment your favorite outfit from the video right now. Whether it was the gilet at the start or this nice little, quarter zip. But we're just chilling right now. And let's just get into it. Your time is valuable. So see you in the next section. Okay, copywriting introduction. Let's get into it. So, what is copywriting? Copywriting involves creating compelling text that effectively markets a product, service, or concept to a target audience. So that's the definition of it. What it basically means is it aims to persuade readers to take desired actions, like buying a product or subscribing to a mailing list. You're basically writing things in a way that makes people want to buy things. So you're selling a product. You're just selling like you would in person or on the phone, except you're writing it down. And so it involves a lot of skill. There are various forms of copywriting, and each one of these has a different purpose. I'll explain it later in the course. So I want to quickly touch on why AI won't replace human copywriters, because this is something that people always talk about. I actually am going to bring out some AI content later in the year, but for now I just want to briefly cover it. So AI is only a tool and cannot replace humans because it can't create genuine content for humans. It's just like a robot. Maybe in the future it will, maybe in 5-10 years, but right now we're pretty safe from it. Copywriting is mainly about incorporating empathy and creating an emotional response in humans, something that AI cannot do. It requires a lot of nuance. It requires you spending time and actually researching people's problems and then hitting those problems. And that's something that AI just simply can't do at the moment. The emotional component of copywriting is what drives people to spend money. Let me repeat that. The emotional component of copywriting is what drives people to spend money. So AI is a tool. It's not a replacement. Let me repeat that. AI will be a great tool for copywriters, but you must master the skill of copywriting in order to use it. So you can use AI now to write copy for you and help you with copywriting. But if you try to rely solely on AI, it's like writing a university essay without knowing anything about the subject. So if I were to sit down and be like, someone says, okay, write me a full ancient history essay about, Egyptian people or something. I could come up with some bullshit, about Egyptian people, hieroglyphics and shit like that, but I'm not actually going to know what I'm doing. And then if I think, oh, well, I can throw a spell check, or, I can throw a grammar check or something, or I can use ChatGPT to help me out, it's going to produce some bullshit. Like it's not going to be a very good result. So you actually need to master the skill. You need to know what you're talking about in order to start using the tools. Using a tool does not mean you're good at the subject. Like that should be basic with anyone. You give an assault rifle to someone who has never used it before, they're not going to do a very good job with it. You give it to a military person, of course they're going to do a good job with it. It's very basic. It's about the person that's actually writing. It's not about the tool. So I'll be now adding an AI course to my 6-figure freelancer program in the next 6 months. So if you want to hear more about that, sign up below for updates. I'm going to have a link down below where you can get some free shit or something. I'll probably mention what I'm giving away in the description of this program. But yeah, it's down in the description. Sign up for that. You'll get my emails and I'll let you know whenever the AI program comes out. So why copywriting? Well, every single business needs copywriting. Every single business wants to make more money, which means every single business needs more sales. And most businesses are online now, so you're going to be doing those sales through copywriting. Remember, copywriting always comes first. Before branding, before marketing, before design, before content strategy, and even before the sales team, people need to read the shit that you're writing. Your writing actually might come through as like a video. Like you might write a script for someone that they say in like real life. You think of anyone who sells anything. You think of the people, Logan Paul and KSI. I'm only after drinking a bottle of or a can of Prime there because it's delicious. Don't judge me, right? But you think about all the stuff that they sell. They create a narrative around everything they do. They sold boxing fights when they weren't boxers, but they created a narrative where, oh yeah, I'm going to get really, really in good shape and I'm training with the best boxing coach and I really hate this guy, blah, blah, blah. It didn't matter that the product they were selling was shit. The copywriting behind it, the sales, the narrative, the story that they were creating around the product was what actually sold it. The product wasn't even relevant. Nobody watches the actual fight. Nobody gives a shit about the fight. Or people watch it, but they're not boxing experts. They don't give a shit. It's the hype, it's the build up and all the talking shit one another. That's the stuff that actually sells it, and that's what people want. So people actually want to read your copy if it's good. If you can make people want to read your copy, that's when you become a good copywriter and you make a lot of money. So, why is copywriting before? Simply because these departments can't function properly without a copywriter to nail down the messaging behind the business. So if people don't understand why the product is being sold or what's going on with the product, then they won't even get to the sales process. The copywriting is the step one. So the product, the campaign, and the marketing materials require copywriting to do the jobs. So, conclusion, every business, no matter what the size is, needs a copywriter. Although their budgets, goals, and needs may differ, all businesses need a copywriter to sell their products or services. One business might need an email copywriter, one business might need, YouTube scripts written, one might need Facebook ads written, but they all need copywriters. They all need to get better at telling stories, selling, entertaining their audience, and obviously selling their products. So, the best thing for you about copywriting, this is the reason I think it's better than any other online business, is that you do not need any starting budget. A budget will be useful whenever you start to do outreach and try to get clients, because you can just pay for softwares and like list leads or leads of lists where you can actually just find people to work with. But in terms of actually learning the skill, you don't need a budget unless you invest in a mentor, which you should do. You basically don't have any costs outside of that. So like in terms of like, say you wanted to get into e-commerce, it would still be wise to get a mentor, but you should, whenever you get into e-commerce, you also have to buy the products and you also have to pay for the ads. Whereas with this, all you need to do is invest in the education and then you can just do it. Like get really, really good at it. So the biggest downside for most businesses is that they require a budget for the start. This results in the people ending up in debt, creating even more problems for themselves. You are free from these problems with copywriting since you only need a laptop and Google Docs. That's all you need to write copy. You literally, a piece of pen and paper would let you write copy. But you want to do it on Google Docs because it's a lot easier than writing it on page. So copywriting makes you the boss of your own time. Let's be real. Who likes being told by their boss what to do and what not to do? Nobody. I fucking hate it. That's why I do this shit. So I used to work I've worked 20 different jobs before I get into online business, and I always hated it. I didn't like that, let's say I worked in a job and there was a certain task or whatever we were doing, and I was like, why do we do it this way? This way is quicker. And they're like, no, we just do it this way because that's how it's always been done. And I didn't like that someone else's tradition or someone else's bullshit reason for doing something, required me to do a time wasting exercise or do something stupidly. I didn't trust the judgment of other people, and most people aren't very good at their jobs. Most people are fucking idiots. If you get a job and you're working for some manager in a Tesco or in a bar or whatever it is, that person's not going to be a Harvard, educated person, right? They're probably going to be a fucking idiot. Now, I'm not saying that they're all idiots, but I'm saying that the people that I've worked under, some of them are fucking idiots. I do not like working for other people unless it's in a position where I feel like, okay, this person deserves respect because they're good at X, Y, or Z. But most people aren't in that position. Most people are full of shit. So let's be real. Nobody likes that being done. So this might as well be why you've chosen to become a copywriter. This might be the same reason. Copywriting will allow you to work wherever and as much as you want, something other jobs simply don't offer. Now, of course, you pay the trade-off here. You put the work in at the start where you have to work for a while without being paid, but it allows you to, once you get to that point, work on your own time. I'm only after coming home from New York City, lived there for 3 months, didn't do a whole lot of work, was able to do whatever I wanted all the time. Every day was like a holiday. It's not how I want to live all the time, but basically I had 3 months to decompress from building companies over the last couple of years. It was really great. I couldn't do that if I was in a normal job because I wouldn't be making enough money and I would be required to come into work every week. So it makes you the boss of your own time. It also pays well. Copywriting can be a very lucrative career path. I've shown you how much I've made, told you about other people who are making an absolute bomb. And if you can find high revenue companies and write high converting copy for them, you will do really, really well. My students usually get paid thousands of dollars for one piece of copywriting, like one project, and you will be no different. I'll teach you how to do that. So, how to use this course? Step 1, go through the entire course. I mean, literally start from the beginning. If you have skipped to this part, if you've skipped the mindset section, you may as well turn off the video right now. You don't even attempt to be a copywriter or don't even attempt to make money online if you skip the mindset section of this course. If you think you're too smart to skip the mindset section and have someone who's doing better than you teach you something, then you just simply can't do it. I am not like a god. I'm not perfect, but I know what you need to learn in order to become a good copywriter. That's why I'm teaching this program. I take mindset training all the time from people who are doing better than me. And it's just something that you have to understand. I probably come across as arrogant and shit whenever I say I'm better at this than you, but I am better at this than you. I've done this for a couple of years. You're going to be better at shit than I am in other areas of life. You might be better, in the gym, or you might be better at sport. You might be better at playing music, things that I would love to do. But in this realm, this is what I'm good at. And so this is what you have to listen to me on. You have to go back and listen to the mindset section because it's the most important part of this course. It's more important than any of the copywriting stuff I'm going to train you on. So simply watch the entire course from beginning to end. If you can't watch a 5-hour course, how do you expect to build a company and make a lot of money? If you can't use the attention span of watching a 5-hour course, literally watching a YouTube video, if you cannot watch a YouTube video for 5 hours, there's nothing I can do to help you. This is because you need to gain a general understanding of copywriting, and watching this entire course will help you achieve that. To gain a more specific understanding of what copywriting is, check out my private coaching course right down below. There's actually an email list you have to apply. You're not going to just be able to join it with a click of a button. We make you apply. You basically chat with me on Instagram, and I'll see if I can accept you in, because I don't let everyone in, because there are a lot of idiots or a lot of lazy people who try to join the program and I don't want them in. So have a conversation with me on Instagram. Basically how you do that is you speak to me, you sign up down below for my emails, and I will let you know how to get in touch with me. Step 2, complete your worksheets. So I've added worksheets into this course. The course is divided into 15 sections, and there will be worksheets with specific tasks and goals at the end of each section. So if you want to be really successful and make money with this course, you must complete these before proceeding to the next section. You have to start learning discipline. I'm giving you a full 5-hour course here on everything I've learned over the last couple of years. You can't just skip it all. You can't just go your own way. Just do something. Actually commit to this course. If you're going to watch this course, commit to it. If you don't want to commit to it, no problem. You're not going to make money. I can guarantee you that. But you have to commit to it. Step 3, don't fall for the confusion trap. I know that you might feel confused at times since this is completely new to you. This is what education feels like. It's difficult. You're learning new things. You don't really know what to make of everything. You're like, is he telling the truth, or what's this about? What's that about? I totally understand it, because I've been through this. I've been through all the different online businesses whenever I started, and this is the one I chose, and this is the one I've pursued for years and made a lot of money with. So what I want you to say is, do not make the mistake of overanalyzing every single thing that I teach you to the point where you get stuck. This is all about execution. You learn, I teach you what to do, then you execute. You don't learn it and then you don't go to 50 other videos and be like, what does this person say about this? What does this person say? What does this person say? Because if you do that, you've just moved 5 times slower. You know what I mean? If you actually just be like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, trust that I can give you good information. If you don't trust that I can give you information, there's no point watching this course, because what I'm going to teach you, you have to execute on. If you do trust that I can teach you this, then you're going to be in a good position, and you have to actually execute on what I teach you very, very fast. This is what I'm telling you. Do your worksheets, watch the course, then execute. Do what I'm telling you, just move fast. That's how you will make money. Money is fast. It moves fast, and you have to move fast with it. So simply follow my instructions and don't get stuck in this overthinking maze. As you become successful, you'll realize the importance of these steps. This is stuff that you'll only learn by experience. So that's going to do it for this section, and I will see you in the next one. Okay, so this section is all about picking your niche and doing your research. So let's get into it. So number one, let's talk about why this is the first thing you need to figure out. Secondly, we're going to talk about picking niches and the products you're going to sell or your clients are going to sell. And number three, we're going to talk about product and market research. Research is the most important aspect of actually getting clients and actually writing good copy, because if you don't understand your market, there's no way you can sell to them. And this goes for, as I said, when you actually start working with someone and you're selling products to their market, if you don't understand the problems and the pain points of the customers, you won't be able to emotionally invest them in your copy, and which means your copy won't make a sale. So the same goes for actually getting the clients. Like if you don't know what drives a certain type of business owner to pain and how you can solve that, then there's no way you're going to be able to convince them that you can solve it. Because if you understand that, like, hey, okay, like let me give you an example. I'm going to talk more about this as we go, but an example would be, okay, YouTubers need help with script writing. So there may be a YouTuber who is making videos, 3 videos a week. I've been in this situation. They're making 3 videos a week, and it's taking them all of their time. They're spending literally their whole week spending it, 80, 90 hours a week. But they know that they're making money, and they know that the script writing is probably what takes most of the time. It takes half a day to write that. They know that if they had that half a day, they could make more videos, which would make them more money. They could spend more time with their family, more time with their friends, more time basically doing anything. So a lot of their time is being spent every week, a day and a half every week if they're making 3 videos on just script writing. So if you can pitch them that, and if you can figure out what problems they're having by basically being like, all right, now that I understand, okay, this guy, script writing is taking up half of your week, and you probably have shit you want to do. You probably know you can make a lot more money. If you just pay someone to write your scripts for you, you will save all of that time and you'll get XYZ result. Sell the dream, sell the dream, sell the dream. Whatever the dream is for them, saving that extra 1.5 days a week, then sell it. That's what you need to sell. You need to understand their pain points so you can sell the dream to them. So you simply need to know about which product or service you're going to write about. Picking your niche is the first step towards figuring it out. Then as you figure out your niche, you'll decide on the product that you'll be writing about. Some might ask, why can I not simply write about a different product each time? Well, I'll give you an answer to that. Let's make it simple. If you want to be the best copywriter in the world, you must know everything about your potential customer. It is humanly impossible to write high converting copy without knowing this information. I've done it before. You know what I mean? If you try and write something that's something you have no understanding of, like I talked about in the last section with, writing an essay, but you only know the basics of it, you don't actually understand what you're talking about, then you're not going to do well. Research is the boring behind the scenes stuff that nobody sees, but that's where your expertise comes from. If you're studying something all the time, you're going to get really, really good at it. You're going to have a good understanding at it. If you ever looked at Mr. Beast on YouTube, that guy spent thousands and thousands of hours on YouTube, him and his friends all doing the same thing. And it was through all of those thousands of hours of research is where he got his knowledge that allows him to basically start any channel and have it be successful. Whereas if you compare that to somebody who's a beginner or somebody who's just half doing YouTube, they haven't got those thousands of hours of experience, so they don't understand it. It's the same here. Who's going to sell more? 2 copywriters, both at the same level. One does, 100 hours of research on his customer, and one does 10. The person who does 100 is going to be way better. They're going to be literally 10 times better than the other one, because they actually know what they're talking about and they know the pain points. And it doesn't matter how much this one copies this one, he'll never truly understand what the problems are, and therefore he'll just be making a cheap copy of this other guy's work. So let me ask you this. If you're going to write about a different product each time, do you think you'll be able to know your target audience perfectly? So if you're writing for supplements today, personal trainers tomorrow, info businesses the next day, e-commerce companies the next day. You're going to have to do the research 4 different times for each type of business and each type of product. So obviously you're not going to understand your audience. This means that the quality of your copy will be low and you won't make any money. So there are some basic principles like that you can apply. You can basically, a really, really experienced copywriter will be able to write about any subject quite well, but they always have to do the research anyway. Maybe they'll have to do a little bit less research. They'll be more efficient with the research, but you only become efficient with your research and you only become good enough to not rely on hours and hours of research if you've actually done your work before, if you've put in the hours where you become really, really good. So at the start, you have to spend a lot of time researching whenever you do copy. Don't just jump out and be like, all right, I'm going to write copy for this person. I'm just going to copy whatever somebody else is doing and pump that out. It's going to be shit. I can tell you it's going to be shit. So what to do next? This means you have to pick a niche and a product you will write about. So choose, okay, supplements are a good one. I want to write for supplement companies and sell supplements. That means you do a lot of research on supplements. You might have specific supplements you want to focus on. You might have specific companies you want to focus on. So maybe you sell to companies who sell, creatine and protein powder and stuff like that for people who go to the gym. Then you get really, really in-depth on how, these products benefit people, and you find pain points that people have when they don't use them. You see like, all right, creatine improves your muscle gain in, by 1/3 over 6 months or something like that. You figure out all the little details, and then you're like, look, here's how I can transform your gym gains by an extra 30% over 6 months with a simple, supplement. And then you sell the creatine. But you only understand that when you do your research. I've obviously looked into creatine a little bit because I take it for the gym. But it's like if you understand the product, you understand the audience, then you'll be able to sell it really, really well. Compared to someone who's just trying to sell it like they would sell anything. Like, there's plenty of salesmen out there who will just sell fucking anything and they have no idea what the customer wants. They're terrible. So in the beginning, many people need clarification about which product to choose because there's so many out there. And I completely understand it. Because of that, I'll give you some super simple advice. So you need to go where the money is. You will make a lot of money if you can write high converting copy for companies that are making big profits. So you need to go to companies that are making big profits on their products. If their product costs $50 and it costs them $45 to make it, they're only making $5, which means they can barely pay you anything to actually sell them. Unless they're doing like a massive 10 million a month volume or something like that, they're not going to have the money to pay you. So you need to go where profits are high. So let's think of some basic ones. The reason I say supplements cost like a couple of dollars to make, maybe $2, maybe less. But they're able to sell them for like $50 or $100 because of the perceived benefits of them. So you need to write for companies that are actually selling something with a high profit margin because then they'll have the budget to pay you. Because companies want to make money. They want to make profit as well. So if they're making $100 and 80 of that goes to product costs, they only have $20 left. And you're not getting all of the $20 out of that. They're going to take some profit for themselves because they need to reinvest it. They need to pay themselves to work. And so you need to pick something where there's a high profit margin so you can actually get paid your fair amount of money for the work that you're doing. So you've heard that right. In the next slide, I'm going to show you the top 6 most profitable niches for copywriting in 2023 and 2024. And these pretty much these are universal. Like these are going to last for a long time. And I'll tell you why. So health and fitness. Everyone needs health and fitness to be improved. Like everyone needs to go to the gym. Everyone needs to be eating well. Everyone needs to have good sleep, good amount of water, all these things will never change. In 10 years time, people are still going to want to be healthy and fit, and they're going to want to save time on that by buying products. I remember watching Jeff Bezos' podcast there with Lex Friedman, right? And he's talking about the principles he has at Amazon. And one of them is like why he has these principles is like, he knows that in 10 years, what are the unchangeable things that in 10 years will still be true? Well, in 10 years, customers will still want low prices, they'll still want fast shipping, and they'll still want a vast selection of items. So what he's able to do is focus his business around those 3 principles, and then he knows that, okay, we can spend a lot of time and energy on focusing on these 3 things, and these are the most important things. And it's the same with copywriting. You focus on things that you know people will always have a problem with. If you're selling like if you were to be selling NFTs, you know what I mean? That's like a 6-month, 1 year thing. You might make a bit of money, more money than you would with other things, but if you're just going to focus on gimmicky things that last for a short amount of time, then you're not going to be very good at it. So you should focus on writing for things that have key fundamentals in them. So all of these things. Finance. People always want to make more money and save more money as they make it. Tech is always coming on, like AI, all of these things, they're always coming on. So people will always want to sort of, like, people will always be buying tech, and there's high profit margins in it. So it might not be, I'm not saying to go and look at the most gimmicky thing, like what the new tech is for this year, but you basically look at how tech customers buy their tech, or what the key problems are with people who, buy things. So I mean, like software, stuff like that. Like, what are the pain points? Maybe the pain point is they're spending too much time doing a certain task, and so with the software they might be able to save a lot of time. So you're going to understand, if you were in the software game for years and you're doing copywriting for software companies, you're going to make a lot of money because softwares will always be coming out to save people time. So that's basically a time one. E-commerce. So e-commerce is obviously a very broad niche, but people will always be buying and selling things online. People will always be selling, like, e-commerce is more so just not even like an industry. It's just like a sort of way of selling. So it's like you might sell a health and fitness product that could come in multiple forms. That could come in a fitness program, or it could come in a supplement. Both very different things. Like, supplements are an e-commerce business because you're selling a product online. And so e-commerce, just have a look at the most profitable sort of types of e-commerce companies. Don't look at like people selling $2 products on Amazon, because there's no money in that game. Real estate. This is obviously clear. Like, there's so much money in real estate. If you've ever met a real estate agent, they're the biggest douchebags ever, because they're making so much money and they don't know what to do with it. And so if you're going to be writing for real estate companies, you're going to make a lot of money. I know people who literally just wrote Instagram captions for real estate companies, and they paid an exorbitant amount of money because they had the money. Like, you target rich people, you go where the money is. Rich people don't give a shit about paying you like 1 or 2K, whereas some little shitty Shopify store owner will be like, oh, I don't know whether to pay you 50 or 70 bucks, and you're like, you shouldn't be dealing with people who are that cheap. You need to deal with people who actually have money, because those people don't give a shit. They just want a good job done, and if you can be good at your job, then you can get paid. If you're good at your job and you're getting paid shit money, then you need to move on. If you're getting paid shit money and you don't feel like you're good at your job, then you need to get better at it. You need to get better at copywriting, which takes a lot of time. So focus on the skills. And 6, personal development. This sort of ties in with health and fitness and finance. People want to make more money. People want to get in better shape. People want to improve spiritually, and there's a million different ways that people want to improve. And this is a great niche to be in, because you understand what are people's key pain points. Maybe they're just struggling in their life. Maybe they're not having a great time. Like, they need help. Like, I was in this space before. I also would consume personal development content. So I read books. Like, I don't read like Tony Robbins and shit, but I read, anything that can help me improve as an entrepreneur and improve as a person. You look at, even Alex Hormozi does self-improvement, like personal development content for people who want to get better at business and fitness, and then he throws some life advice in there as well. So there's lots of money to be made in personal development if you can write well. So health and fitness, we're going to go into each one of these a little bit more in detail. The US fitness industry alone is expected to be worth $434 billion by the end of 2028. This already leads to higher demand for copywriters who can create persuasive copy for personal trainers, fitness brands, so brands that sell, like fitness clothing or whatever, maybe gym equipment, gyms, obviously companies like gyms that would like to get more clients. Maybe they want to sell a 6-week program and they need a marketing project done for it. Like, they need emails sent out, they need flyers written, they need maybe ad scripts for Facebook written, all of these things. Nutrition products, nutrition and supplements, we've covered that already. Wellness centers, like there's tons of these sort of wellness centers. They could be spas, they could have like saunas and pools and all that sort of stuff, or they could be, there's what I mean with a wellness center. Fitness influencers and creators, so they always are needing to pump out content. Look at people, like, as a basic fundamental, look at people who are creating something that has to be created over and over and over again. So if someone has an email list, those emails need to go out every single week for the rest of time. It's the same with these influencers. They need to make content every single day. So if you can help them in some way, whether that be helping them with YouTube scripts or whatever it is that they're actually creating content around, if you can help them with that, you'll have consistent work for a long time, which makes you consistent money. Finance. There aren't many copywriters who want to specialize in the finance industry, mainly because financial topics can get very technical very quickly. That said, an industry with a huge budget and a shortage of copywriters is the recipe for a fat paycheck. So when the barrier to entry is a little bit higher here, but the money is a lot better. That's a general rule for anything in business. If the barrier to entry is higher, the money is better. Targeting banks, investment firms, and insurance companies are very lucrative opportunities. Now, this is going to take you a while to get into. You're not going to do this at the start because it's difficult, because these companies require a professional. And to be professional, you need to have experience and you need to actually present yourself professionally. So, like whenever I was starting out, even just thinking about myself, I was like, 21-year-old kid. I wasn't going to be able to work with like a sort of real estate company or an insurance company, because they take one look at me and they see, okay, this guy's wearing a Guinness t-shirt and a hat, a Nike hat, and he doesn't look professional. He doesn't come across professional. He doesn't have a very good setup with the way he communicates or anything. But through experience and through time, I look like someone who would work with a real estate company now. So real estate companies or whoever it is will take you more seriously as you grow older and as you get more experience. But there's a lot of money in them. You just have to build up the steps. You have to start small. You can't start by working with the biggest companies in the world. So, tech industry, one of the fastest growing industries today. The industry is expected to grow by 5.4% in 2023. The conclusion is that there's a huge demand for copywriters now in the coming years. Here are the top 3 businesses to start with your copywriting. SaaS startups. I've already talked about this. Software as a service. One of the best ways to basically write, because you can write for these companies that are literally generating so much cash every single month. Cybersecurity companies, these are worth an absolute fortune, and also hardware stores. Literally all of these, they're like a diverse range of companies that you could work with, but all of these companies have high profit margins and you can definitely write for them. E-commerce. About 23% of retail purchases are expected to occur online in 2024. Please comment, drink your water, because I'm about to drink some. That's good water. Okay. Any company will gladly pay you $10,000 if you can make them an additional $100,000 in revenue. It's a very lucrative field, and you also have a lot of options. Here are some of them. Number 1, product descriptions. So product descriptions for an e-com store. Maybe they sell a product. I always use the supplement term, but maybe they sell iodine drops as a supplement. You can write a product description of why these iodine drops will help you. You figure out the pain points. What are the main benefits of this product? Okay, it improves your focus. It improves your, ability to sleep. Your sleep becomes better, blah, blah, blah. Then you find people who are struggling with these problems and be like, what are the problems caused by poor sleep? Oh, I'm not able to function well at my job. Oh, I'm not able to, I find like I'm tired in social situations or this or that. And then you dig really deep into those problems, and then you take out stories, and then that's what you're able to sell your problem with. Well, iodine will have solved that problem. You wouldn't have been tired at the party if you had iodine. Sell the dream. This product will fix your problem. This is the dream. The product is the dream. Email campaigns. Pretty basic. Send out emails. You maybe have an email flow where somebody signs up and automatically they're sent emails every day for a period of time, 30 days maybe, or they're sent weekly emails about the product. Social media copy. Pretty basic. Facebook ads, Instagram posts, whatever it is. Sales pages. So that's basically product descriptions. But maybe it's a full sales page. Maybe it's a sales ladder about a product. Maybe it's not just a simple e-commerce store. Real estate. Now, all of those businesses need persuasive copy for their websites and social media. And that's where you come in. So real estate companies always need persuasive copy. Because people are selling, like you think about a real estate company selling a house. They might make $150,000 in profit off a house they sell. They can easily pay you $5,000 to help them sell that house. That's why they pay real estate closers really high commissions, because they make a shitload of money for them. They might pay them 2 or 3% on the property, but that 2 or 3% might be worth like $50,000 or something crazy. And it's the same as a copywriter. So if you can prove that you can increase their conversions with your words, they will be more than willing to give you a good cut of the profits when they close a deal. Personal development. Guys like David Coggins, Tim Ferriss, Tony Robbins are at the peak of their popularity. Thanks to those three big stars and plenty of other ones, people have realized how important it is to develop their own mindsets. Like, this will allow you to improve in every way of life. Because of these, there's an insane demand for all sorts of personal development techniques and coaches. That said, the best way to make the big bucks is to target mindset, sport, meditation, spirituality, and self-help coaches. So what you can write for, like, what products would they sell? A lot of them sell books. A lot of them sell their own content. Like, so you may be writing for an email list where they sell, or they're just telling you to watch their latest YouTube video, or they're selling, courses or info products or coaching programs, anything like that. Like anyone who helps you solve a problem, whether it be in your mind, whether it be in your body, they are in personal development, and they charge a lot of money because they have this, they're able to solve a huge problem. If somebody's in really, really bad shape, they will happily pay £1,500, £2,000 to solve that problem, or even more. You know what I mean? Like, you hear about these superstar sort of psychologists or therapists or whatever getting paid massive money by celebrities because their problems are very difficult to solve, and they need someone who's really, really good at it to solve that. And someone who's really, really good at something charges a lot of money. So if you will help someone charge a lot of money, you're able to get a percentage of that money, and you'll get paid very well. Product and market research. So now that you've chosen your product, it's time to research both the market and the product. So research the people who buy it and research the product itself. What does the product solve? How does that help what are the pain points that you can find with people? Or you go straight to the market first. You figure out, okay, what are the problems people are having? How can I find a product that solves that problem? How can I go and work with companies to sell that product? Very, very basic. So let me say that again. If your audience has a problem, find a product that solves that problem, and then reach out to companies that sell that product. That way you're selling a high profitable product that is able to solve a big problem for a lot of people. That's where there's a lot of money. So you need to look for that. Proper research is at least 50% of the key to writing great high converting copy. So pay very close attention to what I'm about to tell you. So the entire goal of this course is for you to write high quality sample portfolio about a product you choose at the beginning of your course. The sample portfolio will serve you as a showcase of your skill. Sorry, hiccuping. A lot of speaking today. This sample portfolio will serve you as a showcase of your skills to your potential client. Having this portfolio will dramatically increase your chances of getting hired by a high-paying client. So let's just touch quickly on portfolio. You need a portfolio in order to make money as a copywriter. You need to show people what you can do. If you want to get your car fixed, you're going to go to a mechanic that has a garage with other cars in it, or you're going to go to a mechanic that other people have recommended because you want to see that they've done it before. It's the same for literally anything. You buy anything because of social proof. You see that someone else is drinking something or someone else is eating something, and you eat or drink it. See that someone's using the gym, you go there. You don't go somewhere. Nobody wants to be the first person to buy something because they want to know that other people have tested it and that it's not shit and that they can get it themselves and it'll be a good result. So you need to do the same. You need to show people, hey, look, I've made this, this type of, this is the type of work I've worked on before. These are the companies I've worked with. And, you see it everywhere. Like if it's a big marketing agency, hey, our clients are, Coca-Cola, Apple, Nike, whatever it is. And the bigger the clients they have, the more trusting people are in that agency. So a perfect example of this as well is a lot of people, now I'm not going to tell you to do this, but I know that Casey Neistat, one of the biggest YouTubers in the world, used to make advertisements. He was a filmmaker. He would make advertisements for companies, and he wanted to make some for Nike. So before he was able to work with Nike because he wasn't good enough, or he just hadn't got in front of them yet, he would just make fake Nike commercials and say that he worked with Nike. Now obviously he's sort of being a little bit deceptive there, but if he made a good commercial and it looks like Nike would have paid for it, even if they haven't paid for it, people say, okay, that's an amazing advert. I'm going to pay this guy to work with me. So if you have to do a little bit of bullshit, and it's not the end of the world. Like, as long as you're actually good, as long as you focus on the key fundamentals, which is being good at what you do, and you don't con people by writing shitty work for, and people are going to see through it very quickly. If you're shit at what you do and you say you work with Apple aren't going to pay someone who's shit at what they do. So you have to write well. You have to focus on the fundamentals before you do any bullshitting. You know what I mean? I'm just telling you this to save you some time, because you're going to spend a lot of time in this, and people will spend years and years not having a portfolio because they've just been too lazy. They haven't focused on being good at it, and then they think they need to have every single company in the world to work with them before they can have a portfolio. Write the shit, do the shit for people and say, look, I work with this company, or, here's the type of work I do. Product research. Ask yourself these questions about your product. What does it do? What problem does it solve? How does it solve this problem? What are the product features? Convert the features into the benefits. What is the product USP? So the unique... Jesus Christ, I'm forgetting it. Jesus Christ, this is bad. I know what the unique selling point. Okay, unique selling point. I knew what that was. I just couldn't get it in my head. Okay, so features in the benefits converter. Features are a product's traits or attributes that deliver value to your target customer. On the other hand, benefits are the ways these traits will help you will help your customer in real life scenarios. In the next slide, I will show you exactly what I mean. So, 1 terabyte of storage. So let's say you're selling, hard drives. 1 terabyte of storage. Well, never forget when your baby took the first step. So how do we arrive at that conclusion? Okay, 1 terabyte of storage stores lots and lots of videos and photos. So you might be running low on storage, and you have 2 choices. Either delete all the stuff I have, or I buy more storage, which costs more money. But I might lose a really sentimental video here of when my child took its first step, something that I want for the rest of my life. And so now a hard drive, the most boring product on earth, has now become a home for a video that you'll save for the rest of your life of your child taking its first steps. The most boring product alive has now become the most interesting product alive because of what it does for the customer. Batteries included. Avoid the extra trip to the store. So there's already batteries in this, remote control. Buy it. It'll save you getting in the car, driving out, going to the store and having to buy one. It'll save you all that inconvenience, all that thinking and effort and petrol money you have to spend and all that. Just buy the product. It's $2 extra, but it has batteries included. It'll save you a lot of time. That's how you change that one. Peroxide-free whitening. Looks amazing, but also feels amazing. You know what I mean? Like someone is 2 options. Teeth whitening with peroxide, teeth whitening without it. The one might be cheaper without it, but this one is also, they both look as good as each other, but this one feels better. This one is less detrimental to you. So I'm actually going to go back to this one because I wanted to cover this. So I want to give you an example product and then I'll answer these questions. So what does it do? Let's talk about creatine. Creatine is a supplement that helps you in the gym. It helps you increase your muscle mass and, a bunch of benefits. So what does it do? It helps you grow muscle at a faster rate. It's shown to improve your cognitive abilities, your ability to think. And what problem does it solve? Well, the problem is you want to look big. You're already going to the gym. Why are you not taking creatine? Taking creatine will guarantee that you will get in bigger shape. Instead of wasting all that time in the gym by not using creatine, you can just use it and improve your results. You know what I mean? Like you make people, the pain point is, oh God, I'm going to the gym, I'm doing all this hard work, but I'm wasting my time because I'm not optimizing it. I'm not taking all the things I should be taking that are healthy. I'm not telling you to take roids or anything like that. But it's like there's things you could do that are healthy that don't cost any effort. Like you throw a bit of creatine into your breakfast, boom, you're now getting bigger muscles. It costs you barely anything, but you're doing that every day and it's getting you bigger muscles. So how does it solve this problem? Well, you take a little bit of it and it solves it. What are the product features? As I just said, like it's got this compound, this compound, this compound. This compound helps you with your cognitive ability. This one helps you grow muscle faster, blah, blah, blah. And then convert the features into benefits. So that's literally what I just talked about. So what is the product unique selling point? Well, it's a supplement that you can take that's not illegal, it's healthy, and it solves all these problems. As I said, simply put, the unique selling USP is a unique mechanism or approach that makes your product stand out from the competition. Your ultimate goal as a copywriter is to make your customers believe your product is the best. Figuring out the USP of your product will massively help you achieve that. In the next slide, I'll show you how to do it. So, creating your USP. What does your product do? List the core problem it solves and the related benefits. So, that core problem we just talked about, I can't get big enough in the gym. Take some creatine, will help you get bigger in the gym. I didn't take a drink of water, man. This is heavy. I've been talking for like 3 hours today. Need some creatine for my voice. Okay, how does it deliver results? So what unique solution is used to resolve this problem and deliver the wanted benefit? So how does it fix what you want? And why is your product unique? Why would someone purchase it over your competition? So what does your creatine have that somebody else's doesn't? That's what you need to find out. You need to speak to the client that you're working with and be like, what does your product have that other creatine products do not have? So what do you do with all this information? Now you have all this information. This is all your research. Get it all together and put it in a Google Doc and keep it safe and secure. This will be your product research document for this product. You'll only need it once you start writing. So, researching competition. After researching your product, you must do the same for your competition, because if you don't, then you won't be able to create your USP because you don't know what other people have. Everybody might have a certain feature, and if you list it as, oh, hey, ours does this, the customer doesn't give a shit because the customer's like, oh, well, everybody has that. But you need to find something that your product has that other people don't. So, pick at least 3 of your product's most significant competitors and go through the same process you would with your own product. This time, it will be easier because you won't have to come up with benefits and a USP since somebody has already done it. So, pick your biggest competitors, go through the same process, right? So, when I was buying this fleece, right, I went to a couple of different stores and they all had like basically the same looking fleece, but this one had better quality. It fit better on my arms. It makes you look better. That was the problem I had. I was like, I want to buy something, I want it to fit well. I don't really give a shit if it's a little bit more expensive because the problem that I want to solve is looking a little bit better in my top. And, you know, I've like you go into all the deeper things, right? Okay, I'm going to the gym. I'm getting in good shape. Okay, I'm putting all this work into my body. I want to show it off with the clothes that I wear. I don't care about like buying something cheap just so I can have a cheaper product, you know, a cheaper fleece. Because to me, spending that money isn't just about the money I'm spending on the product. It's all of the investment I've previously done on like buying, you know, on like going to the gym, getting in good shape, all that sort of stuff. That's worth more to me. That makes any product worth more to me because I'm like, right, this product can help me look better because I've already done the work. It's worth it. So, market research. Market sophistication. Now we're getting into the deeper shit. Market sophistication consists of 5 levels. Your goal here will be to figure out where does your product stand. A lower level of market sophistication indicates that there's little competition. So basically, a higher level market sophistication indicates that you're in a competitive market. So if there's a lot of people selling what you sell, you have to be a lot smarter. You have to be better at selling. You know what I mean? If less people are selling it, you don't really give a shit. You can just sell, you can just be lazy about it. But you're not going to be able to be lazy when there's money on the table, because when there's a lot of money out there, it doesn't be long until there's a lot of competition, which means you can't be lazy. So typically you'll see things that people do well. Like this is a basic one, right? People on YouTube, whenever YouTube first came out, people were able to make the stupidest looking videos of all time. The most basic shit, just them sitting behind a camera talking like I am now. I'm putting 5 hours worth of effort into this though, and I've come up with a whole slideshow. But people, whenever they first started, say, copywriting videos, they would have like literally just sat behind the computer and rambled on for 10 minutes. That would have got like 100,000 views back in the day. But now if you want to get 100,000 views, you have to build a studio. You have to present yourself well. You have to learn how to speak well. You have to figure out what the target audience wants. So I have to do research and be like, what do people want to learn? Okay, people want to learn how to start copywriting. They want a long course that teaches them every single aspect about it because they're confused at the start. They're confused, it's difficult, so I want to help you. So the market is more sophisticated, and even on YouTube, you look at people like Mr. Beast, they have entire production companies to make their YouTube content. You didn't need that at the start because the market wasn't sophisticated. So it's the same here. If you're writing copy, you need to do more research and more work, but the more research and the more work you do pays you higher. So let's have a look at how each one of these will influence your writing. Level 1, I am the one. Level 1 is the level with the least sophistication. You basically don't have any competition. So you'll find this with new and emerging markets. So when AI first started coming out, you know, you could sell AI products a lot easier because there was a lot less competition. Whatever it was you were selling, you know, if you some sort of AI tool that you were selling, you know, you didn't really have to work that hard because AI was new and unique and you were the only one selling it. Imagine being the creator of the first laptop or the first car or the first supplier of the weight loss pill. Copy must focus on education and building awareness of the product or service. You have to let people know what the product actually is. Then level 2, why you're better. So you're getting a little more competition at stage 2. So your direct claim isn't enough anymore. You need to take the original claims you had and make them better. You can't just say this pill will make you lose weight. You say take this pill, you'll lose weight in 7 days or less. You have to add a little bit more, make it a bit spicier for people to actually want to buy it. Copy needs to promote your product's specific features and benefits. To surpass the competition at level 3, you now need a new mechanism to make the old promise work. This is where your USP comes into play. A good example is High Smile, teeth whitening strips, which stand out because of their unique sensitivity-free whitening ingredient. So they have a unique mechanism. Hey, whiten your teeth, but it's not going to make you sensitive teeth. All these other products that everybody else has, they'll give you sensitive teeth, they'll be sore. Ours won't. Ours solves the problem and makes it better for you. The copy needs to focus on how different you are from the rest. Level 4, competition overload. At this stage, it gets really, really competitive. So now not only do you have to promise more benefits to your competitors, you need another mechanism. You need to come in strong where your competitors fall short. Copy needs to focus on that one thing that makes your product better than everyone else. And level 5, what makes you legendary? This is the point we're at on like YouTube and stuff now. I don't know what type of content you watch on YouTube, but I watch a lot of fitness content because that's what I'm interested in at the moment. And I noticed that like back in the day, you could get away with basic stuff. Like you see Sam still like doing it right now, but he's doing it in a unique way. But basically, all you needed to do was make very basic fitness videos of you sitting behind a camera and talking, and because there's no competition, it's all people have to watch, and so they just watch it and they don't care. Now people are doing like full-on challenges where they're traveling around the world to like try insane fitness challenges or interview people or speak to someone. You know what I mean? You can get away with a lot less at the start, but once it becomes more difficult to get the views, people will work harder to do it because the money's still the same, or the money's even better because more people are watching it, but the competition has also risen because of the increased money. The market goes where the money is, so people will flock to wherever the money is. You have to be more competitive when people flock to something. That's why, I could get a little deep here, but like cities like New York, whatever, I'm just back from New York. There is insane amounts of money in New York. There's insane amounts of money in America. You see, it's very competitive to get a job there. It's very competitive to set up a business there. Everything about New York is hyper competitive. But it's because there's so many people there. There's so much life going on. There's so much more to sell. I am currently filming this in my studio in Belfast. There's nowhere near as much competition there. So you see that everything about Belfast pales in comparison to somewhere like New York as a city. You know what I mean? There's clear competition makes things better for the customer. It also means there's a lot more money. The customer will pay more. And it's the same. It's the same for this. So at this point, people are not listening to you anymore. It's not about what you sell, but how you sell it. Copy needs to focus on what makes your brand memorable. Brands like Ferrari, Rolex, and Apple are perfect examples. So as I said, with the fitness example, the message is going to be the same. Everybody knows the same basic shit about fitness now. They know, they've watched all the basic stuff. Now they need someone who's going to entertain them while they learn fitness information. So what to do next? Right now I've shown you all the 5 levels of market sophistication. Your task at this point is to determine your product's level. So choose the product that you want to sell for a customer. This is where you start doing your market research and determine what level it is. Level 1 to 5. Okay, watch the video. You've got all the information you need to determine that. You actually know what you're doing. Go back and watch it again if you haven't taken notes. And once you know this, it'll be far easier for you to write high converting copy for that product. If you want to gain a more profound understanding of the entire research process, go check out my private coaching group. If you're struggling right now with your market research, you're still a little bit confused, that's okay. We have our program where we go into this in more detail. We have a coach who can explain it to you in more detail. We have a community of people who are also learning the same thing. I'm available if you need to message me. Everything is set up for you to get a lot more help if you join the community, but it's your choice. My coaches and I are explaining this whole process in great detail, so I have way more in-depth content inside the courses in my program. So here's a little worksheet for you at the end of this section. Number 1, pick your niche and your sample product. So go out there and through all the information I've given you, find some products that are interesting to you. If you're into fitness, you're probably going to tailor more towards fitness products, blah, blah, blah. Research your product and come up with your USP, your unique selling point. So go out and find lots of companies that sell this product. Take inspiration. Like, what's this company's unique selling point? What's this company's? Research 3 competitors. So literally type in the product as if you're a customer. Like, I want to buy creatine today. Look for all of the different companies that sell creatine. Search for something. Like, this is a perfect one. Search for something, and then you'll start getting ads on Facebook, on YouTube, and Instagram. Start clicking on the ads. Tell the algorithms that you're really interested in buying creatine. And then it'll start to serve you more ads, and you'll start to see better sales pages and better copy, because it's going to be a lot more competitive, because all the people who are bidding on the ads, all the people who are trying to show you ads to sell their creatine are going to spend more and more money, and they're going to have better copy on their websites because the competition's higher and you've shown interest. So finally, figure out a market sophistication level for your sample product. So that's going to do it for this section. My voice is about to absolutely explode. So I'm going to take a break here, and then I'm going to film the next section. I will see you there. Do this research. If you watched this point, just comment your favorite country in the world and tell me why it's your favorite country in the world. No, don't, just say something funny. Say something funny. What's your favorite country? I'm currently looking at the globe here, and we have Chad in Africa. Chad's a cool country. All right. I'm going to shut off and take a break. Jesus Christ. A lot of filming. Okay, so let's talk about customer avatar. So, customer pain points. Discovering customers' pains and struggles is the first step towards writing high converting copy. Your potential customer wants to feel heard and understood. Discovering what bothers him is the first step. Understanding the problems of your target audience is absolutely necessary to master copywriting. So here's how to research your pain points effectively. A couple of different websites you can use. You basically want to go anywhere where customers or people who are experiencing problems are talking about their problems, which on the internet you'll find is ridiculously easy. People love to complain, and whether it's legitimate or not, a lot of people have legitimate problems and they want to complain. So a lot of people complain about, if they have health issues or if they have problems with achieving a certain result, whether it be in their work life or, obviously with their fitness, or maybe it's relationship stuff, anything like that. You can see what the problems are. So if you go to places like Quora, Reddit, YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, basically comment sections or communities where people are talking about their problems, you will find what they're struggling with, and you'll be able to pick out stories and identify some key themes of what are the main problems. So you want to basically get a little spreadsheet beside you, or a Google Doc beside you, where you're writing down, like, what themes do I notice? What patterns am I noticing among all of these problems? Like, what is the thing that they're struggling with? And then note them all. Ask yourself these questions. What is their biggest problem? So why don't you read like 5-10 posts per website and look at the comments and be like, what is the biggest problem this person's facing? What's the biggest problem this person's facing? You'll notice a pattern as you start to write these all down. And this is the boring stuff that most people won't do. And this is why most people won't make money. If you do this stuff and you do this all consistently, you put in the mountain of work that's required, to make your first 100K a year business, you will be making so much money you won't believe it. Like, you're going to have the dream life you want. It just takes work. So another question, how does it make them feel? Because that's where the emotion comes in. How do they feel with this problem? Because when you understand how they feel, you can opposite that with how they will feel when that problem disappears. And then you can craft a story and a narrative around your copy and actually get people to want to buy your product and get them entertained, because you're hitting their pain points. You're saying, look, a lot of people out there are struggling with back pain, and I understand. I personally have dealt with blah, blah, blah. Here's the product. That's the end of the pitch. You know what I mean? So you have to relate it to the person, make it something that they're interested in. What negative impact does it have on their life? So I actually want to go back to that last one just before we start in this. One thing I've noticed a lot on the internet is, whether you like it or not, there are lots of articles which are disguised as articles, but they're essentially sales pitches for products. So it might be pretty much a lot of the biggest e-commerce companies I've seen do this as well, where if you type in a question, how to whiten teeth naturally or something like that, or teeth yellowing signs, blah, blah. Basically, what's going to happen is you'll find websites that sell teeth whitening kits. Maybe it's High Smile or someone else, and they will sell their products on the blogs. And the blog might be like 7 different ways to naturally maintain teeth health. And then whenever you start reading that, you'll be like, oh, you can get an easy solution to it. Because people in that frame of mind, people who are Googling that, have a problem. They want to make their teeth whiter and make their teeth healthier. So if in the middle of this blog, they're starting to sell their, like their teeth whitening products, they will make a lot of sales. And so a good copywriter will be able to write in this sort of content writing style where they're writing articles and they're writing things that are helpful. Like part of it is entertaining, part of it is education, and then the biggest part is just being able to weave all of that in to an actual sales pitch. That's what a really master copywriter can do, and that's where all the money is made. All of this is about making money. Copywriting is about making money. Get that into your head. That is what you're here to do. You're here to make money for other people, and you will get paid. Then you'll get really good at it. You'll enjoy it. Obviously, there's an art to it. There's a craft of copywriting. But the key fundamental you need to focus on here is making money, because if you can make money, you'll get better at it. You'll be able to reinvest in your education and get even better. You'll be able to buy books, courses, everything you need, master copywriting. And if you know how to make money, you'll become the best at what you do. So what negative impact does it have on their life? So this is again, how does it make them feel? What are the secondary and tertiary problems? Tertiary means third. Problems that are gonna come from this main problem. So back pain, can't go to the gym, getting out of shape, becoming fat, habits are poor, starting to notice I'm in a crabby mood, I'm in a bad mood because I'm unhealthy and stuff like that. Like one problem can lead to a chain of events, and they might not see that immediately, but if you start to highlight it, you can be like, hey, look, I was speaking to this doctor and he had a patient who, suffered from back pain, and then it stopped him from being able to go to the gym, which is something he always did. He noticed his mood was really poor. He started struggling in his relationships with friends and family because, he was in a bad mood all the time. So we were able to, I was able to give him this back solution, whatever it was, like some therapy or surgery or something like that. And amazingly, he was able to fix his back, and he was able to get back to the gym. He was enjoying life again. That's how a copywriter sells it. That's how you sell it. You figure out the problems, how it feels, all of the different problems that the problem is causing in their life, and then you wind it into a story of how you can fix it. Because if you can fix it, it's actually an obligation to help people fix it. Yeah, you're making money. Yeah, they're spending money, but they will happily pay the money if they understand the benefits and they understand that it will help them. As long as the product works and it'll actually help them, then you're doing a good service. You're not just being a sleazy salesman. If you're selling shitty products, of course you're being a sleazy salesman if you're just constantly bigging it up to be something else. But if you're not doing that, it's not the case. So, which solutions have they tried in the past? Have they tried anything else? In that story, you could say, oh, look, he tried this therapy, he tried these products, he tried this cream, blah, blah, blah. None of it worked. But then when he tried this surgery, then that's when he was able to see results. So you have to knock all of the pain points and all of the things that the objections that they might have, you have to knock them out of the park. Why didn't those things work? Well, let's identify the key components and fundamentals of why these different solutions didn't work so that we can identify why ours works. You know what I mean? What's their stance on the problem? Are they hopeless or enthusiastic? So this is why you need to understand where their state of mind is, and then you can appeal to that state of mind. If they're feeling a bit hopeless, you need to give them hope. You need to show them reasons why why this worked. If they're enthusiastic, you have less work to do because they're already enthusiastic about solving the problem. I'm going to be honest. I've been filming here for like an entire day. I've filmed about 3 hours of content today, and I'm trying to give you, like a high energy person. This is just a 30-second little snippet out of the course because my voice is killing me right now. I think this is going to be the last part of the course I filmed today because my voice, my chest, everything's struggling. And I've watched Alex Becker videos before. If you're watching this part of the video, comment fix your throat or something funny. Or something about my throat because this is difficult. But I watched an Alex Becker video before where he talked about how he used to make webinars all day and he actually got vocal cord damage, so that's not what I'm trying to do. Also there's like massive big lights here in the studio, so it's like hitting me constantly, so it pretty much exhausts you. Like this is an exhausting process getting this course out for you, but I want to make the best and the longest course I can on YouTube For copywriters, I want to make the absolute best I can because you deserve it, because there's so many beginners out there and you need help with this stuff. It's not easy. I'm going to help you. So I am suffering so you can get the best quality content available. So please leave a like. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't already. But yeah, we'll get back into it here. So I'm actually going to take a drink of my Prime because the problem I was experiencing today was tiredness and not being able to keep filming. But with a Prime, I've got some caffeine in there. So let's go. Okay, how to research pain points effectively. Be as specific as possible when answering these questions. Your ultimate goal here is to get into your target audience's skin. After some time, you'll notice a pattern in their thinking, and that's when you really understand how they feel. So you understand, like I told you about these patterns, you have to keep an eye for these patterns, how people feel, what's the problem. Because once you understand the patterns, you can start, once you start learning it, this is where you're able to, at the beginning, you have to focus on one product, and you'll focus on that for quite a while, like months and months. But then over time, you'll start to notice how to research effectively, as I talked about earlier in the course. You're going to actually become efficient at being like, okay, this website has really, really good stuff for health and fitness problems. This website has good stuff for financial problems. Like people hang out in different places based on what their interests are. So if you know where they are, you can go straight to them. And then you'll start to generally identify the broad problems that people have with pretty much everything. Like it's usually related to, like on the core issues, it's this thing is costing me time, this thing is painful, this thing costs me money, this thing, basically stops me from spending time with people I want or whatever. But it's time, money, and physical or mental pain. So these are the main problems that you need to be able to understand if you're going to sell products that help people with those things. So besides those questions, one of the best ways to do this is to find and read the personal stories of the people you're researching. Already covered that. You can then use these stories as an inspiration for writing your copy. I promise that this will make your copy 100 times better. Now, let's flip a switch and figure out their dreams and needs. So what is in the customer's mind the dream? You know what I mean? What's the problem that they're currently thinking about? They can't stop. It's all they think about all day long. And what's the dream state? And it's funny with humans. I'm talking like a Mark Zuckerberg here, but with humans, they might have a dream, and then the moment you fulfill that dream, there's a new problem comes up. Like you've probably had this, especially in online business. You get a dream of being like, my dreams were to make £3,000 at the start, and then once I succeeded, it was good for like a day, and then it was like, all right, I need to make 10K, I need to make 100, 500, million, blah, blah. That's basically it. But regardless, you need to understand the customer's dreams and needs, because then you can sell them on how your product will help them get to that dream. That product is just an intermediary between them and getting to the dream. Like think about generally clothing. Why do people buy clothes? Think about it. Why do people buy clothes? People buy clothes because generally they think other people will see them as higher status. Guys will think girls will fuck them, and girls think guys will fuck them or take them out on a date. It's not rocket science. Like most people wear nicer clothes because maybe they want to feel more confident in themselves. They want to feel better. That's why people spend money on clothes. They want to feel better. They want other people to approve of them. It's pretty basic stuff. Like somebody can come up with some bullshit reason of, no, I like to express myself with clothes. That's okay, but you think the clothes make you look better, and that's why you wear them. And the reason you think they make you look better is because you want other people to see you wearing them and think, oh yeah, he looks good. Regardless of whether it personally makes you happy, of course it's going to personally make you happy. There's a social element to everything you buy. So, what are their biggest dreams or desired outcomes? How is it going to make them feel? And what kind of impact is it going to have on their life? So, what were we talking about before? Let's just go back. I was talking about something. The last product I was talking about, I can't remember, but let's imagine it's, creatine. Right? So what are their biggest dreams? To become nice and buff in the gym. I'm the perfect customer for creatine at the moment because I want to get big in the gym. So my biggest dream, get big in the gym. Desired outcome, get big as fast as possible because I like to move fast. How is it going to make me feel when I'm big? I'm going to feel amazing because I'm going to be like way bigger and I'm going to look better and more people are going to pay attention to me. basic stuff here. Like, everybody thinks these things, but they never say them, because there's always social answers to what people will say. This is another thing about copywriting. You have to be subtle about it, because a lot of people, like, especially if you watch YouTube videos, you'll see a lot of these guys, I'm not going to name them, but they're probably in the red pill community or something like that, where they'll say, hey, I know how to get women, and I know how to, like, fucking make more money constantly, and then they show you all the cash that they've got sitting there. Like, there's no subtlety to what they're selling. Now, you see me, of course I'm teaching you how to make money with online business, but I'm not like throwing cash in your face and driving a Lamborghini like while I'm making this. I'm just here to educate you on this. I believe that there should be a little bit of subtlety in the copywriting that you work on and in what you sell, because otherwise it just comes across too cheap, and then you attract the wrong type of customer. So you'll see a lot of these guys will just be pure flex, pure cringe, and it doesn't last very long, because people catch on and people realize, oh, I don't really want to be, watching stuff like this. And like, this is why, you see the most famous people in the world, people buy into them, but they wouldn't buy into them if they're constantly telling them, hey, look, I'm super famous. Here's how many women I'm sleeping with. Here's all the clothes I have. Here's how much money I have. You can get this too. It's like they just live their life. They just do their thing. And by proxy, people are able to see that they have that amazing lifestyle. And so this is why you need to become subtle with your copywriting. You can't just come out and say, you're going to be rich if you buy this, or you're going to do this, or you're going to do that. You have to let them know that, hey, you are going to achieve these things, but I'm not going to say it like that, because that's just cringe and nobody wants to buy something like that. So what impact is it going to have in their life? Where's their current state and what's their dream state? You need to understand where they're currently at, how are they feeling, what are the problems in their life, and how can changing those problems with a product or a service improve that situation for them. That's all it is. So, your customer avatar. Your customer avatar is a fictitious character who represents your ideal customers. You're going to write down every single thing that you know about your specific customer avatar. So the person that you want to sell to, you need to write down everything about them. What age is the person? Like, pick an actual person. What age are they? What gender are they? Where are they from? What are their interests? What are their hobbies? What do they hate? What do they like? What are their biggest problems? What are their biggest dreams? The clearer and more specific you can be about who the person is, the more effective your copywriting will be. This is why creating your customer avatar is super important. So, how do you create your customer avatar? You need to figure out the following things. As I said, age, gender, income, location, occupation, personal goals and values, their top 5 relatable and believable pain points, their top 5 believable and relatable scenarios that they dream about. And as you gather all this info, as I told you, put it all into a clear Google document and have it ready for whenever you need it, whenever you start to write. Just look at what you've written and think, does this appeal to this character trait? Does this appeal to this type of person that's this age? And how do you do that? You do that by experience. You do that by writing all the time. You look at other things that, like really good copywriters who are writing for a specific demographic. You see, hey, look, I'm noticing let's just say young males, like I'm a young male, right? They want to be in good shape, they want to be wealthy, they want to do all these things. Does your copy represent, is it selling on the dream state of all of these things? Is it selling on status and all that sort of stuff? Because that's what people value at that age. But then you'll find that like older people, like maybe middle-aged women, they don't care about all that shit. They just want to, maybe make life better for their kids. And so that's why you have to sell something that's more about security and sort of, this cozy life. Like they have a dream state that's completely different to a young man. You know what I mean? So this is where you have to understand there are so many different dream states, and you only realize that when you research the customers and research the businesses that sell to those customers, because generally they will have copywriters that have done that research already, and you can skip a bit of the groundwork. So the document is super important because it clearly directs you on how to write for your target audience. I actually wanted to see... Yeah, no, that's okay. So I just was going to give you some more information about, basically, if you're watching YouTube, if you're watching this part of the video, like, I'm impressed, because most people don't watch this far in the video. They watch the first 5 minutes, then they skip out because they want to watch some bullshit podcast or some clip that they won't remember in an hour. You know what I mean? So if you're watching this, I'll just give you some advice. don't follow all these red pill guys because it's full of shit. You know what I mean? Get in good shape, make money, of course, but start listening to people who are a little bit more, settled, because these guys are super cringe. I've just heard some weird stories about some group chats that people are in from these red pill creators. Cringiest shit I've ever seen in my life. You need to get around level-headed people who don't have to tell you constantly that they're making loads of money and that they're, getting loads of women and all this sort of stuff. Like, you don't need to talk about that stuff if you want to sell that dream. It just doesn't need to happen. So anyway, enough of these rants. Customer avatar worksheet. We're actually at the end of this section. Thank God, my voice is about to explode. So what you want to do is figure out their 10 biggest pain points from each prospect. This is a worksheet I want you to do out in a Google Doc. Then figure out the 10 most dreamed outcomes of your prospect. There might not be a full 10. They might have a couple. It's just important that you get these down on paper. And create your customer avatar. I've already given you all the information you need to know about what I should write down for my customer avatar. So if you need to go back and watch it, go back and watch it. So make sure that you leave a like. If you want more of this, my paid program, obviously you have to apply for it, but there's obviously more content in there about how to research in depth and do a good job of actually seeing what your customers want. If you want to just, skip a lot of the work that most copywriters fail to skip and then end up quitting, then you should commit to actually joining a program. I always talk about mentorship. You need to commit to joining a program, being around other people that are making money, going where the money is, learning a lot quicker, surround yourself with the right people. It's not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. When you make a lot of money, you'll realize it was the best decision you ever made. The people I know who have made the most money and who continue to make the most money are those who move fast, those who prioritize time over money. People who pay for things to save a lot of time are the people who make a lot of money. People who are stingy and don't spend on things because they're just like, no, I need to save this. I'll wait it out. I'll save for this. Those are the people who stay stuck. And there's people from 4 or 5 years ago I know on Instagram who still message me because they're still afraid to try something, because they overthink everything they do and they don't want to spend money because they think, oh my God, it's the last money I'm ever going to see in my life. If you spend the money and it doesn't work out, guess what? Make more money, try it again. Try it again until it works. That's how you make money. You move at speed. So highly recommend you click the link in the description. We're going to jump on to the next section. Make sure you do this fucking worksheet. Okay, in this section, we're going to talk about types of copy. So in the next slides, I want to deepen your understanding by showing you all the different types of copy that you can use as a copywriter to make money and work with clients. Each type of copy has a different purpose. Understanding their purpose is crucial if you want to become a high-level copywriter. So email copy, the first one. This is the bread and butter of most copywriters who make money online doing anything related to copywriting. So it's a text that aims to convince or persuade the audience to open the email and take a desired action. This is pretty basic. You've seen emails before that try and get you to buy things. Like, everyone sends emails. Every company sends emails. And the headline might be something really personalized to you, like, hey, here's your, Matthew, here's your reward, or here's your gift, or hey, Matthew, we're closing this sale in 24 hours. Or it might just be something similar, like, something simple like a cool hook for a story, or something like, I couldn't believe he done this, or something like that. Then you read the email, you go through the email, and you read a story, and then you end up buying a product. So that's what a good email does. It hooks you in with a good subject line, you read it, then you go through and buy a product or a service. Email copywriting is one of the most effective forms of marketing nowadays. It's one of the most OG forms of copywriting. Like, since email has been a thing, email copy has been a thing. People have always tried to sell through email, and it will always stay around because social media platforms rise and fall. TikTok is really huge at the moment. It's been huge for the last couple of years. Facebook used to be really huge in a couple of different areas, but they all have their little day in the sun and then they go down. So if you were to build your entire business around Facebook or TikTok, for example, in a couple of years, that's probably not going to be there and your entire business could fall. Whereas if you have email for 10, 20 years, that's never going to fall. People are always going to have an email app on their phone. They're always going to open emails and buy things from emails. Whereas this is not the case for every single social media platform because those are dependent on a single company. So, ads. The main goal of ad copy is to increase conversion rates from digital and traditional marketing agencies. So you want to help marketing agencies or clients directly. Basically, a marketing agency is what you would like to become if you were able to. So if you're writing copy for companies online, you're a marketing agency. You might be a one-man marketing agency, but you're an agency. You help people make more money through marketing, and they outsource their marketing to you. So you're a marketing agency. However, as a copywriter, a lot of the time, as a freelance beginner copywriter, you're going to need to get experience. And marketing agencies that are already established and make lots of money always hire new copywriters because they want someone who can do the copy for them. A good agency will have people that fulfill the work for them, and then the clients. So the agency owner essentially has, he might have started as a one-person agency and been writing copy for health and fitness companies, but then he ended up knowing that he could hire a copywriter beneath him, pay that person a little bit less, and then have them do the work for the client. Then they keep the difference. The owner of the marketing agency keeps the difference. So that's where you would work with a copywriting agency or any marketing agency. Basically, any agency that sells ads or creatives, YouTube scripts, emails, anything like that, you're going to be able to work with an agency there, and that could be easier than actually going for client acquisition by yourself at the start, but it's two different options that you can take. So ad copy primarily encourages prospects to respond to an offer and enter the sales funnel. So you go on Instagram, you go on Facebook, you see an ad, the ad might be like, oh, I couldn't believe my confidence shot up after wearing these trousers, or I couldn't believe, after I started looking after my skin, I felt so much more confident. That's a basic piece of ad copy that you could write for a company. And a marketing agency is most likely the company that's come up with that and help the original company make more sales. So depending on your ad type, your goals can include increasing website traffic, generating leads, building brand awareness, and increasing sales. Now, a landing page. A landing page is a standalone web page. It's designed to receive traffic from a specific source, such as an email or an ad. So this is basically anywhere you actually go to buy the product. So the last thing you do before you buy the product, it's going to be a landing page and a checkout page. That's going to be where the majority of the selling is done. So it aims to capture information from contacts in exchange for something valuable, such as a discount, free ebook, or a business insight. So when I said that's where the majority of selling is done, I'm actually a little bit wrong there. What I mean to say is that's where basically the emotion that the customer has is now converted to logic. So basically a customer is going to see an ad for a product. They're going to feel some emotion because that's what the ad has to generate. An ad has to generate emotion because if someone's scrolling through, the context is really different between the copywriting types here. So what I mean by that is if someone is in a state of mind when they're scrolling on Instagram, right? They're scrolling on Instagram, they're looking at hot babes, they're looking at cars, they're looking at whatever else. Then they see an ad that promises, I'm going to get you in shape this summer, and you basically go through and it's some sort of weight loss program or whatever. It's not going to be like, using our 67-step system, these are the different features of it, blah, blah, blah. That's not what they sell. They sell the emotion. They're like, oh my God, I couldn't believe in 6 months I was able to change my entire physique. And now I get this, and this, these benefits. They sell you an emotion because you're in an emotional state of mind. Then once you click on the ad, you're a little bit more cynical. Now you're like, okay, well, I really want this result, but I have to make sure that this is actually a good product or a good service or whatever it is. Then you go in and read the landing page, and the landing page is basically where you address all of the objections of the customer. You think, okay, the customer's like, why should I buy this? Maybe it won't work. I've tried this before, blah, blah, blah. And that's where you address all the objections and you sell them even more. You can use more emotion in here, but most of this is going to be actually selling the product. So that's what a landing page is. You've seen landing pages everywhere. That's where you buy any product. So sales page, to put it very simply, the sales page is a money generating page. Its main and only purpose is to convert your prospects into paying customers. It's the longest and most valuable asset of your sales funnel. Unsurprisingly, copywriters are paid anywhere between 2 and 10K or way more for one single piece of sales page copy. So if you write a sales page, a lot of the time sales pages are going to be used with like online consulting services. They're going to be used by marketers a lot because marketers want to know a lot about what they're going to buy. So let's say, for example, you're a YouTube ad agency and you want to convert people into, you want to work with, let's just say gardening companies, for example, right? So the YouTube ad agency, they want to get gardening companies as YouTube ad clients. So they want to run their ads for them. So what they do is they might send out cold emails to all these gardening companies, then send them to a video, like a landing page where they watch a short video or a case study being like, hey, look, here's how we took a gardening company and increased the revenue by 50% in a month using YouTube ads. Then once they do that, they click through and they go to a landing page. They might do a call or something like that. But at the end, they end on a sales page where it goes through and talks them through absolutely everything that they need to know before they buy it. It also sells them. It also sells them on the emotion. It might show previous case studies, might show all the features, might show how they work, blah, blah, blah. It might show the exact story or process that they use to help gardening companies with YouTube ads. So that's what a sales page does. Video sales letter. A video sales letter, a VSL, is a video designed to sell a product or service to the viewer. All right, I'm going to actually pause this for a little second and give you some bonus value that if people aren't watching this section, then they're going to miss out on this value. So what you need to focus on as a copywriter, right? I know all you're thinking about right now is making money. All you want to do is, I just want to make money. I do not give a shit about writing for these businesses. I don't really care about the businesses. I just want to make money from them, blah, blah. That's how every beginner thinks, right? You need to come out of that way of thinking, because if you go into business like that, you will make no money, because companies will see through that very, very quickly. This is where 99% of beginners fail. They get really, really lazy. They just want to make money. They don't actually put any focus into the client and what the client wants. It's not about you. Making money is not about you. It's about the people that you're selling to. You have to focus on them. Everything you do must be oriented around helping people. Other people need to make money in order to pay you money. So a lot of copywriters will jump in and be like, I'm writing and I'm sending out 1,000 cold emails and I'm not getting clients. This doesn't work. Why am I not making money? And it's like, well, you haven't focused on, you haven't actually done your research on this niche. Do they actually need the service you're trying to sell them? Or how do I get through to those people? How do I put real effort into getting a client in this niche? Like, how do I make them really feel like I actually care and want to help them? Because if you don't portray that, then they're not going to want to work with you. If you don't have good content on your social media, if you aren't putting real effort into your cold outreach, if you don't have an actual proof of that you've done something like this before, then people aren't going to want to work with you. Nobody wants to work with somebody who hasn't done it before. So this is really, really important. A lot of copywriters fail at this because they just try and skip straight to making money, and they've no understanding of how making money works. It's all about value proposition. How can you help someone make more money in their business? That's how you make money. So that's just a little nugget. I'm not going to go on about that. I'm going to talk more about client acquisition later in the course. Anyway, so a video sales letter, or a VSL, if you ever hear VSL, that's what it means. It's a video designed to sell a product or service to the viewer. So it usually comes in the form of something like this. Like, this is just a presentation. Obviously, I'm teaching you something. This is not a video sales letter, but generally it'll be in a presentation like this where it's the text on the screen is generally a bit larger. It's just someone talking through a PowerPoint. So a VSL uses the same principles as a written sales letter to persuade its audience, but in video form. So it uses the same principles as, a long form sales letter, but it just does it through a video. So it just does it through a presentation with someone speaking over the top of it. It might not be your voice, might not be the client's voice, it might just be an AI generated voice or a voice actor's voice, but a VSL is going to be basically selling you something through a video presentation. You might find a video sales letter on a website's homepage, a landing page, an email, or a sales page. So they're generally there will be a website page where it's a landing page where they have a VSL. They might have an email where there's a link. Hey, go watch this video. We'll show you how we generated 50K extra per month for these gardening companies using our YouTube ads. Pretty simple. And then you watch a video, explains what you want to know, and then you book a call, or you just buy the service, or whatever it is. So what kind of copy should I start off with? Well, I'll be honest and straight with you. You need to start with emails. Emails are the bread and butter for pretty much any copywriter. They will teach you so much about writing copy because you're able to do them relatively quickly, and that means you're able to do a lot of them and get feedback on them quickly. So in my private coaching group, my coaches give feedback to all of our students to ensure that they become highly skilled in the shortest amount of time possible. And in order to do that, you need to do volume. You need to work really hard. You need to put a lot of effort into writing good emails, doing market research on the people who buy from your emails or the people in your niche. And you need to just write emails every single day. Like, it's something I'm going to get back to this year. I don't even do copywriting for one-to-one clients anymore. But it's something I want to do because it keeps me sharp. I like writing emails because every single day I'm like, it requires a lot of brain power. It requires me to tap in and know what the market wants at that time. And it generally just keeps me sharp. I like getting up and writing one email in the morning or one piece of copy every single day, and that keeps me pretty sharp. So that's something you need to start with. But any of these things that I've covered here, ad creatives are the best ones at the moment. Like being able to write ad creatives for companies. That an ad creative is just the video or the script that someone speaks on in an ad. So they might have an ad being like, hey, here's how we help garden owners with YouTube ads, blah, 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 blah. You write the whole script for the ad creative. You can YouTube how to write ad creatives, or, what do ad creatives look like, blah, blah, ad creative marketing agency. But the fundamentals of copywriting are always going to be there. It's just understanding how you can apply it to, writing ads. So if you want to take your copywriting game to a whole new level in less than 3 months, check out my private coaching group down below. You have to apply for it. You basically just go to that link down below. We'll help you out. So that's pretty much it on this section. I'm going to finally cover this. Why email copy is the best to start with, as I've covered that already. You need to start small. Writing 40-page sales letters is too hard for a beginner. So if you're writing a 40-page sales letter, you will take weeks to do that, and then you don't get any feedback, and then you could have written a really shit sales letter and you spent 3 weeks when you could have spent like an hour or 30 minutes. So writing email copy is easier because you learn all the basic copywriting principles on a smaller scale. It's pretty simple. Hook, the body, and then the call to action. So many high earning businesses rely heavily on email marketing, and because of this, there's an endless supply of high paying clients for you. And also, emails go out every single week. So this is a recurring service. This is something you can make money from every single month. If you write a sales page for someone, they might only need one of those a year. They might need one for every 4 years. But if they need emails, they will pay you money to write them every single month. And that's more money for you. Just think about the amount of money that you're going to make per year from a client. Is it going to come more from a sales page or daily emails? You work that out. So you can quickly start making money with it in 3 months, and I'll show you how to do that later in the course. So that's going to cover it for this section. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. I have taken a week for Christmas, so I'm back. If my hair looks different, my mustache is gone. So if you're watching this far, just say comment "buy mustache" or something like that, or something funny. But yeah, let's get into the next section. So now I'm going to talk about psychological triggers in your copy. So right now I'm going to show you some proven psychological triggers that you can use in your copy instantly. These are triggers that you need to use. Like, humans are pretty basic. Let me get into these. The novelty factor is super powerful. So novelty, something new. Here's why. According to neurological studies, exposure to something new and novel increases the amount of dopamine released in your brain. This is why every time Apple releases an iPhone, people go crazy about it. So this is why basically any social media app you use works. You don't know what's coming next. Something good might come next, something bad might come next, but regardless of what it is, it's novel, it's new, it's something that you don't know about. This is why anything works over time. Like, new things are always coming through. Everything changes. Why do you be happy when you get new clothes or new car or new anything? It's because you're seeing something for the first time that's new, and that your brain likes that, because your brain gets tired of looking at the same patterns. Dopamine is released in your brain whenever you see something that is new and you like it. So add novelty into your copy. So the new way that we were able to increase ad conversion or increase sales for gardening companies, it's through YouTube ads. The new way we were able to double the revenue of gardening companies. Something has to be novel. Something has to be new. It's a reason that they have to join today. Social proof. Nobody wants to be your first customer. I guarantee this is the same for you trying to get clients, and it's the same for all of your businesses that you want to work with. Nobody wants to be the first customer. Everybody wants to see that something has been tried before. Think about it for yourself. When did you last buy something from some random unknown source? Like, think about anything you got for Christmas, or think about anything you bought. Like, you do not buy it unless you know somebody else has used it and it's good. You don't buy, like, let's say you're going to buy a drink in the shop. If it's some new thing that looks really weird and you have no idea, if you've never heard about it, you're probably not going to buy it. You need to get used to things for a little bit of time. You need to see that other people like things before you'll try it yourself. Nobody wants to be the first one because there's fear attached to that decision. And people run away from fear. If they're going to buy a drink in the shop, why would they pick one that gives them fear over something that they already know and that they like? So I can't remember anything personally that I've bought that I have no idea where it came from or who's used it before. So it makes complete sense. We're naturally primed for safety and stability, and social proof gives us that. Reciprocity. We are more likely to do something for someone who is nice to us. Someone who does something for free, gives you something for free, gives you something of value, is someone that you want to help back because you realize that that person's gone out of the way to do something good for you and you feel good about that. It's actually helped you and you realize like, hey, maybe I should work with this person or buy from this person. Like, how can you use it in your copywriting? Give away free advice, give away free PDFs, free webinars, build a relationship with your audience. What am I doing right now? I'm spending literally days of my life to create a 6, 7, I don't even know how many hours this course is going to be. It's going to be a huge course. I want to make the best and biggest course on the entirety of YouTube. I've put so many weeks of effort into making this course for you because I want to help you. I want to get you results because you probably have never seen me before. Or if you have seen me before, you don't know me very well, or you just want some value from me. So my thinking is, instead of me bombarding you with 50 ads a day to be like, hey, buy from me, work with me. I would rather just give you something for free. You can see if it's good, and then if it's good, you say, oh, that guy helped me, I'm going to work with him. It's better than just selling. You need to build a relationship with people because, you know, why do if you think about like a big company owner, right? You think, let's say it's a construction company, right? They want to get this big construction project. What is the most likely thing they're going to do? They're probably going to take the person out, the client. Let's say it's a hotel company owner. They're going to take that person out for a really nice dinner. They're going to spend money to make sure that they have a good time when they're in their presence. They're going to do things for them before they get anything in return, with the risk that they might not get anything back in return, because they want the owner to understand that they really want to work with them and that they actually put some effort into helping them at the start understand why they should work with them, or they actually made an effort. And the hotel owner is going to see that. If he sees some stupid guy, some stupid company owner who's like, send them an email and be like, hey, do you want to pay us $20 million for this construction project? And then he looks at some other guy, he's like, hey, let me take you out to dinner, takes you to a 5-star restaurant, takes you around the town, takes you out for drinks that evening, talks to you, builds a relationship with you. The company owner is going to work with the person who made more effort. They're going to work with the person who actually gave them something for free, because they know that it costs people to give things away for free. And if someone gives away something for free, then it shows, okay, this person actually gives a shit about working with me. They don't just treat me as another number, because people don't want to be treated like numbers. They want to be treated like they're special, because everyone knows everybody is out to make money. But it's like, I don't want to work with somebody who's blatantly not going to give a shit about me whenever I start working with them, because if their outreach process is so basic and doesn't give me anything, then why would I trust their actual service? And this is the same for you. You give valuable things away. You don't give shit away. Like, if people are looking for something, they don't want absolute dog shit. If you're going to give away a free PDF, let's say let's go back to the example of YouTube ads for gardening companies. Okay, let's say they sell lawnmowers or they sell some little device that does it. You can say, hey, look, we've worked with 3 gardening companies before and generated them extra revenue. Here's a little checklist of things that you should be doing with your YouTube ads to make more money as a gardening company. If you find that valuable, if we've demonstrated through that checklist that we've given you that we have an understanding of how we can help you, and we teach you something new that you didn't know before that makes sense, you're probably going to want to work with us, because we've reached out, we've made an effort, we've done something to build a relationship with you, we actually give a shit about helping you, and you're going to see that we know what we're doing as well. So it knocks out a couple of birds with one stone. So reciprocity is so important. You're going to have to do this if you want to get clients. If you want to do anything online, reciprocity is going to be at the heart of it, because you're going to have to understand, look, like I've just watched a video of someone who started a YouTube ads agency, for example, right? And what they would do is, if they wanted to work with a certain YouTuber, what they would make the job so easy to get in the door with that person. YouTube, like, let's say, for example, I have a YouTube channel, right? I get pitched every single day. I have dozens and dozens of emails every single week from people who want to work with me in any capacity. Editors, script writers, companies that want to advertise, blah, blah, blah. I reject almost 100% of them, like literally almost 100% of them, because I don't want to work with them, because they haven't made an effort. They just send me the most basic shit. They aren't good at what they do. They haven't demonstrated that they can do it for someone else and generate an ROI. So whenever I saw this guy that was doing a YouTube ad agency, what he would do is he would reach out to YouTubers, say it's me, for example, and he would say, hey, I want to edit a video for you for free. Not only that, I'm going to make sure that your first video is free and that it only takes you 2 hours to actually produce this video, and I'll go and make the video after. So what he would do is, like, he would look at their niche, He would go and write them a script for a YouTube video. He would have a screenshot of, vidIQ, which is a software that allows you to track what videos will perform well on YouTube. So he went out and done some market research on the person he wanted to work with. He said, hey, look, if you make this video, there's very low competition for that keyword and it will get a lot of views. Here's a script. Here are things you should talk about. Here are other videos that have performed well with a similar style. And here's a script of what you should say in the video. All I need you to do is go out and record this. I'll edit it fully for you and send it over to you. Does that make a better pitch than someone who just says, hey, I want to edit your videos. Here's some shit examples of stuff I've done in the past. Obviously, it makes a better impact because you've went and spent so much time. This person sees, okay, he actually wants to work with me. Business owners like me, business owners anywhere, want to see enthusiasm. If they're going to work with someone, they want to see someone who actually gives a shit, because those people will work hard. Those people will work hard and make me more money. As a business owner, I want someone who can help me make money. I'm not going to let anyone in unless they're going to save me time or make me money or save me money. So that's really, really important. Make them feel special. So I've just talked about this. People like to feel special. The idea of this effect is to offer limited editions and special extras for people who buy first or for loyal customers. How can you use it? You could add a limited edition product to your line or give loyal customers a little something extra when they buy to make them feel special. So for example, hey, with every £60 order of clothing, we're going to send you a free pair of socks with our branding on it. That's I've seen that a million different times. Or we'll add this free PDF. If you buy the thing now, we'll give you these 3 bonuses. People want to feel like, oh, I'm getting a better deal than I should get here. You know what I mean? So you make an effort, make people feel good. Loss aversion. According to research, pain is more motivating than gain. And I understand this absolutely. For example, if I were to tell you that you would get a $2,000 raise, you'd be happy. But if I were to tell you that your salary would be cut by $2,000, you'd be livid. You'd be absolutely livid. People go crazy. I know people who just, if someone's going to take $10 off them, they're going to be like, why the hell are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? I need to keep my $10. Like, that's not yours. Go away. But if I were to offer you $10, like in order to do like something very, very basic, or if I were to say, hey, I'll give you $10 for 5 minutes of your time, people are less motivated to do that because, hey, I've already got this money. I just don't want to lose it. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty understandable. You can understand why. So the emotions you feel when you lose are way more intense than the emotions you feel when you get a raise. So when faced with losing something, we tend to act impulsively. And when people are impulsive, that's when they buy. So that's why you need to add loss aversion to your copy. Now, the decoy effect. Have you ever gone to buy something online and seen a selection of pricing tiers? This is called the decoy effect, right? So you might have like three boxes of popcorn at the cinema. The cheapest one is $3. The next one up is $4, and the next one up is $4.50. So small is $3, medium is $4, large is $4.50. So the difference between small and medium is $1, but the difference between medium and large is only 50 cents. So you look at it and think, oh, that's a way better deal. Like for an extra 50 cents, I get an extra massive section. Whereas like the small is a really bad deal because I'm paying $3 and I'm getting like this much. Whereas I pay for an extra $1.50 and I get like double the amount. You know what I mean? Like you make the cheaper option a worse product. Not so bad that people wouldn't buy it, but just so bad that it doesn't make sense for them to buy it and compared to the other 2 options. So that's what a decoy pricing option looks like. So present your product into 3 different pricing tiers. So you might have a service, right, where you charge people $2,000, right? $2,000 for a service that you're going to do for them. Or you say, hey, look, you can pay for this in installments, but it's going to be 2 payments of $1,500. So you can spend $2,000 to get it now, or you can spend $1,500 you can spend 2 payments of $1,500. So it's going to cost you $3,000, an extra $1,000 just to work with me if you want to spread that price out. Obviously, you're going to pick the $2,000 one because it's a better option, but you probably weren't even thinking about buying until you saw that, hey, I can actually buy this for $1,000 cheaper than if I were to pay. People don't think rationally in those situations, so that's when you need to sell them. So the context effect. How often do you buy a popcorn when you're out in the city? And how often do you buy popcorn when you're in the cinema? So you're never ever going to buy popcorn in the city. Anyone who's buying popcorn on a day-to-day basis is a freak. Anyone who buys popcorn in a cinema is normal. People buy popcorn when they're at the cinema. So the environment of the cinema made it easy for you to decide to buy a popcorn. Creating a setting that makes customers want to buy, or consumers want to buy, or at least find themselves in the mindset of buying, is what you want to do with your copy. So create an environment where they're like, okay, I need to make this change. Like, let's say it's fitness. Okay, you want to create a setting where someone wants to actually make a change. So what you do is you show loads of people that are in the same basic shape as most people. So let's say you're targeting fat people. You show a load of fat people and then you show how they've gotten fit. That's how anything in fitness is sold. So you show a lot of fat people. That's where you're like, the fat people that are watching this or reading this sales page are probably, so someone's reading the sales page, right? If you've targeted them, they're probably fat. So if a fat person is reading it, you want them to see other fat people who are also fat, and then you want to see how they've changed. And now you're in a setting where you're like, okay, well, other people were in this situation and they were somehow able to fix it, so why can't I fix it? It's the same, literally, it's the same with this. Like, I was a beginner at the start, right? I had no idea how to make money. I had no idea how to operate as a professional or how to do anything. And then I showed you at the start of this presentation, hey, look, this is where I was at, because I know that's probably where you're at, and I want to get you to actually take action in this course. I want to get you results. So I'm selling you on getting results in this course. I want you to get results. So I showed you what I was like at the beginning, because I knew it would relate to you. I know that you are probably in the same position. So I wanted to show you, hey, I was in the same position, and now I've been able to make a lot of money, and you can do the same. I got you in the setting of being like, okay, there's actually a possibility of change here. You want to open people's mind to the possibility of change. Now, the digit trick. Have you ever seen someone sell something for $100? Probably not very often. Most of the time, it's probably not. Everyone sells for $99. And simply because it creates an impression of enormous savings. 99 is 2 digits, 100 is 3. We've entered, in people's minds, they've entered a new price range. Okay? They've entered a price range of expensive. $100 plus is expensive to most people. But $99 is within the price range of $6 or $10. It's still less than 100. But 100, once you go to 100, you jump over a new hoop. Urgency. This is so important. You need to get people to buy today. Urgency, or fear of missing out, creates a kind of pressure on a target customer, making them act now. So if you sell a product, you want to say, hey, if you join by the end of this month, you will get $1,500 off your product. If you don't join, you have to spend an extra $1,500, because then they have a reason to buy this month. Most people will never buy a product, so you have to give them a reason to buy now. If they don't buy it now, they will probably never buy it. You have to give them a reason to buy now. Hold a flash sale on your product, or a discount for a few select buyers. Like the first 100 people get this at a discounted price. This is what people do all the time, because it gives you a good, honest, like 100 people that are going to buy your product. They're going to really like it because they're the first people who've bought it. They get a good price, so they feel like they've actually benefited. They feel like they've got a good price for a product that's probably worth more than what you're selling it for. And they now feel they had a reason to buy early. If you had just said, hey, the price is $100, we sell it all year round, that's it. Way less people are going to buy that thing. Whereas if you say, hey, for the first 100 buyers in January, we're going to give you it for like half price. 100 people are going to buy it in January, and then through the rest of the year, you might have normal sales, or you might continue to do this every 3 or 4 months where you have a reason to buy for them. The price might always rise. You can advertise only having a few left, just like plenty of accommodation and flight providers do, to get hesitant buyers to hit purchase. So this is scarcity. So you say, hey, we only have like 50 spaces available in this, whatever this is. So you have to join, because the business is probably actually going to be limited by how much they can sell of something. If a flight only has a certain amount of seats, an airplane only has a certain amount of seats that they can sell to customers. So they will let you know that there's only 3 seats available. And when they do that, they can raise the prices. They can get you to buy a lot quicker than, the seats at the end are going to sell in a much quicker time frame than the seats at the start, because there was no reason for people to buy it at the start. They were like, oh, I can wait until, the end of the month to buy these seats. Whereas, halfway through the month, there might only be 3 seats left. And they're like, right, if I don't buy one, I literally will never be able to get it again. I'm going to have to get it somewhere else. People literally want things that are scarce. That's what creates value. Why do people want Lamborghinis? Because other people don't have them. Why do you want to make a lot of money? Because other people don't make a lot of money, and you can get things that they don't have. Humans are pretty basic. Humans want, You think about prehistoric times, humans want the biggest rock, or humans want the best girl because other people can't have it. It might not be the way you like thinking, but it's just how you think. It's how humans think. You want things that are scarce. You want things that other people won't get or that may never be available. That's why rare things are never, that's why old paintings are worth more money. Old champagne bottles, old bottles of wine. The older something is, the more chance that other people could have bought it. But if something's been there for a long time, nobody else has got it, it's worth more money. That's why you pay more money. It's because it's more difficult as time goes on to get that thing, because more and more people have an opportunity to get at it. That's why things are sold. So storytelling. Humans love stories. I tell you stories throughout the whole of this course because I know it explains things better. I want you to learn this stuff, so I tell you a story that explains how it works. So I tell you about that guy who is writing emails for 15 or 20K a month, because I want you to understand that there's somebody right now I know in person. You're watching me right now on this video. There's someone I know in person right now, very, very closely, who's making £15,000 to £20,000 per month by writing emails. Someone sends him a payment of $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 because he's written emails for them. I want you to understand that that's a reality. So I tell you the story of that person because it gives you more reality to, people need stories. People need things to be emotional. People need a reason to actually understand that something's real. Because if I were to just list off stats this entire time, you wouldn't really give a shit. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's interesting. You know for a fact there are tons and tons of billionaires out there, right? That's something in your mind. There's billionaires everywhere. There's millionaires everywhere. There's people making lots of money everywhere. But until you actually see a human being, their emotions and how it affected them whenever they made this money, or how they were able to do this, or what their lifestyle looked like before they made money, how their families' lives were affected by them making this money, that's the stuff that makes you want to do it. Because when it's not a personal thing, when it's just a statistic that, 100,000 people were able to make $1 million last year, that doesn't really make a difference to you because it's just numbers on a screen. You don't give a shit about any of that stuff. You want to know somebody that looks like you or in the same place as you has done the same thing that you want to do. It's mostly because we connect to stories on a personal level. We usually can relate to the hero's journey. So we can relate to the person when they're at the start, and it gives us hope that we can do what they did at the end. This helps us think, feel, see, and even smell what it'd be like to have a good product, which is extremely powerful when you're writing high converting copy. You need to make people understand what it's going to be like when they have. How are they going to get their dreams? Whatever their dream may be, how is this product going to help get them there? You have to portray that in your copy. So provide less options. A lot of businesses think the more the better, but the opposite is true. It's mainly because we suffer from severe overwhelm when presented with too many options. You ever go on Netflix, you can't decide what to watch because there's a million things to watch. Whereas if you just went on TV, there's one thing on at a time, you just watch that. It's easier. You know what I mean? You understand that you don't want to, why does YouTube not put 1 million things on every homepage instead of 8? If you're on YouTube, you're watching videos, why aren't there 50,000 videos there? Because surely with more options, you'd have more things that you want to choose. No, they understand that the less options, the better. They want to provide you a couple of different things that you could watch, but they don't want to provide you too many because you'll never watch anything, then you'll leave and you'll not watch any ads. And YouTube won't make money. So provide less options. If people have 5 different things they could buy on your checkout page, then they're probably going to look at me like, I have no idea what I want to buy. This is overwhelming me. I don't want to even look at this. Whereas if you have just 1 or 2 things or one thing, you're like, okay, all I have to think about is this one thing. I can now read all this stuff about it. I don't have to read all this stuff about 5 different products and then make a decision of which one. It's already a difficult enough decision deciding whether to buy something or not. If that's to do it 5 different times with 5 different products, I'm not going to want to do it. So provide less options. So that's pretty much going to cover it. I thought I had more there, but that's us. So hopefully this section has been useful for you. Make sure to take notes. Make sure to check the link in the description. If you're still watching this video, what funny thing can I get you to comment down below? Just comment a country in the world you want to visit whenever you make money with copywriting. That's actually valuable. Then I'll like your comment. I'll reply. I'll be like, oh, that'll be cool. Or if I've been there, I'll let you know. What am I looking at right now? Libya. Probably wouldn't go there. Egypt, would like to go there. Saudi Arabia, not sure, might go. Okay, let's hit the next section. Right now, we're going to go through the most crucial process in becoming a freelance copywriter, the writing. So in the following slides, I will explain basic copy structure in a very detailed fashion. These will deepen your understanding, and writing will be way easier for you whenever you actually understand how to structure it. That's the most important thing, because when you start copywriting, you have no idea like, what do I actually write? Like, how does it start? How does it end? What do I put in the middle? Where should I actually do my selling? So I'm going to cover that in this section. If you want to really deepen your understanding and improve faster, don't forget to check out my private mentorship coaching group down below. There's a description link. Go there, speak to me, apply. If you get in, we'll help you out with that. My coaches and I are talking daily to our students to ensure that they become great in the shortest amount of time possible. Sorry, had to clear my throat. Headline. Headline is the title of an email, sales page, or any other piece of copy. This is the main thing when you see how we were able to generate 50% more leads for gardening businesses with your YouTube ads. That's the headline. That's the main thing you want your viewer to read, because it hooks them in. It gives them a clear understanding of what you can do or how your product will benefit them or how you can help. It's the first thing a reader sees and arguably the most important component of copywriting. If your headline fails, your prospect won't even bother to read your copy. The only purpose of a headline is to catch the attention of anyone who reads it, drawing them in to read the first sentence of your copy. The first sentence is what makes them want to read the second sentence. The second sentence sends them down a slippery slope until the end of the copy, where they buy. This is why putting a lot of creative energy and time into writing a killer headline is absolutely crucial. In the next section of the course, I'll teach you everything you need to know to write the most attention-captivating headlines. So, the body. The body of the copy is the primary text of your content or ad. Simply put, it's everything between your headline and your call to action. Your call to action is just where you tell them how to buy or where to buy. So, the body is everything between the headline and the call to action. If you want your body copy to persuade your readers to take some sort of action, you need to know how to write a powerful body copy to persuade them to do what you want. So to make a purchase or to sign up for newsletters. As I've said before, I will teach you how to do that in the next section of this course. And finally, I want to talk about the call to action. A call to action, or CTA, is a simple, clear declaration of what you want your reader, viewer, or listener to do. It's always located at the end of the copy, and phrases like learn more, click here before the discount expires, etc. are clear examples of a CTA. In the next part of this course, I will also teach you how to write a clear and persuasive CTA. So it's always at the end, but there also may be a call to action sprinkled through. So if you're reading a sales page, for example, it might be like 4,000 words in the sales page, and there might be a little call to action at the end of every section being like, yeah, here's a testimonial, here's what we did for, Jimmy, blah, 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 book a call. Next section, okay, here's how our process works, here's how we help people with ads, book a call. But there's always going to be a book a call at the very end. It may be sprinkled throughout. So here's a worksheet for basic copy structure. Study all the slides of this section very intensively to ensure you understand everything we said. So that's basically it. It's a very, very simple one. Just understand what a hook, body, and call to action is. That's going to be it for this section, super short. How to write an email that converts. So I could go on about this all day. This is only one section of a free course I'm doing on YouTube. I'm making it as valuable as possible, but this is something that's going to take you a long time and a lot of effort to really master and to get good at. Most of your actual work is going to be in just writing emails daily. Just doing it every single day, getting feedback, looking at what you've done, looking at it the next day after you've written it and being like, what could I have done better? Whenever you're a little bit more fresh and you haven't seen it in 24 hours, that's when you're going to be able to review it better. So here's a quick reminder. Before we start talking about emails, let me remind you one more time why they're the best form of marketing you could possibly do as a copywriter. 92% of online adults, so people who will buy things, use email. 61% of consumers prefer to be contacted by brands through email. 99% of emails check their email daily, some as many as 20 times per day. So people will literally check their emails 20 times a day. And 58% of users check their email before they check out social media or the news. So, I'm going to cover some different types of emails in this section. In the following slides, I will show you the most used types of emails and their purpose. Let's have a look at them one by one. First of all, autoresponder emails. These are emails automatically sent in response to a user action. These are not emails you write every day and send out on the day. These are ones that you set up once and they send out for a lifetime, based off a trigger, based off something that the user does. So simply put, you get those emails when you subscribe to a newsletter, purchase or opt in for something. So if you subscribe to a newsletter for updates about something, you might get sent, the email software might say, okay, when user subscribes, send an email 3 hours later, send an email 24 hours later, send 30 emails over 30 days. And then those emails are all written and planned out to sell something. There's a cycle of what they want to sell you in those 30 days. So those emails are sent out immediately after a lead signs up for your list, usually exchanged in a lead magnet such as a free ebook or business analysis if you're working with business clients, obviously. So generally it'll be like, if you're a vegan, here's a recipe book, here's a free ebook recipe book for people who, for vegan recipes you can cook in under 10 minutes. We'll send you that if you sign up for our email. And then an autoresponder email sends out with like, hey, thanks for signing up. Here's your free ebook, blah, blah. You should buy something here. Affiliate email. These emails are written to promote another person or brand's products to a list of subscribers. So the primary purpose of an affiliate email is to generate interest and clicks and ultimately make sales of that particular offer. Nothing too complicated. So to give you an example of an affiliate email, your company or the client you're working with, there's a company out there who has a blog, and it might be a technology blog. I'm signed up to newsletters of people who I know who have technology blogs, right? And every week they send out emails being like, here are 3 of the best products that I used this week, or here's something that I found that was really cool. And they have a link that sells someone else's product. So it might be an IKEA product, a desk or a chair, or it might be a software that they use, or it might be something else. That person puts a link in the description of that email and says, hey, go buy this thing. And then they get a commission off of everything that's sold because they've sent their audience to that product. And so an affiliate email is simply where you sell someone else's product for them. And that's a better way to sell generally, because people have more trust if you aren't selling your own thing, because they don't feel like you're selling it yourself. They're like, okay, he's recommending somebody else's product, so he doesn't get all the money. So I'm a little bit more trusting of this person because he's less incentive to get me to buy. So that's why affiliate emails work better. And if you can get good at writing those, you can work with a lot of companies. Content or newsletter emails. So this email is written to provide educational, inspirational, or entertainment value. No selling. So if you just want to build a relationship with your customers, let's say that tech channel or that tech, blog sends out emails every week. They might want to send one out on Monday that just provides value, because then the user understands, okay, every Monday I know if I open an email from this guy, I get value. My week gets better for free without him asking me for anything in return. So if you're able to understand, like, okay, so if you're writing for tech blogs, for example, you need to really understand tech. You need to be actually smart with the niche that you're working with, because it all goes back to research. Do your research on what people actually want. You're probably going to have interests that you already, or things that you're already interested in, that you're going to be able to talk at great lengths about. You're going to be able to talk maybe about going to the gym and what supplements you should use. Should you use creatine, protein powder, all this sort of stuff? There's interest you already have that you can already use. You have a bank of information in your head right now about something that you're interested in. If you don't, then you need to get interested in something that's actually sellable. So if all your interests right now are Fortnite, Call of Duty, and stupid shit that people don't want to actually buy, then you need to get some new interests, right? And you need to be able to really dig deep into something, because if people see, like, if you see that somebody really knows what they're talking about, you relate to them more. You're interested. You're like, this guy knows something that I don't, and I'm more interested in him. I might buy something from this guy because he can help me in some way in my life. So content emails come in all different shapes and forms. These emails should have a particular frequency, and that means that businesses usually send these out 3 times per week. For example, a win back email. So this email is a type of email or a series of emails that's sent out to inactive subscribers. So someone signs up for an email list, this January, and then they don't open any emails for the next 3 months, they might be sent a win back email sequence. So they might be sent a sequence of emails that is intended to get them opening emails again, because if they stopped opening emails, the person who runs the email list wants them to start opening them again, or else they're going to unsubscribe them. Because if you send out emails, if you're a company or if you have an email marketing software, If you send it out to 10,000 people and only 1,000 people click, that tells the email providers like Gmail or Yahoo or whoever it is, that tells those email providers that your emails might be spam. They might be terrible emails because the users who are receiving them aren't opening them. So there's a reason for that. Generally, what happens when emails aren't opened? It's usually spam. It's like, hey, there's a Nigerian prince trying to, sell you something. You're not going to open that because you know it's spam. So that's how Gmail looks at it. That's how email providers look at it. So if you have inactive subscribers, people who for a long period of time aren't opening your emails or clicking on anything, then you don't want to have them being sent emails because it lowers the deliverability of your emails to people who will buy from you. So the people who actually do want to open your emails won't receive them as much because your emails will then be sent to their spam folder and they don't get to see them because the people who aren't active are ruining it for the people who are active. So you have to be really on top of that. You have to unsubscribe inactive users, but you can also try and win them back by sending them emails to say, hey, look, just want to check if you're still getting these emails. If you're not, no problem. If you still want to stay active, please click this link down below. 100 people might open that. 10 people might be like, oh yeah, I just haven't had time to look at this guy's emails in a while, but I still want to keep getting them, so I'm going to click this button. That's how you keep them. And then the rest of them get unsubscribed. So this is more of a goal. This is more of to just maintain the health of an email list. It's not really to sell. So with this type of email, you're just nudging those inactive prospects and seeing if they'll re-engage with you and your content. The goal is to get inactive users to start engaging with your emails again. Simply put, you want them to open your emails and click again. Cart abandonment email. You've got millions of these in your life, I'm sure. This email is sent out to a prospect after they leave their shopping cart without making the purchase. So you go to buy something online, you put your t-shirt in the basket, you click off for some other reason, you don't want to buy it or something, or you get distracted. You get an email an hour later being like, hey, we've kept your t-shirt here. It's in limited supply. If you want to get it, it's going to sell out in the next 3 days. You need to buy it now. If you want to buy it, it's going to sell out. That's a non-pushy reminder that you have to complete your order with a link to where you left off. Sometimes they'll add a little discount being like, hey, we noticed you left something in your basket. Here's 5% off if you want to purchase it today. Or hopefully you haven't forgot. It's just a little nudge, just to let people know, hey, you've still got something you can buy from us. You were about to buy something, you stopped. Why did you stop? Let's remind you to not stop. These emails save about 30% of lost customers, yet only a few businesses use them. The goal here is simply to save the sale. And when you're talking about sales, let's go for the most important one, a sales email. Something that you're using to sell people on products and services. The holy grail that every business dreams of is a sales email. I will teach you how to write a perfect and irresistible sales email in the following slides. In this type of email, you will learn the basic principles of copywriting. And once you master these, you can also expand on your expertise to other types of copy. So let's do this. So, how to write killer headlines or subject lines. As I've said before, the only purpose of a headline is to capture your prospect's attention. Nothing more, nothing else. In the following slides, I will show you ways that help you come up with a killer converting subject line for your emails. So, I've already shown you all these psychological triggers, but I want to show you them again. There's a few extra ones I haven't added in here. So I'm going to show you examples of each one. So novelty, I've already covered that. If you've skipped it, you need to go back and watch that section. XYZ is the world's first portable music player. We made the first productivity drink in the world. It's new. It's something you've never seen before. It's interesting. I want to get my hands on it. Pattern interrupt. You don't have to brush your teeth. Or you don't have to take 3 tablets per day. You don't have to take supplements anymore. Our productivity drink is going to solve your problems. By the way, I'm talking about a productivity drink called New Tonic by James Smith and Chris Williamson. Check it out. I didn't really like the taste of it, but I'm going to use that as the example because it's a good example here. So pattern interrupt. You want people to be like, what do you mean? Like, just, you want something to go against what they generally think is true in a certain aspect. So people who are opening emails from a certain person might be the type of people who are taking supplements all the time. So if that person sends them an email and says, you don't have to take supplements anymore, they're like, what do you mean? Is all of the years of me taking supplements been a waste? What have I done? Get them to just think, just interrupt the pattern in their brain. And then that's how you get them into the email where you explain more what you're talking about. You might just be like, yeah, you don't need to take tablets anymore. You don't need to take your supplements because we've put them all into a can in a drink that you can drink every morning. Scientific proof. 93.3% of people don't know about this discovery. So, 80% of people aren't able to focus in the morning. So our drink solves that. But you have to, scientific proof is a good way to do it, because you're like, oh, what did 93% of people not do in the morning? Mystery, how this ancient text can bring you a button. So how this ancient tribe understood the benefits or were able to live longer than 90% of people. What did they do? I'm going to click the email to find out. Education. It took me 6 years to discover, what I needed to do in this aspect. Personal. Adam's summer review, or, a personal one is like, this could be a story, being like, Adam changed his life in 60 days, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just a story of Adam changing his life. Belief confirmation. Most men want an abundance of women. Most people want to get jacked. That could be the title of the thing. And being like, yeah, most people do want to get jacked. I believe that. What's he going to talk about here? I want to hear things that are true and that I like. Irony. Man bites dog. That's something you can use. You can use humor. That's obviously not funny at all, but you can use something that is funny. Us versus them. This is one I've seen a million times recently, used by Andrew Tate. Oh, the matrix is lying to you. You need to learn how to make money to escape the matrix. They are lying to you. Us versus them. It's me writing this email and you reading this email are currently being attacked by this group of people, and we need to change that. Read the email to find out more. Relevancy. 73% of Americans will have an election headache this year, or something that's relevant right now. Okay, this YouTuber is changing the way he does things. He's using our product, blah, blah, blah. That's in the actual email. But the headline is just, this YouTuber that you love, like whatever their name is using this product. Hooking people up emotionally. So once you've captured your prospect's attention by your persuasive headline, it's time to hook them up emotionally and keep them interested. Make them feel heard and understood. Your prospect must feel heard and understood. So with those Andrew Tate ones, if you read any of his emails, it's like, obviously not him writing them, but the matrix is out to attack you. And then it'll talk about at the start how you're currently in a bad situation in life. We understand. They want everything you have, blah, blah, blah. That gets them emotionally hooked. So how do you do it? Well, remember your top 10 pain points worksheet that I gave you earlier in the course. If you haven't got it, go back. You just need to watch this full course straight through. Like, I didn't add useless information to this course. It's all useful. So you need to go back and get your 10 pain points and incorporate that into your headlines. What are the pain points people have? Start getting creative with those pain points and how you can get people to click an email. So, problem. First of all, you must identify your prospect's biggest problem. So if it's people who, want to be, or people who want to make money, your biggest problem is you don't have money and your life is not good right now. So I have identified that you don't have money. Then this is what the entire copy is going to be about. The problem needs to be as clear as day. The last thing we want here is confusion. So we need to actually be very, very clear on what's going on. Pain and empathy. The beginning of your copy has to provoke an emotion. So 3 years ago, I was broke living on food stamps. My children couldn't eat. That's how you provoke emotion. Like it or not, avoiding pain is more motivating than gaining pleasure. I've already covered that. This means that you have to identify the pain resulting from their main problem. So yeah, you're not where you want to be in life right now. That's the emotional hook you have at the start of the email. The most important thing here, as I've said, is to make them feel heard and understood. Relate to them. Let them know you actually know what their problem is. Because if you can let them know that, then they'll be like, all right, this guy knows what I'm going through. I'm going to listen to him because he actually understands me. People want to feel understood and heard. So you want to let them know that you understand that. Next, you have to show your prospect that there is a solution to their problem without even mentioning your product. You want to show them that people have changed their lives with, that have had the same problem as you. In this way, you build trust with your audience. Remember, you have to present the solution believably. The crucial step will make them slowly come over to your side. This is what we ultimately want. You can cross this line only to the extent that your target audience allows it. This is where your previous research comes into play. You have to do your research. So you have to make sure that the solution is believable. No one is going to believe stupid bullshit that doesn't exist. If I told you you can make $1 million in 24 hours, you're not going to believe it. I have to give you an actual understandable, I have to lower the amount of money that you can make, because nobody is going to make $1 million in 24 hours just by a guess. You know what I mean? Like, you have to, people understand that there are factors at play. I need to work hard to make that money. It is going to take time to make that money. So if you understand that, you're able to set a realistic expectation for the solution of the problem that they have. So, solution to product transition. Now you must transition your copy from the solution to the product. So the product is going to be the solution to their problems. Again, in a non-salesy and believable way. How? Well, I'll slide to the next slide and show you. The following things will help you make this transition as smooth as possible. Include a reason why the product was created through a personal story. So for the last 30 years, I've really been struggling with my muscle gaining, with gaining muscle in the gym. And I noticed that, include a scientific fact, 30% of men are struggling with the same problem. Then I'm going to write an entire story, whether it's true or false, about, usually it's going to be true, right? You're going to have a problem that through your research, you might be researching a product for someone, you're reading all the Reddit comments or the Facebook posts about this problem, and you can find a story that somebody actually has that says, hey, look, I've had this problem, or I've had back pain. This is what the problem's caused. It caused me to not be able to go out and see my kids because I couldn't travel, because I couldn't drive, because I couldn't get out of bed in the morning. These are the problems that I have. People want to relate to these stories. So then you translate it through, or you transition from the story to the product using a client testimonial. David was able to go from severe back pain to being able to see his kids again because of our product. Our back brace helped him with that problem. Then transition to why your product is the product they should use and why it's better than other things. So, features and benefits. Now that you've nicely transitioned to your product, we have to show its features and benefits to your audience. Simply show your product's features and convert them into believable scenarios, which are your benefits. All of it should already be prepared since we've covered this topic in previous sections of this course. So go back and watch. Call to action. Your call to action should be clear and concise, leaving no room for confusion. I'll show you exactly how to do that now. So, how to write a high converting call to action. First of all, know your goal. Before crafting a call to action, you must define clearly the goal of your copy. Since this is a sales email, the objective is obviously to make a sale. So, be clear and concise. Your call to action should be clear and concise, leaving no room for confusion. They have to know exactly where they can go to buy the product. You have to clearly state an action you want your audience to take. Hit the big blue button down below this to buy the product. Click buy now in bright blue colors to buy the product. Be really, really clear. Humans want things easy. Use action-oriented language. Words like discover, learn more, or click here motivate readers to engage. Create value. Show the audience what value they will get by following the call to action. Highlight the benefits or outcomes they can expect. So, get instant access to the ebook now. That's a good call to action, because I know that I can get instant access to this solution to all of my problems right now by clicking the big red button. So, let's go to the most important aspect of a high converting call to action. Incorporating the fear of missing out. Use phrases like limited time offer, holiday sale, only 3 spots left, urgency, scarcity. I've covered these in the previous sections. This creates the urgency in your customer's mind. And there's one crucial thing to it. You need to justify your limited offer, because if you don't, your customers won't believe you and they'll think you're trying to trick them into buying. This is never good. So if you sell a fitness program, you say, oh, we've only got 5 spaces left this month. Why do I believe that you have 5 spaces this month? You could just be pulling that shit out of your ass. Well, the reason I have 5 spaces is because I only have 5 hours per day or 5 hours per week to assign to each client. I only have X amount between running my gym, between doing this and my family. I only have 10 hours per week to work with clients. So I literally only have bandwidth for 5 people. So make it very clear. You can do that in one line. You can be like, look, I'm super busy right now and only have time to take on 3 clients. I've given you the reason. I've just justified why I can only take on 3 clients. And so you let the customer understand that, yeah, the offer's limited, but there's a reason it's limited. I'm not just pulling that out of my ass, because people are more sophisticated than you would think. So I cannot emphasize enough how vital learning from other successful copywriters is. You can save so much time. You look at anyone who's done well online, like Mr. Beast, Alex Ramosi are big examples here on YouTube. And YouTube, like Mr. Beast, whenever he was starting out, he said like the thing he would invest in the most is mentors. Other people who have done all the hard work that he wants to do and can tell him, don't do this, don't do this, do this. Just tell him the right direction. Tell him the right things to do. Give him advice on the problems that he's having. That's where he invested his money. The same with Alex Ramosi. Invest in education, because when you get smarter, you can make more money. You can make exponentially more money by investing in a mentor. It's so, so important. And if you're inspired by others who are already masters at what you want to do, you'll get better 10 times faster. If you're surrounded by people who are doing what you want to do, you will get there faster than if you're surrounded by no one. You understand that as fact, okay? You understand, hey, if I'm around people who are doing this at a high level, I have a much higher chance of success. So why are you not doing it? Why are you letting the next 24 hours elapse without you going and finding a mentor? If you know that to be true, what are you doing? Why are you not going and getting a mentor? So this opportunity won't last forever. I just wanted to talk about, we actually have space in our coaching group. The reason we only have a limited amount of space is I only have one coach at the moment. That coach only has a certain amount of time. Okay, we have clients coming in here all the time, people who want to start copywriting businesses. If I took 1,000 new clients this month and I said, oh, we only have 5 new students and 1,000 people join, my coach doesn't have capacity for 1,000 people. He only has capacity for a certain amount of people. So when we say we have only a limited amount of space, we actually only have a limited amount of space. Understand, like, okay, if I were to be bullshitting here, how would our coach be able to assign time to everybody if 1,000 people join? We only have space for 5 new students this month if you're joining. Like, pretty much our capacity every month is 5 to 10 people for the community. We don't let in hundreds of people. I think at the minute there's like 32 people in it or something, and we are going to cap that at some point, because I can't hire like 50 coaches and manage 50 different coaches to help every student join. So we do limit it. Okay, that's very, very clear. So make sure that you hop in before the door closes. Every month we usually will raise the price, because obviously we want, like, we add a lot of content to the program. It becomes more and more valuable over time. People get a better understanding. There are better quality students in there who can help you. It's worth the money. So we have our coaching group down below. I've mentioned it a few times. Click the link in the description. You can apply for that. Obviously, you have to apply for that because we get tons of applications. We get people who we don't want in the program because they have bad expectations, or we feel that they might be entitled or lazy and they might not do the work. So that's why you have to apply for it. Make sure that you do it. And finally, there's a sales email checklist for this section. Study all the slides from this section. Try to identify all of the components from sales in real life copy on this site. The site is swiped.co, and go out and write 15 practice sales emails. So once you've done that, leave a comment down below. Say, hey, just completed my 15 pieces of, 15 emails. And I will give you a thumbs up. I'll be like, I am pumped for you because you need to get some positive reinforcement. I am happy if you do that. I'm proud of you. So that's going to do it for this section. We will move on to the next one. How to write an ad. Okay, in this section, I'm going to talk about writing ads. And in this context, I'm going to talk about Facebook ads. So let's have a look at it. As I've said, an ad copy primarily encourages prospects to respond to an offer and enter the sales funnel. So your ad, the reason for an ad, I know I'm explaining things very simply here, so if you're a little bit more advanced and you actually understand all this stuff, just bear with me. I'm explaining this for people who have no idea what ads and all this sort of stuff is. So I'm going to explain this in the most basic terms as possible. So our main function of an ad is when you see an ad on your timeline, you click on it, you enter a sales funnel, or you click on a sales page. It's all the same. You click an ad to buy something. Very, very simple. So first of all, an ad needs to evoke curiosity. This is obvious. You must evoke curiosity through emotions, through opening loops in the prospect's mind. So the best way to do that is to create open loops and use catchy headlines. So visit the sales email sequence for the headline explanation. I think it was the last section. So how to create an open loop, right? So like whenever I say, like when someone starts a story with, I couldn't believe, like, I went to America and you wouldn't believe what happened when I went to the barber, right? I literally just came back from a haircut, if you haven't seen, right? So I have a story about getting a really terrible haircut. So I open the loop in your brain by starting the story being like, so I went to this barber and they were terrible. And then at the end of the story, you want to know, I've just opened the loop. You want to close that loop and be like, all right, what happened at the barber? Show me the haircut. What did it look like? It was terrible, by the way. But that's essentially what you're doing. You're leaving a cliffhanger. And so you open that loop early. So you do that in this context on an ad, you open the loop with your ad. So you must leave a cliffhanger at the end to encourage your readers to take the desired action. So clicking to learn more, subscribing to a newsletter, etc. So the ad literally could just be like, learn how we scaled this guy's business from 5K a month to 50K a month in 3 months with our YouTube ad system or something like that. Or for example, consider Star Wars. Even after Darth Vader claims to be Luke's father, we're not even sure of this, even at the end of the movie. So it's a cliffhanger. Sorry if I've just spoiled a 30-year-old franchise for you. You should have watched it. I haven't watched it. I don't care about that stuff. So to put it into a copywriting perspective, you must only give away, for example, a third of your information. The rest of it will be in your lead magnet or your product or whatever you're selling. So you give a little bit away at the start, get them hungry, make them want more, and then you sell them the rest. Another way I can explain this is to create a mystery. You have to be as clear as day. Remember that confusion is the biggest conversion killer in sales. You need to be clear on what you're speaking about and who you're speaking to. It might sound super simple, but there is a power in simplicity. You have to have a clear call to action. There must be a super clear call to action in your Facebook ads. Like literally, click this button to find out more. Click here to book a call. Click here. Click the button below. Click the link. Be really clear. Tell them exactly what to click. Make sure it's clear. Remember that its purpose is only to get a click, not a sale. Ads are not supposed to make sales directly in most cases. Ads are usually to get you in the door. They're usually to get you in the sales funnel, and they do the real selling whenever you get in that sales funnel. So generally an ad is just like sign up for our newsletter or check out our website. And once you check out the website, that's when you start getting bombarded with like, hey, sign up for our newsletter and we'll send you emails. And then they send you emails every week, and then you start getting retargeted by other ads. Or you go through a sales funnel, you get in a call with a team, or you start speaking to someone that's an appointment setter, and they start talking to you and trying to sell you. That's where the selling is done. This is just to get you in the door. So before you start writing, make sure to check out the Facebook ads compliance policy. This is pretty basic. This is not the most fun thing ever, but it just allows you to actually know what you can and can't do on Facebook. Facebook is really strict with their restrictions. So if you were to write something for a client and it gets their account banned, you're never going to get that client again. They're going to be very pissed off and they will not pay you, because if you get someone banned by saying like, like if you can't show like they don't really like before and after photos. They don't like, you're obviously not going to be able to show nudity on a Facebook ad. So just make sure you have a quick look at that if you start writing ads and if that's what your bread and butter is going to be. So Facebook ad structure. 1, we have the body text. This is the copy that appears right above the image. You don't need me to show you a Facebook ad. Just go on Facebook right now and you'll scroll through and see an ad in about 3 seconds. But this is the copy. The body text is the copy that appears right above the image. Some brands write 1 to 2 lines of text, while others write several paragraphs. It really depends on what you're trying to do. Depends what type of product you're selling. If you're selling info product or services or consulting, it's probably going to be paragraphs. If you're selling something like a basic product, it might be 1 paragraph or 1 or 2 lines. The writing might actually be done in the creative. So in the video or photo, there might be a script where someone's speaking. That's where a lot of the copy is written in ads. Image, the creative of the ad. If it's a video, your job will be to create the text or script, as I've just said. 3, the headline is located right under the picture. So you'll see like there's text, video, and then there's a headline saying, try it works, or something like that. Call to action. This is the call to action statement you can write right onto the headline. Then we have a call to action button. So Facebook offers different options for your call to action button, such as shop now, sign up, subscribe, book now, contact us, and more. So here's your Facebook ads worksheet. This is a pretty short section. Research other ads on the Facebook ad library. So go on to brands in your niche that you want to work with and look at their ads and have a look at what they're doing. Look at the best companies in the world. What do their ads look like? Look up swipe files. If you just want to get experience and understand, if whatever niche you decide to go for and whatever type of copy you try to go for, you need to look at what's good in that niche. You need to look at the best copywriting you can find. And how you do that is you buy swipe files, or you look for swipe files for free online and you get those, because people will literally just sell their swipe files. Like say, for example, I have a swipe file where it's just like stuff that I've read for years, over years. Anything I see and I'm like, oh, that's a good ad or that's a good email, I'll just store it somewhere. And so people usually sell their swipe files where you can just buy what they've stored for years and years, all the best stuff that they've found. And like, these are people who know what they're looking for, and they find something valuable and they store it, and they're going to give it to you for a small amount of money. So just buy it. Use your money to your advantage here. If you waste loads and loads of time in trying to create your own swipe file, you're going to take so much longer and your copy is going to be so much worse. If I can give you one piece of advice here in this entire course, it is spend money, not time. Where you can spend money, because your time is so much more valuable. You can get to like 0 to 10k and then 10k to 100k a lot faster than you think. So whenever, it's obviously going to take you time and effort, but that time and effort is going to be spent on building your skills. Your skills are the most important thing here, because when you have good skills, you can basically operate any type of business. If you know how to run a business, you can operate in any niche at any time of year with any type of product, because you know how to run the business in the first place. You know what the best products are going to be. You know how to sell. You know how to operate. So like, these things are the most important. And so if you spend money, you can spend money in education. Spend money to save your time. Your time is so much more valuable. Everybody at the start thinks they have all the time in the world to make money. You might be like an 18-year-old kid or something right now, or 16, whatever age you are. You might be in your 20s, and you think, oh, I have so much time. But you probably have a goal in mind of how much money you want to make. And you realize that like, it might be an unrealistic goal where you say, I want to make 100k in my first 6 months or something. But it's like, usually you can make it a lot quicker than you think. Usually people, like, whenever my first goal was like 3k and then my next goal was like 10k, I could have made them a lot quicker looking back now. If I was starting today and compare that to myself when I actually started, I would make like 10k a million times quicker than I would have made it whenever I was a beginner, because I now know what I have to do. I understand, because I've put my effort and time into building my skills and experience. So that's what you need to focus on. This worksheet, very simple. Write 10 Facebook ad copies, go out and find a swipe file and write some good ads. Okay, so in this section, we're going to talk about how to write a landing page. So let's get quickly clear on what a landing page is. It's a single page that you drive traffic to from your ads or from emails or from anywhere else. It's where you drive people to enter their information and get something for free. Basically where they sign up. Also, you can call this like an opt-in page. Now, landing pages are generally where you'll sell things, but they can be where it's like an opt-in page or a squeeze page. There are a couple of different names for it. Generally, the idea is where you have like a headline, maybe a video sales letter, or a story or a piece of copy, and then somewhere where they click to sign up their information or buy something. So that's what a landing page is. So I'm going to explain how you can write a really good landing page. So first of all, we're going to talk about the headline. It's the most important part of the landing page. Your goal of a headline is to get the attention of the person, so hook them in, offer the solution that they want. So let's say they are fat right now and they want to get in shape. So we're going to show you how to, the headline might be like, here's how to lose fat in 3 easy steps, or with our 3-step system, without training like an athlete, or without, changing your entire diet, or without doing this or that. Basically, promise them the solution that they want, their dream state, without the things that they don't want. So do your market research. Figure out, what do fat people not want to do? Fat people, I know for a fact, do not want to do hard work. So you need to perceive it across in some way that in your headline, they are not going to do any hard work in order to lose that fat. Even if that's the case, even if they have to do hard work, which you do have to do. But when you're selling, people want to believe bullshit. Basically, people want to believe that they don't have to do all the hard stuff to get the dream. Now, if your product can help them do that without some of the hard work, then it's okay. If you're selling something that actually removes some of that hard work, it's fine. So let's talk about the headline. As I said, it's all about getting attention, offering your specific solution, and then getting a click. So getting them to take action. Or it might be just to get them to read the rest of the page or watch the video. So make your prospect enter their contact information in exchange for free lead magnets, like high value stuff, ebooks, whatever it is. Landing pages are often short, and a strong headline is the main part of it. So how to write a landing page headline. First of all, you have the main headline. You must communicate a main struggle, benefit, emotion, or interesting fact. So another way you could write a landing page headline is like, look at how 9 out of 10 doctors recommended people to do this teeth whitening process. Or here's why 80% of people are now getting massive results with XYZ. Or like, here's how 80% of people are struggling with this and have now found a solution. something like that, or emotion. It literally might just be a quote from a testimonial of a customer. I couldn't believe how fat I was until I tried product name. Then you have the subheadline. So this is where you add a little bit more information. This is where you can disqualify some of the things that they don't want to do. So it's like, I couldn't believe I, lost all this weight, blah, blah, blah. And then the next one is a little quote that says, without having to, do rigorous cardio, or without having to change my entire diet, or look at like food as like sins or bad things, like all this sort of shit. Like, think about what people actually want, what they don't want, and then craft the perfect headline around that. Call to action: a button to sign up, a link where you can sign up, enter information, get a free gift, whatever it is you're selling. Click the sales email section to get an explanation of how to write a powerful CTA. So I cover all this in this course. So let's talk about the features and benefits which we want to put on a landing page. So don't forget to include 5 ways your free value promise is going to help your customers. So all people give a shit about, they do not give a shit about you. They don't really give a fuck about this sales page. They don't give a shit about the product. They only care about how it helps them. People love to talk about like, oh yeah, I love this product, I love this. No, you love what it actually does for you. You don't really give a shit about the product. People only care about helping themselves. So you have to understand that. And like, I've seen people start writing, all they talk about is the product. You need to talk about the customer and what they want. Talk about their dreams and how you can solve them. Talking about the product is going to bore people. No one gives a shit about the product. You have to sell the dream. You'll do it using a feature benefit format. We've discussed this many times. So you're going to add features and benefits, but this is not really where someone's sold. This is where they justify the emotions they have for wanting to get the product. This is where their logic kicks in. They're like, right, well, I really want to buy this. I know it's going to fix my problems, but I just need to make sure in my head, I just need to be sensible for 3 minutes and have a look, being like, what are the features of this fat loss product? You know what I mean? As if that really fucking matters. They know rightly that they're going to buy the product and make a change. So, social proof. Why should I listen to you? That's what the customer's thinking. Even though you're giving away something for free, it's a good idea to include a reason why prospects should listen to you specifically. Now, you don't do this way flat out. Like, you don't be like, oh, don't believe us? Listen to this guy. It's like, no, you just include testimonials. You include previous customer results. Even whenever you're selling yourself to get clients need social proof. No one is going to want to work with you if you don't have social proof. If you don't have a reason or proof that you can do what you say you can do, or that your product says what it can do, if there's no proof of that, people will not buy. Nobody will be the first person to buy from you, especially if you're trying to sell yourself. If you're trying to sell yourself for like $3,000 a month to a client, they're not going to pay you $3,000 a month if they don't think you can do it. What's the very first thing they do whenever they see a cold email or a message from you? They go to your social media. What's on your social media? They're going to look you up online. Have you got social proof? Whenever they look you up, are they going to find a page that is social proof that proves you can do what you actually say you can do? If you don't have that, it's not going to sell. It's the same for selling products. People want to see that this has been done before, that there have been results before. So include testimonials. Let's face it, the internet is already bombarded with tons of content, and you must ensure that you stand out. So showing social proof is one of the best ways to do it. Think about Prime, right? You've seen Logan Paul and KSI's Prime. They do not sell that drink primarily on the benefits and the ingredients that they have in it. They sell it as like a cool sports drink. All these celebrities are coming on our podcast and drinking this drink, so you should drink it. They have cool branding. They have cool videos, they have events, they have exciting stuff. Think about Red Bull. Red Bull isn't saying like, we are the most energy efficient caffeine source and we have low sugar, blah, blah, blah. No, bullshit. Nobody cares about that stuff. They advertise it at parties. They advertise it in places that people want to be. In people's dream state, that's where the product's advertised. And so Prime is able to be sold because they're not sitting selling it as like, this is the perfect formula. Like I've seen videos comparing Prime to other sports drink formulas, and the sports drinks that they're comparing them with, yeah, they might have the best ingredients, and that's absolutely what you should be drinking if that's what you're looking for, but they're packaged terribly. They're like a really plain white bottle or something with text on it. It's like, yeah, this is the perfect formula, blah, blah, but no one wants to buy that. And when we're talking about buying things and selling things, this is what you have to focus on. It's the dream. People want a bright colored drink. They want something that looks cool, tastes nice. They do not want something that's boring. If they're looking for something, if they have two options, they're going to choose something that is exciting and novel and new. and other people are drinking. If this celebrity's going to drink it, well, then I should drink it. You know what I mean? That's what people are looking for. Social proof is so important. So, final call to action. If your landing page is longer than just a headline and a call to action button, then end your page with a final call to action. So, real life examples of landing pages. So, I want to show you some examples here. So, here's one. PhotoBiz. 23 free social media templates. This is an opt-in page. So this is a pretty standard looking landing page, right? So first of all, we've got their logo, we've got a picture of whatever it is they sell. 23, like this could be done a lot better, but they're giving away 23 free social media templates. So the big headline is 23 free. Oh, what am I getting 23 of for free? That sounds valuable. Social media templates is a subline. Enter your email. It's free. The button is free. Then down below that, they justify why you're going to buy the thing or why you're going to sign up for it with your information. They say, like, they give you a little bit more information about exactly what you're going to get in there. If they put that information at the top, it wouldn't sell you anywhere near as much. But because they put it at the bottom, because they know that most people won't even read the bottom section, that's how they do it. So, the manager's guide to effective feedback. So this is something for like business people, right? And down below, you can see the social brief here. What was I talking about? They want, like, people in this niche or industry obviously value these companies like DoorDash, eBay, Sony Music. People look at those things immediately and think trust. Oh, this company works with this company. That must mean they're a good company because Sony's a large company. They're not going to be stupid and spend their money with bad companies. So this company must be good. So as you can see, headline, the manager's guide to effective feedback, and then a subcategory, you know, like this is like all your copy isn't going to be the same for every single niche. Like you have to do your research. So the copy here isn't going to be like 3 perfect ways to improve your employees like productivity or something. It's not always going to be like that because there's a sophistication in different markets. Like the people who are reading this opt-in page are people who are intelligent, like business operators. And they're not going to want to click on something that looks spammy. If something is selling like, okay, let's say you're selling a fat loss product, you can sell in a completely different way than you would sell a business manager guide to effective feedback, right? That's not a very exciting thing. Doesn't mean you can't make it exciting, but you have to sell it in a different way because if someone comes across it and it looks unprofessional, it looks too salesy, they're not going to want to buy it. So there's a sophistication you have to learn if you work with a different niche. So whatever niche you decide to choose, make sure you look at the top companies in that niche. Look at how they sell. What sort of subtle language do they use? They're probably not going to be like, buy here, this is the best thing you're ever going to see. It's like some niches are just more sophisticated than others. So that's really, really important. So a new and better way to inquire, engage, and retain customers. Start your free trial today. Very, very simple. And then some information down below, features about what they've got. So, what now? Listen to me carefully. Now that you know how landing pages work, you can write one by yourself. There's just one caveat to it. Remember when you wrote your Facebook ads in the last section? Your goal right now should be link those Facebook ads to a landing page. So I want you to write the Facebook ads and then write a landing page that complements it. So write it for the same product or service. So let's go to the next section. Let's say your Facebook ad gained attention by pointing out specific problems your target audience struggles with. You need to lose fat, blah, blah, whatever the product is. Now your ad should tease a solution to the landing page offer. So whatever you're going to get in the landing page, it should be teased in the ad. So grab your free PDF now on the best foods to eat. So that's what I mean by linking these two things together. Get a little understanding of what a funnel looks like, what a sales funnel is, right? So write the whole way through. Why don't you also write the emails? So write the landing page, the ads, the emails, the product copy, everything about it. Focus on all of these things. Write the same things over and over again. Like write for different products, but write landing pages, write ads, write emails. All you need to do right now, your most important focus is to write. You need to get mastered. If you can do that for 1, 2, 3 months, you can do that every single day for hours a day, you're going to become a good writer very quickly. It really doesn't take much else than that. Most people will complicate it and say, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that, I don't need the... Just do it. Just start writing. Like if you want to get better at football, what do? You don't read 500 books on it and then after 3 months you're a good footballer. You play every single day until you're good. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to be the best player in the world, but you're going to be good. You're going to be proficient at it. You're going to be significantly better at it than you are now. That's a guarantee. So what's a lead magnet? I've mentioned this already. It's a free asset or special deal offered to customers in exchange for the contact information. So email, SMS, first name. It can be a discount code, a webinar, a white paper, ebook, template, or another resource, depending on what you're actually selling. And to access the lead magnet, a customer must provide their name, email, or address, like I've said before. So how to create a valuable lead magnet. Now, this is more about offers, and this is more about the business owner's sort of, this is kind of their responsibility, but you're also going to be the copywriter for them, so you can make suggestions and you can say, hey, look, this is the most valuable thing we can create. You can also get paid to just write their lead magnet for them or create that. Like, you're going to do a lot of research, so you're going to have to actually know what you're talking about here, but that's what you can create. You can get paid more money to just write them a lead magnet. So if you're wondering how to create valuable lead magnets, our private coaching group can help you with that. Obviously, our private coaching group, I'm not going to go on too much about this. You've probably heard about it already in this course, but we can help you do this. My team of coaches are talking to our students every single day to help you get better at copywriting. If you want to actually take this seriously, you actually need to be in a group. Like, you need to be around other people. We will push you to do this every day. Like, you'll see other people posting in the group being like, hey, here's my copy for the day. And then you're going to be like, why haven't I written my copy for the day? But if you're doing this by yourself, no one's going to push you. 3 months go by and you might have written like 5 pieces of copy and you're like, oh, it's okay. I tell myself it's okay. And then you're not making any money. It's like, you need to be around killers. You need to be around other people who are making money. Where is the money moving? Like, you need to be around where the money is. If other people are doing it, if you see somebody posting that they got a client and they get paid $2,000, why are you not making that $2,000? If you don't see that every day, if you're not exposed to these things every day, you're not going to push yourself as hard. So if you want to make money, you have to push yourself hard. So take advantage of the opportunity. Link in the description, you can apply. Landing page worksheet, last thing of this section. So write 2 pieces of landing page copy. Make sure that they line up with the same products that you're writing your other stuff for, and link these landing pages to your ads, to your emails, everything else. So that's going to do it for this section. I will see you in the next one. So in this lesson, I want to talk about writing a sales letter. And instead of actually showing you a presentation, I want to go in and show you a live example of a sales letter that I really like. So this is someone who's mentored me in the past. He's called Phil Graham, and he's got a massive business and he hires some great copywriters. So this is just a little mini sales page on why you should work with him if you're a CEO. So as you can see, he starts it with, Dear CEO. So this is something that's really important whenever you're addressing the people that are going to read what you're writing. So you want to very specifically let them know who this letter is for. So if this is for CEOs, you don't want people who aren't CEOs reading it, because it's a waste of time. Generally, whenever a business runs ads, okay, anytime they run an ad, people will click on it, and for every person that clicks on it, it charges the business money because they've got a cost per click. So what a business will want to do is make sure that people who aren't going to work with the product, so people who aren't their target client, make sure that those people don't click. So you very quickly want to eliminate anybody who's not your target client, because every click costs you money. So you want to make sure that it's only the people that you actually want clicking to click it. So you started off with Dear CEO. This is just a continuation of that. Time to chat. So as you can see, it's like a really, really short sort of open up of like a simple sort of informal conversation about whatever they want to talk about. I know you're overworked, overthinking, overspinning. So this, as a CEO, this is perfectly like, they've done their market research. They know what CEO problems are. Like, you feel like you work all the time. You don't hire enough people. You're overthinking every decision that you're making. You're just spinning too many plates. And so they've immediately hit your pain point with that. Like, they're going to dig into it a little bit. And here's them digging into it. I know you have zero mental margin left, so you don't feel like you can take on any more sort of information or any more decisions or anything. You just feel like your brain is at full capacity. I know you're probably tired reading this. I know you need some time out, but you're afraid to take it. So just hitting all the pain points. My word, I've been there with you. So now relating to the reader. I've had moments in my life where I took my iPad on holidays on a boat with me in case my team needed me. This is the exact same for me as a CEO. Like, there's times where I've taken holidays and I'm on my laptop at 10 p.m. in Spain somewhere when I shouldn't be. So this is just like sharing an anecdote or a personal story that will relate to the reader. And then once they get that, the reader's being like, oh, I can relate to this guy. What's he saying? And then it just gets you hooked. I've had moments where my closest friends and family had that moment as they've had enough. pull you aside and ask you, what the F are you doing? So sort of bringing it back to like your family. What do your family think of this? Like, this is another pain point. Your family shouldn't be calling you out in this stuff. Calls at 11 p.m, can't sit still, never present, screen time still over 8 hours, just your iPhone. Just all these pain points. Like you can't get away from your business. Until someone pointed out to me that I'd take none of this to my grave, nor be remembered for just my company and work ethic. I finally had a reality check. So this is like, hey, look, I solved this, getting a little bit of intrigue. Like, this was a problem for me and I realized this had to stop. And I'm hoping that this page serves that for you too. So, I might get a solution to this problem. Average entrepreneur, a little photo here, scaled a really cool company, they shut down, missed out on most life events for family, existential angst and guilt suffer. So this is like hitting on the fear of missing out, which I talked about earlier in this course, like missing out on most of life events and family. Scaled a really cool company that they shut down. So a company that might have been cool, but they didn't actually result in anything. And then more pain points. Why shouldn't you dare to design your ultimate life? So your business this is like a headline. This is just like, all right, why shouldn't you actually take action here? Like, you should take action. Your business is actually there to make your life better, not the other way around. And people will be like, oh yeah, I agree with that. Like, why am I so stressed all the time? You're not a vessel designed solely to serve the company or prison you've created. There is more. But heads up, I'm no life coach nor motivational preacher. I'm a business strategist operating in business design and a lateral thinker. So this is just introducing him as a little bit more. The consequences of which lead to business operating to give you a lifestyle design as much as a better business design. So sorry, I'm reading this like as I try and explain it. So to effectively move forward, there are some components of tough love I've got to hand you before we can proceed. Ready? Read the below, follow the exercise, and let's move on. The faster you hear and accept this, the better. Tough love 1. More than 60 to 70% of your ideas are going to fail. Accept it. Tough love 2. The ambitious don't live forever, but the timid barely live at all. Give yourself permission. Tough love 3. Stop expecting all from yourself. So you can see he's just giving him like value here. All right, so he's just giving the CEO value. Spend this brief time here and understand you're going to fail, your best won't work, there's going to be conflict, and you're going to test a lot. So just sort of letting you accept that, okay, it's going to be tough here, and he's sort of trying to give you a little bit of comfort, give you a little bit of value here. Anxious, got that pressure in your chest, again, pain point. Perfect. Now hold that tension in your body, squeeze your shoulders up to your ears and hold it. Keep it there and squeeze until it kind of hurts, frankly. Make a weird face if you need to. Then let it effing go away, okay? Good, now that we can move forward. Okay, so the next headline. From this moment on, here's how I help ambitious entrepreneurs lift the ceiling on what's possible with just 24 hours a day. So this is essentially a product pitch. We've spent time talking about the fact that your business is designed to empower your life and not the other way around. In the worst instances, helping you buy back your time and give you more presence, you're just going to spill that back into your business. Been there. Instead, my mission is to help you become as much an investor as your time as an investor in your business's future. It's all about building an active time portfolio that sees you grow your company while buying back the energy and space needed for the things you want to do. So how? So this is like promising you the dream. This is what every entrepreneur wants. He's addressed your pain points. You have no time. You have no capacity in your brain. You're stressed. Your family's noticing that you're stressed. This is all the stuff I've talked about in the course. Like, it's all laid out here. And, now he's saying that, hey, I want to give you back the time that you can invest in these things. This sounds like the dream. Even as I read this right now, this sounds like the dream. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't have enough time in the day to do all the things I want. But I wish I could, grow my business while also having more time. That would be the dream. So, and then here are some of the solutions. Ideation, CEO design, creation. I'll read through some of these. Right now, there exists a handful of ways in which your business can grow that you're most likely blind to. So things that you don't even know about, we can help you. So there's a bit of mystery there. We'll turn every stone together to find it and grow them. So we're going to work together with you. To be clear, every business has levers that you can pull to maximize either lead volume, conversion volume, price elasticity, margin elasticity, retention capacity, and or recurring revenue subscription capacity. By having the perspective of seeing seeing inside thousands of businesses and hundreds of different niches, I can bring the best of operational growth to your enterprise so you don't have to go out and test for it. So this basically just like opens things up a little bit for you. Like he's pulling the curtain behind to show you what's going on. And then he talks a little bit more about it with 3 other things. Get paid to live the life you've been grinding to build, but get it today. The world's best CEOs will spend 6 figures on continual degrees, then bulk at working with someone one-to-one. It makes no sense because degrees can't give 2 things. First, perspective. Second, experience. You're in the bottle. You can't read the label from the inside. So basically, you can't see what the problems are because you're inside. You're too deep in the weeds of it. That's why perspective is key. Like something that you don't have. He's selling you something that you don't have. Perspective. Yet that perspective is even more important when it comes from someone who can see around the corners because they've been there. So experience, making you comfortable and being like, someone else has done this for you. So I'm going to show you all the mistakes that you can make, all the things you don't know of, and I'll give you perspective and show you how to get there a lot faster with all the things that you don't want. So if you will, allow me to bring that lateral perspective in for you. Then let's look at how you can fuel the other successes in your life that you're ready to tap into. Reach out by using the button below and send me a message about your business, your goals, and you as a CEO. So reach out, use the button below. Very, very clear call to action. You'll be texting me through a specific chat link and I'll create a plan that will allow you to decide if this makes sense for you, if you have the time to commit to it, and whether we're a fit. You do, and we might not, honestly. This is to sort of create like a little bit of neutral language, so it's not too pushy, so it doesn't feel like you're constantly being pushed into work with this person, and also that we might not be a good fit together. Like, I don't know if I could take you on. Like a little bit of scarcity is added in there. And then 2 of my favorite questions to close with. So these are just to pose questions to the viewer and leave something in their head if they were to decide, I don't want to click this. There are decades where nothing shifts, then days when decades can be shifted, so we can save you so much time. You've got to be aware of them when they're in front of you. So this is where this perspective that he earlier talked about in the sales letter comes in. You're one human away from changing your life, not a tactic. Tactics are band-aids compared to strategic vision. So unlock scale by releasing your constraints, and then a signature. So these are really good ones to kind of paint a visual picture of what he's been talking about previously here. And then you click the link and it goes into coaching packages. You've got a couple of different ones here. As you can see, like these investments are really, really high. Like they're like 20 grand, 15, 25 grand. These are insane. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's going to cover it for this one. Make sure you go and check that out. There's a link on the screen right now. And make sure you look up other sales letters and study them. Look for the things that I told you about and then implement them in your copy. See how you can do that. Like you have to read a lot of copy if you want to get better at it, because you have to be exposed to what good copy looks like and what bad copy looks like. So that's pretty much it. We'll move on to the next section. So let's talk about sales funnel copywriting. So firstly, I want to explain what a sales funnel is. A sales funnel is basically a series of steps or a series of pages or things designed to get you from not being a customer to being a customer. So it's about gaining your client's trust. It's about basically you take someone from, let's say they join the funnel. The reason it's called a funnel is because say you have 1,000 people who you want to become your customer. So a funnel looks like this, where it's big at the top and small at the bottom, and you basically funnel through people through this funnel to becoming customers. So there's 1,000 people at the top where you want them to become a customer. They all get hit with an ad. Then let's say 500 people. So the funnel gets smaller. 500 people click through the ad and sign up for your email list. Through that 500 people, 200 join a webinar that you sent out via email. And through that 200, 20 people buy or something, whatever the product is you sell, and that's the bottom of the funnel. So that's what a funnel is, and there's a lot of room for copywriting in there, because basically all it is copywriting. You're writing the ads, you're writing the emails, the content, you're writing the sales page, the VSL or webinar, and there's so much content you can write in there. So the basic sales funnel we're going to look through is Facebook ad to landing page to sales page, and then some emails that are sent in the back end. So the biggest goal of every marketing funnel is to get awareness and attention. There's other focuses of marketing funnels, and it's to draw attention and sell. So like you might have a funnel and your whole goal of that is to get people to buy a tripwire product, which is like $20 or $25. And when people buy that, now you have a list of people who you know are buyers who will pull out their wallet and pay for something that you have to sell. And then you're able to market to those people in a different way. So there are different goals of Facebook ads. Sometimes ads, companies like Coca-Cola are just going to be running them for attention towards their brand and awareness. But other companies, most of the companies you'll be working with will have ads that intend to just sell the customer something today or get them in the sales funnel where you can market to them over and over again over the next couple of months. So there are many different ways you can go about it. One of the most common ways to do this is through paid Facebook advertising. These copy pieces will take your prospects one click closer to discovering what you have for them. So they might already know you, they might watch your YouTube content if you're a business owner, this is, and now you want to hit them with some ads because you want to get your brand and your name in front of them again. So say you watch this video and then you go on Facebook and you see an ad for one of my products. That's me trying to get in front of you again because I know that you know me and we get along well, like we have a good relationship, and now I want you to see me more often because you're more likely to buy if you keep seeing me. Obviously, the more you see someone, the more likely you are to buy from them. So this is where you could you could easily write a lot of Facebook ads for a company. People pay so much money for this right now. Facebook ad creatives are so in demand at the moment. Then we have landing pages, so opt-ins, squeeze pages. Once leads have discovered you through your ads, your next goal is to get them to take action. So jump onto your email list. There are various ways to go about it, but one of the most common ways is to direct all this traffic to a landing page. This page is used for the purpose of converting visitors into leads. And this is done by providing a highly valuable asset, or something else, but basically a lot of the time it's going to be like a webinar, a workshop, a masterclass, or a free PDF. This asset is given in exchange for your prospects' contact information such as their email or their phone number. Once you've got your leads, it's the best time to convert them into customers. This is where we present your offer to them, and you can do it all through a webinar, sales call, or sales page. But here's the thing, most of your leads won't purchase immediately. This is why it's super necessary to continue building trust, desire, and rapport with your audience. And one of the best ways to do this is through email copy. So this is where you start nurturing your audience. People don't know you at the start. And if they jump through your sales funnel, they're like, this is just another guy trying to sell me shit. So what you have to do is build a relationship with that person and make them actually like you. So once your prospects have provided their email address, you can begin nurturing those leads through an educational email sequence. These emails aim to build more desire and more trust by providing valuable and relevant content, and your goal is to educate your prospects about who you are and why you're qualified to help them. So sales emails are only sent with one purpose: to generate a sale for your client. It usually takes about 5 to 10 emails before you're selling, if you're selling to someone new who's never bought from you before, and this kind of customer is a new lead. So here's the worksheet for this section. Organize all of your practice copies in the exact same order as the sales sequence I described in this section. That's going to do it for this section. Super short, just wanted to explain what a funnel was and how you can write for one. What's up? So in this section, we're going to talk about creating your offer. So as I've mentioned before, writing email copy is the quickest way for a beginner copywriter to make money. This is why we'll focus on how to create an irresistible email copywriting offer for your potential clients. The more specific your offer will be, the better. I'll teach you how to do that in the next slides. I'm also going to talk about offers in general here as like how you make a good offer to anyone. And the first thing I'm going to tell you is go and read Alex Hormozi's $100 million offers, start to finish. Read the whole thing. Don't just get the audiobook. Read the full thing, the actual book, and you will understand offers like nobody before you, right? So firstly, I want to talk about being specific as possible. This is absolute basic for beginners. This is just me going through the absolute basics of creating an offer. So here are the questions that will help you come up with a specific offer. What kind of businesses am I writing for? This is the most basic one. Who are you writing for? Like, what specific businesses? Don't just say, I want to work with health and fitness companies or beauty companies, or you say I want to work with e-commerce, beauty companies that sell face creams or that sell this or this or this, the actual products that they sell. You have to be so hyper specific, but you also can't be too specific when you go to actually get clients. You need to understand that you might have a couple of different clients that you can write for. You can pretty much write for anyone if you're a good copywriter, but if you want to choose a niche, there's only going to be so many companies in the, supplement industry that are going to work with a copywriter like you. So you have to understand that you can be like versatile and work with different companies, but you also have to have an offer that requires you to, that allows you to target specific companies. So You target those specific companies with specificity. So whenever you have your little VSL or whatever it is you're trying to do to sell yourself to these businesses, you let them know that you work specifically with them, but then you can do campaigns where you email companies that aren't in that niche, and then you just be specific to them as well. So what I mean by that is, say you send out 1,000 emails to try and get supplement companies to work with you. You tell them you only work with supplement companies. Then if you're going to work with other people, like if you want to work with someone similar, like I work with gyms, then you send 1,000 emails to gym owners and you tell them you only work with gym owners. And it's just about being specific to that person, but you can work with different types of businesses, because you should go hard on one first, exhaust it, go through thousands of leads, have a proper follow-up structure, make sure that your outreach process is really, really solid. And if you want to understand how to build a good outreach process, we're literally adding a full course to our 6-figure freelancer program, which is like really in detail about how to get clients, a sick lead generation course. It's going to be added new for all members, completely free. Or we're going to sell it separately if you would like to just buy that as a standalone product. We're going to teach you exactly how to do that. Like there's a lot goes into it. It's not. I'm not gonna pretend it's like a basic or easy thing. Like you have to set up an email. You have to warm up that email. You have to learn how to do campaigns. You have to learn how to write cold emails. You have to learn how to build an offer. All this sort of stuff. So it's all going to be included in the lead gen course. So let's talk about a couple more things. So what is the goal of your offer? Is it to increase sales or generate leads? So maybe you're going to write for their Facebook ads and you just want to help them get more leads into their sort of pipeline, their funnel. Or maybe you're going to write sales emails for them where you actually want to sell for them. So you have to figure out what you want to do. And this is going to take a lot of market research. What kind of emails can you write? Newsletters, sales emails, welcome emails, flows, anything like that. Which results can I deliver? Like you have to come up with a specific solution in a quantifiable amount of time. So here's an example, right? So a beginner all the time will come up with some really shit offer and be like, okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you make more money by writing emails for you this month. First of all, you never pitch yourself as a copywriter to these businesses, because most businesses outside of copywriters, like anyone outside of copywriters doesn't know what a copywriter is. This is something I learned from doing my market research. Like if you're pitching yourself as a copywriter to people, they do not give a shit. Unless they are in online marketing and sales, they don't know what a copywriter is and they immediately ignore you. So the way you have to pitch it is like, hey, why don't I build you an email list and make you money that way? Or why don't I write ads for you and create your ads? You don't say I'm a copywriter and I do this and make it all about yourself. You make it about the customer. What do they want to get? So if it's a gym, hey, I'll get you more signups. How am I going to do that? I'm going to write ads for you. I'm going to write emails for you. I'm going to create content for you on social media. And then you just use your copywriting skills in there. You don't tell them you're a copywriter because they don't know what that is. So you also want to give them a quantifiable result in a specific amount of time and remove any pain points. So someone that I knew was a YouTube editor and they wanted to work with clients. So like, I'm going to create 60 pieces of short form content for you. All I need is 2 hours of your time and it's going to cost this much and you're going to make this much back. Or maybe you don't promise exactly how much they're going to make back in a process like that, but you're going to be like, I will create 60 pieces of content for you. Someone has to see that this is valuable. So someone has to understand why 60 pieces of short form content is valuable. And if you're targeting consultants or online personal brand people, then they're going to know that 60 pieces of content is valuable. So you have to sell them something that they know is going to be valuable. So it's usually, as a copywriter, it's going to be like ad creatives, content for their Instagram or whatever, emails, LinkedIn content, whatever it is. Make sure you know what they actually want. And you get that by doing market research. How do you do your market research? You actually reach out to businesses and be like, hey, can I pay you $20 or $50 for 30 minutes of your time? I just want to ask you some questions. And then just ask them flat out, like, hey, what can I do to help you? Like, where would you want to make more sales? Or, generally a good one is to say, are you making the most amount of money you could right now? No, is the obvious answer, because they could always make more money. Okay, where do you think you can make more money? And then they tell you where they think they can make more money. And then you'd be like, how could you bring a new business? They tell you that. You're like, all right, are you open to the idea of creating an email list? Oh, well, I don't know how to do that. Okay, I can do that for you. So you go off and learn how to fucking build an email list and write for it, and then you can make them more money that way. remove all the risk from the client's shoulders. This can't be about you. This can't be about your want to make money. They do not give a shit about that. They will actually be so turned off if they get any inkling that you're just trying to make money online, because you seem selfish and you seem like you don't care about them. Everyone in business is trying to look out for themselves. So you have to make sure that you help the other person, or else they're not going to want to pay you. So make your offer irresistible. Your offer has to be an absolute no-brainer for your client. So if I said to you like, hey, I'm going to make 60 pieces of short form content for you, and all I need is 2 hours of your time. That's a great offer, because someone's like, okay, yeah, I would be happy to get 2 hours of content filmed, and then they go off and create 60 pieces of content. That could bring me a new business in 2 hours. They literally do everything for you. They remove all the friction. They write the script for you. They tell you what you're going to talk about. They, tell you little hooks that you can say in the videos to get more views. One of the best ways to do this is to create your USP, or unique selling proposition. So I've just talked about that. As I mentioned before, it's something that'll make you stand out from the crowd. You can only do this by researching your chosen niche by yourself. You have to do your own research. If you don't do your own research, if you don't know what people want, how are you going to sell them something? You can't just go through and glide through and try and copy other people's offers and say, oh, this guy's selling something. Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I have no idea what the problem is. Like, I know people who will build entire businesses copied off someone else, but they don't see they don't understand the business at all. So they're just copying certain parts of the business, but then they don't know why it doesn't work for them, because all they know is like the surface level shit, whereas the other person has a deep understanding of what they're doing in the business. So your USP must make sense to your prospect. For example, I'll create an email sequence that has 2% conversion rate. If I cannot achieve that, you'll get a full refund. So offer refunds, make your offer irresistible. Like, make sure that there's a process in place where it's like, all right, I can do this for you. You'll get a full refund if it doesn't work, as long as you've done your end of the bargain. So like, a lot of people will like join an offer that has a refund in it, but then they'll want a refund even if they didn't hold up their end of the deal, and you just can't do it like that. So you have to make sure that you have some policy in place, which is written down on the contract that you sign. So you're probably wondering, what if I can't deliver those 2% conversion rates and have to refund? Well, that's the price you pay for learning about your offer. You now understand your offer more. If you're confused about creating an irresistible offer, my coaches and I will discuss it personally in our private coaching group. So as I said, I make content like this for our paid members all the time. Some really, really high level content. I also recommend you check out Alex Hormozi's book, but if you want coaching on this, apply to join Six Figure Freelancer. I'm going to link it in the description. Take advantage of this opportunity while it lasts. So, pricing. At the end of this section, I'll give you specific numbers on how much you should charge as a beginner. But before I do that, I will show you the factors that ultimately influence how much you should charge for your copywriting services. So, time. How much time is this project going to take for the client? How much time are they going to have to spend? And how much time are you going to do it in? Like, how much time will it take you to complete the project? And here's a tip. Do things fast. A lot of people that I hire don't do things very fast, and I get rid of them very quickly, because people will do things in a week that could have taken me an hour. Like, they waste so much time. Their decision-making process, they make every decision with about 50 questions added to it. Someone this morning asked me, hey, I want to set up a domain, and you said to do it on Google Domains, but Google Domains said it isn't working, so I should try Squarespace. Should I try Squarespace? Well, what did Google Domains just tell you? Do Squarespace. So yes, do it yourself. Like, you have to also be able to do things quickly yourself, make decisions. Don't ask someone for every 2 seconds of a question, like every 2 seconds of a process, or Google everything every 2 minutes and be like, oh, I don't know whether I should do this, and sit on it for a day and sit on it for 2 days. And it's like, it's a complete waste of time. You just have to move fast and do things. So it's the same for writing copy. Like, if someone wants something done, they want it as quick as humanly possible, because the quicker you send it to them, the quicker they can add it to their website and make more money from it. So you have to understand time is money here. Length of the copy. This includes the amount of revisions as well. So this includes how many times you're going to have to edit it again whenever the client says they don't like something about it. Deadline. The faster your client needs it, the more you should get paid. So like, you should charge them more. If you're like, hey, look, I can do this by Friday, but if you want it done by Wednesday, I can do it for an extra $200. Boom, you've just made an extra $200 to do it a lot quicker. You probably could have done it by Wednesday anyway. Experience. The more experience you have, the more you can charge. Is basic. Expertise. The more expertise you have, the more you can charge. Pretty basic. Here's some sample pricing. So a short Facebook ad, you could charge $35. Again, this is for beginners. This is not stuff like, you could charge a lot more than this, like a couple of months in or a year in. Like easily, you could. I know people who charge, like I've charged way more than this shit for any of this stuff. But basic ones here: $35 for a short Facebook ad, long Facebook ad, $70. Email copy, $100. I know people who charge like $500 to $1,000 for an email. Sales email copy, $100. Sales page, $1,200. People charge tens of thousands of dollars for sales pages, or get royalties from how much business that sales page generates. Landing page, $500. So this is the worksheet. Come up with your own specific irresistible copywriting offer. I'm going to tell you, go and read Alex Hormozi's book. It's gonna lay things out a lot clearer for you. Or if you want it in video form and you want me to explain it and you want my coaches to coach you on it, join our program. You can apply through the link below. So that's gonna do it for this section. Make sure to actually do this, come up with an offer, and I'll see you in the next section. We're gonna cover cold outreach. Now, I want to talk to you about how to get your first paying clients. And in this section, I'm going to go over 2 ways to get these clients. The first one is going to be through Upwork, and the second one is going to be through a cold email. So, first of all, I want to talk about why Upwork. Now, just to preface this section, this is a full course by itself. Getting clients is a full course. It's a full industry by itself called lead generation, like being able to generate leads for yourself. And so I can't teach you everything in such a basic small section, but I can give you the basics of it so that you can go out there and start actioning it, because the simple stuff is really not that difficult to do. So first of all, why Upwork? Well, going up on Upwork as a beginner is the simplest way to get your first client, because it's not the best way to like make a lot of money, but it's the best way to get your first initial clients, which will give you experience. They'll give you a portfolio, case studies, and it's honestly just the best way to get momentum going in your business, because you really need momentum whenever you start a business like this. Like whenever you start any sort of business, you need momentum. You need something to be moving. You need money coming in, things happening, or else you're going to get bored of it. You're not going to want to do the hard work, because it's very difficult at the start to run a business and make money, especially whenever nothing's happening for you. You just feel like quitting. That's why most people do quit, and most people fail and never start a business or succeed. So it doesn't matter how much you get paid in the beginning of Upwork. Everything you should be making right now in a business, like here's just a word of advice, should be going back into your business, because you might be making you might make $500 on Upwork, right, in a month. And a lot of people will be like, oh, I'm going to go out and buy like a new pair of shoes, and I'm going to buy this, I'm going to buy that. And like, that's not how you should look at it. You should be working your job, whatever job you have, or if you quit your job and you've got savings, or if you don't have savings and get a job and make money and like literally just get cash in, then take the money that you make from the business and reinvest it. Just spend your money on the business, because otherwise you're going to have to spend your time, and your time is a lot more valuable than your money, even though it doesn't seem like it at the moment. So you need to invest your money back in, and how you can do that is like paying for lists of leads, or paying for softwares that allow you to scrape leads. And, you know, paying for people to do other things for you, like build a website, or like people to scrape leads for you, or reach out to companies, or do things for you. Like you can pay other people to do things. Even if you're a beginner, right? People think, oh, I have to be making this much money to pay someone else to do something for me. Absolute bullshit. Like you can pay someone from day one to do shit for you. That's how you save time, and that's how you move fast. So it's very important that you just get some momentum here. So your goal here is to get experience working with an actual client ASAP. And going on Upwork is one of the easiest ways to get your first client fast. So in the following slides, I'm going to show you how to get your first client here in a week or less. So you're up for your Upwork profile setup. So first of all, if you don't have any professional photos, and I mean, I guarantee you don't, so I'm just going to go and tell you to do this right now. So get some photos of yourself where you look like half decent, and then put them into an AI headshot editor where you can basically generate lots of headshots for free. Like AI will create them where you're in a suit and you're in a professional setting, or you know, you look good. Like go and get some of those made by AI for free. Just type it in, AI headshots, whatever. Like you'll find tutorials all over the internet for it for free. And you need to have one of those as your profile picture. Then you need to talk about yourself. Like look at other business owners who are like, you know, other freelancers or other business owners who are making a lot of money. How do they brand themselves? Like what do they write about themselves? They don't say, hey, I'm a freelance copywriter looking to make some money, or I can help your business. Don't say shit like that because it's so basic, and any business owner will literally ignore you straight away if they see that. You need to set yourself up in a way that you look like a professional. You know what the fuck you're doing. You're doing professional work. And if you don't present yourself like that, then you're not going to get any work. So you need to literally be like, hey, we work with, or I work with, generally you can say we work with, like it's what most business owners do. I know I met a business owner, this like 60-year-old guy who owned like a massive like accounting and consulting company, and they handle my finances. And I remember he said, like at the start, we used to say, oh, we are dedicated to doing this, even when it was only me. And I remember him being like, you have to sell yourself at the start. Like this is when you have to do a little bit of bullshitting, because you're at the very beginning. Like you can't be expected to have all these things straight away. And as long as you can do the work to a high standard, and as long as you commit, even if you do a bad job for someone and they ask you to fix it for free, because you're at the beginning stages. They've taken a chance on you. You can't be entitled and think, oh, people need to pay me money just because I'm out here. Like you have to provide for other people. You are the one who has to earn your stripes here, not them. So you must verify your identity through your ID to get a verified badge. So you make sure you have an ID. Your profile description has to be about your specific offer and how you can help potential clients. So whatever type of copy you want to write, what niche you want to work in, or whatever. You might be just writing copy for anyone on Upwork, which is probably what you're going to do. So it doesn't really matter if you have a niche here, but you should list the niche. You'd be like, my strength is in this niche, or my strength is in here. I generally work best with these types of companies, but I'm open to opportunities in any field. So don't forget to fill in your education, skills, and upload your portfolio. Again, if you have to do a little bit of bullshit in here, go ahead and do it. Like, make yourself look as professional as possible here. Upwork will ask you which job you're looking for to customize your feed. Be as specific as possible when filling out this information. So, if you're writing email copy, don't forget to fill it in. Your feed is then going to consist of relevant offers to you. Now you can go through your fully customized feed and choose a job that best suits your requirements. When you apply for the job, you must also send a proposal, and in most cases, portfolio or some sort of sample work. So this is what I told you. You have to have a portfolio. It's so important. Your proposal needs to stand out, because hundreds of people will send the same boring proposals over and over again. Don't be one of them. So don't look shit. Like, you have to stand out here. This is where you're going to make money and other people aren't. There's probably, by the time you're watching this video, there might be a small amount of views on this video. This is a massive course. There might be a small amount of views, or there might be 100,000 views, or 500,000 views, but whatever the amount of people that have watched this video so far, I guarantee you're competing against like 99% of those. 99% of those people won't stand out. So you have to stand out. This is so important. So writing killer proposals. To ensure that you don't fall in the category of those boring proposals, you have to put the effort in here. Whenever you're doing your outreach, you have to put the effort in. So much effort, like a disproportionate amount of effort has to go in at the start whenever you're trying to get clients, because you don't have any clients yet. Whenever you get more experience and you have more clients, and you can afford to be a little bit lazier, and you have a better portfolio, you have more money coming in, you have more options, that's when you can be a little bit lazier. But at the start, you cannot be lazy. You have to be so on the ball here. So to ensure that you don't fall in that category, I've prepared some templates that work perfectly for me and that you can use as well. These will make you stand out from the rest, so pay attention. So let's have a look at what they look like. So, hey, I reviewed your job and did a bit of background research. Would you be able to fill in a few blanks? Then add 3 really good questions. Read the proposal carefully, so whatever their proposal is. For example, do you have any specific examples of what you want as an end product? How long until you need a final version? What's your budget for this project? So another one, hey, XYZ, seems like an amazing fit. I've helped other clients like ABC Products and XYZ Company. So this is where you just add in your portfolio, your samples, your existing work. I've helped them boost their sales in the same way you're looking for. Or, include a specific result that you got for them. I increased their sales by 32% in 30 days. Blah, blah. I made them $15,000 extra with my emails. I attach an example so you can get a feel for the level of quality I produce. Let's jump on a call and talk specifics. Or I would probably actually say here a lower commitment thing. And this is generally with all outreach. Have a lower commitment thing. Don't say, let's hop on a call. Just be like, is there anything I can, what can I send you to make things easier for you, to let you understand what I can do, or how can we move forward as quickly as possible. Basically, you need to come up with a line here that's let me know if this piques your interest. And then all I have to say is like, hey, interesting, send me this. Or, hey, interesting, how much could you do? You know, they'll come back with some sort of question. But I actually wouldn't say jump on a call, because it's too much of a commitment from the potential client, because they don't know you yet. Like they really don't know you. Hey, XYZ, I'm ready when you are. Send me a message and let's hop on a call to discuss. Again, lower commitment. PS, here are a few of my work examples you can check out. Wishing you a great day, your signature. So pretty basic. Don't make it like, and another thing, if you ever send out a proposal and it's in like a paragraph and you haven't spread things out into short little lines, don't ever speak to me again, because this is the most basic shit of all time. If you send something out and it's a paragraph like that, it's in any way a pain in the ass for someone to read that, you're not getting a client. I can guarantee you that. Now that you've experienced working with an actual client, we'll go for the big stuff right now. As I said before, we'll be focused on cold email outreach, because there's nothing it can't do in terms of outreach. It's a scalable version of writing letters or meeting someone in person. The possibilities are endless, which is why we focus on it here. So it's a way of contacting someone who doesn't know you. There's a right time and a wrong time to send cold emails. The rules are this. You can send cold emails to business contacts, but you must keep them from your customers. Like as a business wouldn't send cold emails out to all their customers and be like, hey, you know, or like an actual, like a company selling products wouldn't send cold emails to sell their products. But in your case, as a contractor, you can send emails to get clients. Cold emails are only for generating sales calls. So the purpose of an email is to get them on a call. It's not they're not going to just be like, yes, no problem, I'll work with you. This is what I need done. And then they send you $1,000. Like, that's not how it works. You have to then convince them on a call. Like, you can't just send an email, they ask you to do the work, and then you get paid. That would be the easiest thing ever, but that's not how it works at all. It's like you have to get them on a call where you really sell them. So this is why it's important to present yourself well. And I talked about it in the last paragraph, the last section of this course, where you should have a professional looking Zoom setup. If you're going to take Zoom calls, which you have to in online business, you have to have a decent webcam. So you can go and buy one for like $120. You have to have a decent mic. This, you know, something like this is another $100, or like you can get one for like 50. You need a ring light, which is like 20, and then you just need it to look professional. So you just need to set your computer up. You need to make sure that the angle is good and you have a decent background. It's not like, it doesn't look cheap or shitty lighting or anything like that. Like that's really, really basic stuff. And that's some value that most people won't tell you. Like, that's such an important thing. So the emails won't send your service. As I said, nobody just opens your email and sends you money. It's not going to happen. The sole function of an email is to sell your prospects on the idea of getting on the phone with you. On the phone is where you sell. The secret is one magic word: personalization. This is so, so important. I make them feel like a person, like I've actually done my research and respect their time. Because if you imagine a business owner, like as a business owner myself, I get dozens of cold emails a day. Everyone wants to sell me shit because they can see that I'm making good money. So they all want a piece of it. And so they all send the most bullshit. Like, there's a reason 99% of them don't get opened or get sent straight to spam. It's because they send me these shit emails that have no effort in them. Like, they do not give a shit that they just look at me as a bag of money, and I don't want to work with someone like that. I want to work with someone who actually wants to help me in my vision or help me grow my business. And if I get a lazy attempt of an email and I haven't even worked with them then I know that they're going to be lazy when I work with them. So if you're lazy in your outreach, you're going to be lazy when you work with a person. And people can sense that straight away. So you have to put effort in. You have to personalize. Let them know with a quick line like, hey, I'm so impressed by this that you did. Don't make it some generic shite like, don't read, like, people always do this to me. Hey, I read your last tweet. I also like football. Like, fuck off. That's not a real conversation. Like, say something that's actually, share some sort of interest with them. Like, if you have to do a little bit of digging, you'll have to do it. You know what I mean? Or pay someone else to go out and create your personalization for your first lines. So someone else can go out, research the person, write a first line, do the next person, write a first line. You can pay people to do that shit. How to write a high converting cold email. So here's the 4 parts. Subject line, personalized first line, angle, CTA. I've closed people with the subject line of literally just my name plus their name. and it works really, really well because it's very simple. I literally closed Ben Settle on a podcast who's like a top copywriter, and I just wrote Matthew Morgan plus Ben Settle podcast. So everything he needed to know was in that subject line. Super personalized, super easy to know. Like, people value speed. People value like simplicity and speed. So you have to make it simple. Let them know exactly what you want to do with them. Don't write some big bullshit long headline. So the only purpose of the subject line is to get the person to open the email. And they'll only open the email if it's something that they actually want. So don't send them shit that they don't want. Let's have a look at some of the best examples of good converting subject lines. So, quick question about company name. Quick question for David. Idea for you, David. Quick question, David. Every niche is different. This means that you have to play with all the possibilities until you get it right. Your open rate should be about at least 60%. That's just the people that open your email, not the people that like reply. Personalized first line. Your personalized first line. So your email should read like this. Subject line, and then in the actual email, first name, or hey first name, or morning first name. And then next thing is a line, and it's a personalized first line with their first name and a compliment about them. First name is pretty self-explanatory. What about the compliment? The purpose of it is to show that you did your research on them. This requires you to actually research them. So look at something that they've expressed passion for in the past, and you might have to do a little bit of digging here, but look for something that they've expressed passion about or that they've achieved, and it's not some basic shit, and then actually just compliment them on that thing. This requires you to actually do your research. Using a compliment will 10x the amount of replies that you get, guaranteed. You should personalize your emails so much that you couldn't send them to another person. So make it so clear to the person that you want to work with them, not that they're just another in the list of people. Understand the concept of list leads. I know for a fact that my email is listed in a bunch of different places where people can just buy it and send me a bullshit email, which is why I get so many. So like, I don't respect anyone's email if it's bullshit. You know what I mean? I could probably go in and show you my spam folder right now, and there's like 1 million emails, but it's like, I'm just telling you that's the way it is. Like, people just sending bullshit testimony or like presentations or whatever. So if you're curious about the angle, so the angle is the hook. It's the reason why they'd be interested. So I've helped 5 other brands in your niche make an extra 100K with Facebook ads. I help realtors get 15 seller leads per month with Facebook ads. I've got 3 email flow ideas that can increase your revenue by 15 to 20%. It's basically what you can do for them. That's all that it is. This is where your unique selling proposition and the offer you created comes into play. The offer needs to be something they haven't heard of, or at least something that they've heard of minimally. So it needs to be a good offer for them, like an absolutely irresistible offer, and I've talked all about that in the offer section. So your call to action needs to actually ask for a call. You don't ask for the call straight away. You just say, I would say, does this pique your interest, and get a reply first. The reply is the easiest, lowest level commitment they can give you, whether it's literally just a yes, and they'll be like, all right, sick, can we book a call? You know what I mean? Doing anything else will hurt your conversions. Simple as that, and it's absolutely worked wonders for me. So where do you get the leads from? There are multiple ways. One of the most effective ways is to scrape contact info from various places such as LinkedIn or business websites. I used to tell you, like, if you don't have the money, then go out and scrape them manually, but I would never ever suggest that anymore, because it's just a completely pointless. You need to just buy leads. And if you want to start a business and you've no money, get a little bit of money together and then scrape leads, because it's going to save you so much time. Like, that's how you're going to get decent leads that you can actually email. So some of the best softwares are Lead IQ, IC Leads. I'm also going to do, we're also releasing our full lead gen course where we're going to teach you about Apollo.io. I think Instantly is another really good one that allows you to scrape leads. There are other ways. We're going to talk more about it inside my program. As I said, we add full courses in there. For members of the 6-Figure Freelancer program, it's a 3-month payment, and that's their initial payment. And then once they're in, it's only £50 a month after that 3 months. This may have updated, and if you're watching this in like 6 months or a year's time, we may have changed that pricing, but that's generally the price, and that's the price we're going to make it. And so whenever you join, you're going to be getting lifetime updates of content as long as you're paying for it. So we want to make it valuable for you. So if you want to get that full course, it's going to be added in. It's literally being added in as I film this video. I have someone helping me create that content for me. So that's pretty much it. Like, that's the end of this section. This is the biggest section, and there's a full course to be done on it. I'm going to make content on that on YouTube. So just type in purple typewriter in the comments if you watch this section, and let me know if there's any type of content that you'd like to see in regards to getting clients. But that's going to do it for this section. We'll move on to the next. Okay, so in this section we're going to talk about the fundamentals of copywriting, and this is going to be the most important section of the copywriting segment of this course, because we're going to talk about the actual fundamentals. Like, most people talk about and most people want the tactics and the strategies of what exactly can I write? How can I copy and paste something into, this sales letter that I'm writing? Or can you just give me all the basic, simple stuff that I can copy and paste in? I don't want to do any work. But the people who learn the fundamentals of copywriting are the people who will make millions of dollars for years and years and years and decades of their life. The people who understand these things are able to work in any niche with any type of copy, doing any type of work. And they're able to work with any type of client because they just are unbelievable at the fundamental things. Like, they don't need to rely on the latest tactic to be good. Like, some people are so bad at the actual skill of copywriting that they just require, like, all they want is the next big thing. Whereas a good operator, a good copywriter is going to be able to last through any different business. Why do you think even business owners are able to? Some business owners really struggle and have to jump on every little trend in order to make money. But some people are able to jump into any niche, any type of business, and operate a business at absolutely amazing levels, no matter what the business is. It's because they understand the fundamentals of business. They know how to give the customer what they want. They know how to find out what the customer wants. And then they know how to operate a business around that and make money and make it profitable. So, like, it's the exact same with copywriting. You need to know the fundamentals so that you can just, no matter what type of copy you have or what offer you get, you are able to take it on because you are unbelievable at the fundamentals. So this is what separates, like, the bad people who don't make any money and the people who are lasting years and who are making an absolute shit ton of money. So keep it very simple here. So the first thing I want to talk about, keep it simple, stupid. So no offense, but it's essential to understand that in general, people are not overthinking too much. So whenever you're, like, on social media and you see an ad, people aren't thinking as much as you think they are. So people will always freak out whenever they're writing copy or they're doing anything creative online and be like, oh, I wonder if people will notice this little thing, or, well, I have to cover every single base here because what if they don't like this part or this part? And you're like, people don't actually think about it that much. Have you ever been in a bar or somewhere where you're drunk and you're seeing adverts on television? This is something I've always noticed. Whenever I'm drunk, right, and I see an advert for Budweiser and it's like a beautiful video of the drink being poured into a glass or whatever, and I'm just like, whenever I'm in that state of just being a little bit stupid, I'm looking at that advert and being like, I really want a Budweiser, because I'm in a stupid state of mind. And that's how most people are living their lives on social media. If they're scrolling through Instagram, they're not sitting there studying their Instagram for, like, every single post that comes up so they can analyze it. They're just scrolling mindlessly through it. So they're going to be looking at the ads, and the ads just have to hit the core fundamentals of what they want, and then they'll click on it. They're not analyzing every single part of the ad like a marketer would, because I know whenever I get into advertising, I was always just focused on every little part of the ad. Like, I know why they're doing that, or I can see why they're doing that. Most people don't give a shit about that. They've got their own busy lives going on. They go on their phone for 5 minutes of the day whenever they've got time, and that's when they see your ad, and that's when you hit them with an impulsive purchase, or you hit them with something that actually drives their attention towards it. So you don't have to think too much into it like they will. So make sure that your writing's very simple. Like, if you even think about Donald Trump, whenever Donald Trump went for the election, a test was done on the reading grade of all the different presidential nominees. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders were near the top, like the smartest people. The things that they said, the words that they used, their vocabulary was super sophisticated and big words used all the time and all this sort of shit. Whereas Trump was right down at the bottom, right down at a fourth grade reading level. And it's because he knew how to keep things simple. He was a good salesman. He was selling himself as the presidential candidate, and he sold himself in a simple way that anybody could understand, because he knew that a lot of people only see sound bites of things. So he said, okay, whatever my message is, I need to keep it really, really simple. I need to speak simple. I need to focus on the important things like the emotion and creating a vision and what people want to see. I don't need to focus on the policies, which no one actually gives a shit about in a presidential election. They only care about, would I have a drink with this guy? So Trump understood that, and Trump used that to his advantage. So you have to use it to the same here whenever you're writing copy. Like, you have to just focus on the important shit. Don't try and make yourself sound smart, because nobody cares. Nobody wants to buy from someone who's just trying to sound smart, because you seem like a dickhead. So it's very, very important. Can a 10-year-old understand what you're trying to say as fast as possible? So people get confused easily, they get distracted easily, and confused and distracted people don't buy. So basically there are a lot of reasons why their own lack of thinking will keep them from buying. So if you're like selling 3 different things on a sales page instead of just selling one, like, people do this all the time without even noticing. Like, they don't realize they're doing this. I've done this before. Let's try and think about it. Like, if I'm teaching you how to become a freelance copywriter today. So I could teach you this, and then I could go off and start talking about, operating an e-commerce business off the back of, your freelance copywriting business. I'm like, oh yeah, you can learn how to become a copywriter, you can get clients, and then you can go off and create an e-commerce business, and you can do this with your e-commerce business, and here's how you speak to suppliers. I'm like, you clicked on the video because you want to learn how to become a freelance copywriter and make money. So that's all I'm going to talk about in this video. So it's very clear here on YouTube, but it's the same in many people's copy. Like, they'll go off and talk about some shit that's not relevant to the customer. They'll always go off and tell some story that they think is going to be relevant, and then they realize if you look back at it 24 hours later, you're like, if you ask the questions to yourself of like, what is the customer's problem, and read through everything through that lens and be like, why am I talking about this shit whenever that doesn't line up with the customer's problem? You always have to catch yourself out there. So this is why you must write in a very simple way to read and understand, and give clear and specific instructions. You might think it's overkill or unnecessary, but you'd be surprised. Usually it's just something like, just click the big red add to cart button to get yours now. You'd think it'd be common knowledge that clicking add to cart is how you buy something online, but again, you'd be surprised. You have to keep things simple. You have to spoon feed people through the entire process. The last thing I want to say here is that you have to write in a very simple way. If your copy is difficult to read or understand and doesn't flow naturally, people aren't going to read it. Lay out clear instructions and write simply. Focus on this, and I guarantee your copy will generate stacks of cash. So storytelling is so important. Stories are the most effective way to persuade someone to buy your product or service. They keep people interested, they relate to the person, and they make them want to actually keep reading. So the problem is that most people need to learn how to implement stories in a persuasive way. So we have to understand that, first of all, nobody gives a shit about our stories. They only care about what the story can do for them. Your story will only be good if it can implement all the basic copywriting principles into it. So no one really cares about anything other than themselves, as I've said. So if you want people to read your stories, for your stories to be persuasive, there has to be something in it for them. So like, if I tell you a story, like, I always go off in tangents in this course about like, here's how this time, this was relevant to what I'm talking about right now. I'm telling you that because A, I think the story is interesting and it relates to it, and B, I think there's going to be a lesson in there for you, something that's of some value to you. I'm not going to tell you the story just because, hey, I want to shoot the shit with you while I'm hanging about in this YouTube video. It's like, no, I have a very clear instruction of like a direction of where I want to go with this story, and there's a reason I'm telling you today. So I don't tell you stories that aren't relevant to you or that won't help you with your end goal. So you shouldn't be telling stories that aren't relevant. So if the person doesn't feel like they've been heard and they can relate to this product and maybe the owner or the brand, then they're less likely to want to buy something. So if they don't if they can't relate to you in some way, they probably won't continue reading. Now you might ask, how do I create persuasive and relatable stories? So let's get into it. Firstly, you want to create a vision. You need to paint a picture. So when you create a vision, it resonates with your reader, and most importantly, makes them feel things. This is crucial. So what about that section of the course where I talked about, Phil Graham's sales letter? If you haven't watched it, you need to go back and watch it. It's Phil Graham's sales letter to CEOs, and he talks about, he like aims at their pain points, which is, I have no mental capacity, I'm always working, I'm always on my phone, and he tells stories about how he was in that situation and how painful it was, and he adds emotion because he knows that actually makes the story interesting. You can't just tell stories that are just fucking boring, or that like, yes, We tried that and the results were 80% better. Like that's you could tell stories like that, or you could be like, yeah, we were in the worst position ever. Like I was so stressed. I thought I was gonna have to close the business down. My parents were kind of freaking out at me. Everyone was kind of looking at like, oh look, he's failed his business. You know, he doesn't know what he's doing. My ego was about to collapse. I was just in a worse situation mentally, and then I was able to solve it with this problem. You know, that's a more interesting way than saying, oh yes, it almost forced my business to close. You know what I mean? Like you have to add emotion to it. How were you feeling? How was the person in the story feeling when they had this problem? And how did they feel when the problem was solved? So important. Make it relatable to people. Think about the customer in that. If you're telling a story, how does this story relate to the customer? So once you've created a vision and made your reader feel things, all you have to do is tie the story back into the product that you're selling. So what I'm trying to illustrate here is that the story alone is not enough. In order for it to be persuasive, it has to create a vision and make people feel strong emotions. So making people feel things is incredibly powerful and very important when it comes to writing copy. Once you've created a vision and made your reader feel things, all you have to do is tie the story back into the product you're selling. So I've just said this. So, sorry, I've literally just said some of this stuff. So I realized like I've put a massive presentation in here. So if I'm repeating anything, don't freak out at me. So a positive version of their life. Okay, so let's talk about negative versus positive emotions. So we want to paint two pictures. Are you the guy who continues to run your business stressed with no mental capacity and you have no time? Or are you the guy who has an amazing business, plenty of free time and availability in your brain to think? You know, that's something I see all the time, works so well. Which person are you going to be today? Are you going to take action and become a person who has a lot more time and mental bandwidth available, or are you going to continue this path and take no action and understand that your results will be the same? Like that's such a strong one, because you actually make people confront the problem that they have right now. Are you going to solve this problem that you have right now, or are you going to continue to feel the pain of the problem that you're currently experiencing? So the negative one is always more effective, because people then have to think about their struggles, and people love thinking about their struggles. That's why people complain all the time. You know, like it's so important. Like the desire to avoid pain is scientifically proven to be stronger than the desire to achieve success. So if people lose $10, they feel way worse than if they gain $10, like than the positive emotion if they gain $10. So we know that emotions are important, and I'm going to show you some of the most effective ways to trigger them with your copy. So contrast and curiosity. Contrast is basically presenting two opposing concepts together and then tying them into the same idea. Contrast is a trigger for curiosity, because when you put things together that in reality have no business being together, naturally it makes people feel curious. We all know what happens when you make people feel curious. So here are some examples. How we turned our worst performing ad into a 5x ROAS money printing machine. Why a complete Facebook ads beginner, a complete idiot, can actually make more money in his first month than most guys with 2 years of experience. This dumb as a box of rocks ad strategy that can make you $3,092 as soon as next week. So you compare something like this there's more examples on my channel. I've got other courses where I talk about this, but you know, you talk about an authoritative figure in the niche, and then you talk about why they're wrong about something. So like if it's a fitness person, you're like, you know, I really like this fitness person. Let's say the guy is Andrew Huberman. Why Andrew Huberman is wrong about breathing techniques. People are going to click that because they're like, oh, Andrew Huberman's always right. Well, what does this guy have to say that he's wrong? There must be a reason. This guy wouldn't put his neck out there and say that he's wrong if he didn't have a good reason. So this makes me want to watch this video. You know, it's the exact same in your copy. You have to call out authority if you can and like defy that truth. So demonstrating what your product can do. People are naturally skeptical. This is why you need to overcome all of the objections that they have. The best way to do it is to show how your product will actually help them solve their problem believably and rationally. The whole concept of a demonstration is very underrated, yet one of the most effective tactics you can use in your copywriting. So make sure you use it in your copy. So demonstrate how your product actually works. Explain it. You know, like if the service is like, we create YouTube ads, what does the process look like? Have a little section of the page where you're like, all right, so first of all is, you know, we come up with a plan with you. We decide what ads you want to run. We look at your budget, you know, then we go off and create the ads. Then we go off and approve them with you. You run them. we see what the results are like, we test it, and then we decide, okay, well, we run these ads or we run these ads, blah, blah, blah. You explain the process of what you actually do or how your product works. Convincing versus selling. Something I think a lot of people get mixed up is the difference between persuasion and convincing. It's a mix-up that can seriously hurt your sales. So this is obvious, but what we're aiming for is persuasion, not convincing, because if you have to convince someone that this is the right thing for them to do, you've already lost. And so I want to quickly explain that. So if I were to explain why people need YouTube ads, I'm absolutely lost in that. Like, so if there are two people and one of them knows that they need YouTube ads, but they just don't know who they need to run them for them, then that person's going to be 10 times easier than a person who doesn't even think that they need ads. Like, you don't want to convince someone that they need it. You just want to convince that you're the right person for the job. And so that's pretty much how it works. So thing about people and their buying behavior is people don't buy things that contradict their values and beliefs. If someone has a belief about something, you can't change their mind. And you don't want to, because you're not wasting your time changing people's minds who don't want to buy it. Instead, you want to persuade people that what you're selling fits in with what they already believe or value. That's the difference between persuasion and convincing. As I said, persuasion makes money, convincing doesn't. Don't sell products, sell results. So if I have a protein shake, how do I want to sell it? I don't want to be like, this is great formula, this is the best formula of protein shakes. People don't give a fuck about that. When I think of a protein shake, I think they're pretty much all the same, but why should I buy yours? And then you sell me on a reason why I should buy your protein shake. Well, our special blend is proven to get more muscle. Here's a guy who used it and got more muscle in 3 months than a guy who used an off brand or some other shit brand. You know what I mean? Sell the dream, sell the dream. People need to be sold in the dream. People want to get big. So you show pictures of people who are getting big if you're selling protein. So no one gives a shit about your product or the service. They do not give a shit. They care about you and what you're selling and how you sell it. Human beings are self-centered and all we care about are benefits. This is why you must consider how your product can help consumers in real life, believable scenarios. So don't sell necklaces, sell beauty. Don't sell social media marketing, sell more time and more money for the CEO. Don't sell potted plants, sell the compliments your neighbors will give you on your gorgeous back porch whenever you have them over at the barbecue. So this is a really good one. I remember reading one at the start of my copywriting career about why, this guy was selling piano lessons. And instead of just selling the piano lessons and why he was better than other people and be like, oh, I have 15 years of experience, bullshit. He realized that what people actually care about is, this guy learned how to play piano and he played it in a bar and everyone was amazed and he got this girl's number because he was so good at piano. That's something people want to believe that they can do when they learn piano. So if you tell someone they can get that, you're sure as shit going to make them want to buy your piano lessons. So it's really, really important that you sell the dream. So don't sell push-up bras. Sell the attention of attractive dudes at the bar or the jealous looks of other girls who wish their boobs look that good. So this is basic human shit. Everybody wants the same shit basically. They want to look more attractive, to look better than other people. That's why do people buy Lamborghinis? Because the other person can't have them. It's scarcity that provides value. And so you have to sell things in a way that shows people that, oh, this is the actual dream. So don't sell weight loss supplements. Sell never feeling self-conscious in a bikini again. Do you understand how that works? Very, very clear. Get in their world. So we know that in order to write effective copy, people have to actually read it all. Question is, how do we write so that people actually want to read it all? The answer is simple. We have to write something that they actually care about. Basically, all you have to do is talk about your audience's problems in the most relatable way possible. Something that they care about. And basically get in their world. This is where a story where you can relate to them or one of your customers can relate to them is really, really valuable. When you write about things that the people in your market care about, you really can make a boatload of mistakes, errors, and still make out like a bandit. People love reading about things that are important to them. So, writing sharp and precise copy. Now that these ideas are really glued together, we need to express them through sharply written copy. So, this is some basic shit. Now, this is some of the tactical stuff. Use short, punchy sentences. You'll see even how I present this in this entire course. I don't have blocks of text because I know that I have to sit down and record this for 7 hours. and I know that you have to sit down and watch it for 7 hours. So neither of us wants to read like massive paragraphs of text in small fonts. We want to read short, punchy sentences. And I present myself. This takes high energy, because if I sat here and I talk like this the whole way through the thing, and I was like, this is how I'm selling today, you don't give a shit. I have to actually talk like I want to tell you this information, because I do, because I want to give you this information. I want you to be the best fucking copywriter I've ever seen. So I have to talk like I actually give a shit about what I'm selling, and you have to write like you talk. So you need to tell interesting stories. You need to use slang words or terms that your market uses. So if you're selling to American, rap audience, you're going to have to use the slang that they use. Intentionally misspell words. This is just like a stylistic one you can use. Instead of saying money, spell it in a different way. Like, spell things that are speaking with a little bit of personality in the way that you actually, speak. Because if you just make it so boring that, like, if it just sounds like an AI wrote it, then nobody gives a fuck. Nobody wants to buy something that an AI wrote from. They want to buy from a real person, because they want to connect. They want to realize that this person has something interesting for me. This is entertaining me in some way. Like, your copy needs to be entertaining as well as educational or persuasive. So tell people what you're going to tell them before you tell them. So you're like, I'm going to lay out exactly what I did this year to generate $100,000. You know what I mean? Like, let people know what they can expect. Make them buy now, not later. Impulse buying. People need to buy today. People always have money to buy shit, but why would they buy your thing? People are always spending money. You know what I mean? So if you might think, oh no, there's not much money going around in January, so we're probably going to make less money, and my copy's good, but it can't sell to people in January. Bullshit. People still have money in January. They just aren't buying your shit. They're spending their money elsewhere. So you have to give them a reason to buy from you today. And so you always need to sell the impulse. Sell the impulse. They need it today, or else this problem is going to continue tomorrow. You cannot let another 24 hours lapse without having this product today. Because if you don't understand why that's the case, I'm going to tell you, like for example, like, you're currently going through the process of becoming a freelance copywriter, and every single day that you're not a freelance copywriter making good money, you're actually losing money. You could be having clients right now coming in paying you 1, 2, 3K a month. You could be making way more money than you're currently making. Like, your daily income limit today could be like $80 or $100. Next month it could be like $500. So every single day, until you know this shit, every single day that goes by until you actually have these skills and you're running this business, you're losing $400 a day by not knowing this information. And that's actually a fact. Like, that's, for a fact there are people who are making 5-10 times what you're making right now. So that every single day that you're not making that, you're actually losing that money. Like, you could have that in your account, but you're losing it because you're not taking action. So that's why it's so important. Like, that's why I tell you, get a community, get a coaching program. Move with speed. Money loves speed. Like, you have to move fast on things. And so, I'm teaching you so much shit in here. Like, can you imagine the shit that we're actually putting in our paid program for people who actually pay and commit to working with us? It's insane. So back to the presentation. This is why you have to make the sale now, not later, because 95% of the people who are reading your thing, if they don't buy it now, they never will. There's a handful of ways to do this, but from my experience, the best way is using either urgency or scarcity. So letting them know that their problem will continue if it doesn't be solved today. And that's a fact. Like, if you're at a place, like, as I said, I just obviously tried to persuade you to join our program. But the reason I do that, I don't do it by lying. I don't do it by saying, we have the most content on the earth, we have this, we have that. I know what I sell works, and I know that the problem you have could be solved by joining. And I know that if you don't solve that problem, you're continuing to lose money. Money is something you want. So you should join. You should join so that you don't continue to lose money. You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, I don't even need to bullshit you in order to sell. It's because it's actually true. I know that you're in a place right now, you're watching this video, which tells me you want to make money. So I'm like, well, this is a natural solution. You can pay me and we can help you get there a lot faster than if you did it by yourself. And so it's the same whenever you're selling your products. You need to give people a reason to buy today. I mean, like, we only let a certain amount of people in each month. The price is going up every month. That's your reason to buy from us today. And that's not even bullshit. Like, we literally just don't have, like, I have one coach at the moment. I would have to hire a team of coaches if I start getting like 1,000 people a day joining our program. And I don't want to deal with like a massive team of coaches. I want to deal with a small amount. So I'm purposely limiting the amount of people that join. And so this is what you have to do. You have to actually create urgency and scarcity in what you sell, and then justify it, because people won't believe it if they think it's bullshit, that you don't actually have a problem and that you can just sell as many of an item as you want. So an example would be 70% off sale ends in 2 hours. Get yours while you still can, or only 8 left in stock. You'll see this on Amazon all the time. Like, oh, there's the last 8 products in stock, and then they're going to be gone and you don't get to buy them again. So social proof, really, really important. It's taking the perspectives of people who have already used your product or service, gotten good results, and injecting the positive experience into your copy. All right. Give me a second. I got to drink some water. Appreciate you staying on this far into the course. We're nearly over. This is an absolutely amazing section of the course. Some damn good water. Jeez Louise. That's some good water. I've been talking a lot. All right, back to the course. So, the reason social proof is effective is because people in general are skeptical, and they have every right to be. Everyone's trying to sell them shit all the time. Testimonials or product reviews are usually the best way to move people from their skepticism into a more believable and trustworthy state. 2 best ways to write high converting copy. In my opinion, there are 2 effective ways to write high converting copy. First one is called AIDA. The second one is called PAS. So let's have a look at both of those. And these are just structures. AIDA, you might have heard of this before, and I'm pretty sure I learned a bit about it in school, but it stands for attention, to interest, to desire, to action. So this purpose of this formula is to take your attention and turn it into action. Attention is the hook. It's where you get people's attention and you give them a reason to keep reading. Again, people are self-interested. If you don't give them a good reason to keep reading, they probably won't. Once you have their attention, you want to make them as interested in what you're saying as possible. A good way to think about this is working backwards. What is my reader actually interested in? What can I say that would make them want to learn more about what I sell? Like, I know people want to make money. So I make content that helps people want to make money. Even when I write, I'm like, I know you want to make money. I know you don't really give a fuck about copywriting. Like, you're not going out and starting copywriting because it's a passion. You didn't grow up and be like, I want to be a copywriter when I'm older. You probably grew up and being like, I want to make money when I'm older. So I teach you copywriting through the frame of you're going to make more money with this because it's interesting. So do your research on what people actually want. Once you've hooked them in and got them interested, now you can cultivate the desire for what you're selling. You do this by talking about the key benefits, i.e. how it will improve someone's life and help them avoid something painful. And I'd say this is where the bulk of the persuasion is done. Finally, once you've gotten their attention, you've made them interested and made them desire the things that your product will do for them, you go in for the kill with a call to action. You tell them where your offer is, show them exactly how to get it, maybe lace a little urgency or scarcity in there, and then give them the opportunity to buy. That's pretty much how the AIDA formula works. Attention is the hook, interest and desire are the body, and action is the call to action. Very, very simple, and I don't think there's a reason to overcomplicate it. Copywriting isn't complex. Again, keep it simple and just do a lot of practice. So let's move on to the next structure, PAS. So this stands for problem to agitation to solution. This is one I use all the time. And in my biased opinion, I think it's better. As I said, it doesn't work for everything, but when it does, it works like hell. So first you have the problem. This is also known as the cut and band-aid method. So this is the problem that your reader or prospect has, and ideally it's a huge problem that's constantly eating away at them. So when we looked at Phil Graham's, it was like, oh, you have no time, you have no mental capacity left, you're freaking out, you're always working. We're going to solve that with our product. And even when it's not, even when the solution you're selling doesn't solve a massive problem, this formula can still apply, because even though our modern 21st century world is about as comfy and cushy as it's ever been, everyone still has problems. In reality, they're probably not that important. But to the person experiencing them, well, they might as well be the end of the world. So with PAS, you start out by talking about this problem. Again, in order for this to work, it has to be a problem your reader or prospect actually has. This requires research, so you have to do that shit. Anyway, you start talking about the problem. Since it's their problem, it's something that they care about, so relatability isn't really an issue here. And it's something that they're struggling with, something that really hits home with them. You have to make it hit home. You have to think about the pain points. If you've ever had the pain points, it's easier because then you can think about what were the pain points when I had that problem. But usually you'll have to do that through your market research and find out what are the pain points, what are the actual real life examples of why that problem annoys you. Like whenever Phil Graham talked about, not having enough time or always being working, he talked about whenever he was on a holiday and he was using his phone to do some work while he was on holiday with his family, and people in his family called him out on it. That's probably something that's happened to a lot of CEOs. So once you have them thinking about the problem, next you agitate it. So you talk about all the negative things that come with having this problem. If the problem is being fat, you talk about how hard it is to find clothes that hide your weight. Your ditties are always showing, your belly's showing. You go to the gym and you have to wear like clothes that are uncomfortable because you want to work out, but you don't want to look too fat. And so something as simple as going to the pool could also be an anxiety-inducing mess. If you're in really bad shape, you don't want people to see that you're in bad shape. I know personally people that want to get in shape, but they don't want to go to the gym because they're in bad shape. But even though going to the gym is what actually would solve their problems of weight. So you have to let people, you have to agitate that solution and talk about the problem, and talk about the problem they're having and talk about how bad that is. They have a problem, and this is why it's absolutely terrible and it can't go on any longer. So this is where you get them to feel real emotional, because obviously they hate this problem. And when they read about it, all those really strong negative emotions come flowing in. Finally, you go in for the kill. They're super emotional. They know how they have a problem and they desperately want to find a solution. So you present one to them. Your product or service is a solution, and you need to make it believable that it can actually solve their problem. You need to prove why it solves their problem by showing that case studies of how the problem has been solved before by this product or service, and you need to show them that they can solve it. The solution is not just to their problem, but all the negative emotions that come with it. All that's left is showing what it is and how to get it. And that's how this PAS structure works. Again, it won't work for everything. It works best if what you're selling is more of a solution than it is a product, preferably a solution to a burning product, or problem. So this could be a service that an agency sells. But regardless, you can turn the product into a solution for just about anything. A piece of jewelry might not seem like a solution to a problem, but you can absolutely turn it into one. It can be the solution to a few problems. Things like your friend being prettier than you, cute guys not noticing you, your husband barely giving you the time of day anymore, etc. Everyone has problems and everyone wants a solution to their problems. Using this structure, you can treat your product like a solution, agitate the hell out of whatever problem it solves, and as a result, sell it like it's going out of style. There are certainly other structures for writing copy, but in general, they all follow the basic outline of hook, body, CTA. Keep in mind that when writing copy and when you're writing your copy, I'll have no doubt that you'll be persuasive as hell in no time. Editing. So now you should have a pretty good idea of how to write copy that sells, but writing isn't the whole story. The truth is, there's a huge chunk of the work done after the writing, in the editing stage. Because as we mentioned before, your copy needs to be as tight and punchy as possible. Every word should serve a purpose. In other words, every word must earn its place. And if it doesn't earn its place, it doesn't get to stay. This is exactly what the editing process is all about. In my experience, here's the best way to write copy. Firstly, you do your research. This should take way longer than the actual writing or editing of the copy itself. Again, great copy isn't written. It's assembled from the wants, needs, fears, insecurities, pains, desires, etc. of your market. So you cannot skimp on the research. This is essentially where the copy is made. The actual writing of the copy is you're just assembling all the work that you've done already, and then you actually write it. So you take everything you've learned from your research, you piece it together with the hook, body, call to action framework, or one of the other for specific structures that I mentioned. And in this stage, don't worry so much about brevity. Don't worry about keeping it short. You want to essentially vomit out everything onto the page. Everything that you think you might need to include it. And your first draft will likely be very long. Again, this is good. You want to make sure everything you want to include is included. Once you've written your first draft, let it sit, maybe for a couple of hours, 24 hours, or a couple of days. Usually, if you're going to be working and making money, you need to do it like within a day. Like checking it the next morning is absolutely the latest you should leave it. At least 3-4 hours before you check it again. Basically, you want to make sure that you're out of the writing mindset and into the editing mindset. Then pick up your first draft and edit it ruthlessly. Cut out anything and everything that doesn't serve a distinct purpose. Again, every single word must earn its place. A general rule of thumb is that the editing process in your copy should be cut down by at least a third. So if you have 1,000 words, you should have about 700 words by the end of the first edit. What matters is that you include everything you need to include and nothing you don't in as little words as possible. The editing process may just be one time, or it may be multiple. Now let's talk about the next line. This is a specific tactical thing that you can use as a copywriter. So, the first thing I want to cover is exactly what the goal of each line of copy is. We know that the overall goal of written copy is to get people to buy now, not later. But when it comes to each specific line, what's the goal there? Simple. Getting the reader to the next line. Basically, you want to write copy in a way that keeps people on their toes like an action movie. It should hook them in, grab them by the balls, and make it nearly impossible for them to stop reading until they get to the very end. A decent heuristic for this is to look at each line as its own cliffhanger. You don't want people hanging on to the last. You want people hanging on to the last word of each line, then immediately rushing to get to the next one. I think the most important part of copywriting is just writing like you talk. Again, people don't like reading, and they especially don't like reading stiff, boring, formal language. So when you write like you talk, you make it really easy for people to follow along, understand what you're saying, and you just make it more enjoyable for them to read. Pretty sure that I've mentioned this already, but in order to get this right, you're going to have to forget everything you learned about writing in school. Writing like you talk breaks just about every rule in the book, but it's necessary. There's really nothing to it, like nothing more to it. Just write like you talk. I've already talked about this. Informal, casual, easy to understand, that sort of thing. Like you can see, this is how I actually speak. Like the way I even write this here, this is how I speak. So if you wouldn't say it in a conversation with a friend, don't say it in your copy. And that's pretty much going to do it for this section. This is a massive section that I wanted to add on. I think it's going to be really, really valuable because you need to understand the basics of copywriting. But yeah, hopefully this was useful. This is probably going to be inserted at the end of this. This is currently being added to this massive course on YouTube. I might package this up and add it somewhere else in another course. So this is valuable. If I see you in the next section, I see you in the next section, or this may be the end of the course. So thank you very much for watching so far, and we'll move on to the next part. So you've finally finished the entire course. Firstly, I want to say a huge thanks for actually sticking through this long. If you watched the full thing, give yourself a pat on the back because that was a massive course and you've done really, really well. So next thing you do, like where do we go next, is you can either do all this, action all this by yourself. There's a couple of different options here. A, you do absolutely nothing. You just watch this video and then you watch loads of other YouTube videos about the same stuff and you don't take any action. I guarantee that will lead, like that's a guaranteed way to just stay where you are and not make any money online. Just go down the path that you're currently going down in life, which is probably not what you want to be doing. Otherwise you wouldn't want to watch this video. Your second option is to take action and do it all by yourself and not surround yourself around money, not surround yourself with people that are doing this on a day-to-day basis, which is absolutely essential to making money. You know, you can try do this all by yourself, like go ahead, you'll not get answers on a day-to-day basis like you would if you were in a community, because the third option is to join our private coaching community where we've generated some absolutely insane results. People have gone from completely broke, dropped out of uni, and now making, like there's one guy that literally, one of my earliest students, was completely broke. He was 19 in university in a miserable place in Scotland, and now he's making over 100k a month in Dubai, driving Lambos, living in a penthouse, all that sort of shit. So if that's something you want to replicate yourself, then you have to be around other people. You have to be around coaches. You have to get people to push you forward. Doing this all by yourself is not something I would recommend. This is online business. Spend a bit of money, make a bit of money. So if you want to apply for that, link is in the description. I will speak to you directly on Instagram and see if you're a good fit. But otherwise, thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe. I'll be making content every single week, so it's going to be super valuable for you. Make sure you like, and if you want to comment something funny, or if you have a question, or if you have a little message to me that you'd like to say, I can see these all in the description. So just make sure to comment something that you want to. So yeah, that's going to do it for me. My voice is absolutely dead. I will see you in the next video. Thank you very much.